A very good morning to one and all present here. On the behalf of College of Nursing, it is my proud privilege to welcome Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Bhoi, Professor, Department of Emergency Medicine, JPN ATC, AIIMS, New Delhi, to this event. He is a professional with par excellence and has been very kind to accept our invitation. It gives us immense joy to be associated with you, sir, for this event. Now, I request Miss Himani to welcome the sir. We welcome you, sir. We welcome you, sir. I now take this opportunity to welcome Ms. Nanki Rani, Nursing Superintendent, JPN ATC AIIMS, New Delhi. She has a vast and enriching experience in nursing and is a thorough professional. Ma'am has been inspirational and her ardent service had made a change in nursing services. Now, I request Ms. Pooja to present Ma'am with the token of love. We welcome you, Ma'am. I also welcome Dr. Lata Venkateshan, Professor cum Principal, College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi. Ma'am has an endless list of achievements and accolades to her professional journey. Throughout, Ma'am has been a continual source of inspiration and encouragement. She is a visionary leader who wants to see nursing grow as a profession. Ma'am, we are extremely appreciative for giving us this opportunity to conduct this program. Now, I request Ms. Shamli to welcome Ma'am. I once again welcome you, ma'am. I am blessed to welcome Ms. Ujjwal Dhaya, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi. Ma'am have helped us throughout to plan and take this program to the stage that it has seen the reality of the day today. We welcome you, ma'am. Now, I request Mr. Shubham to present ma'am with the token of love. A devoted teacher who has mesmerized students with her intellect and charm, I wish to extend a warm welcome to Miss Milan Tirwa, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi. I request Miss Deepu to welcome ma'am with the bouquet. We happily welcome you, ma'am. A warm welcome to Ms. Nilima Raj, Tutor in Nursing, College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi. Ma'am has been an important guidance force in this program. She is a passionate teacher. We are happy that you are here, ma'am. Ma'am, now I request Ms. Grishma to present ma'am with the token of love. We welcome you, ma'am. I happily welcome all the esteemed nursing officers who have gathered here and joined us online from the various departments. We are grateful to all of you for showing your interest in this program. Without you, this event would not have been possible. I hope that all of you have a very productive day and interesting discussion session today. I sincerely wish this program will be a great success. Now, light symbolizes the victory over darkness and mark the beginning of the auspicious moments and events. So, I request all the dignitaries to come forward for the lamp lighting. And I request the audience to rise for the same.
माइक किसी का
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. A very warm welcome to Lewis, ma'am, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi. We welcome you, ma'am. And also a very warm welcome to Smita, ma'am, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi. We welcome you, ma'am. Okay. Okay. Deepika ma'am has joined us online. A very warm welcome to Deepika ma'am. Deepika ma'am does not require any introduction. Ma'am, we welcome you to the this in-service education program. So the goal of this workshop is to enhance the understanding of mass casualty management. Now, I invite Ms. Ujjwal Daya to throw a light on objective of this program.
Thank you, Himani, and a very good morning to all. I welcome our chief guest, Dr. Sanjeev Bhoy, Professor, Department of Emergency Medicine, our guest of honor, Ms. Nanki Devi, NS Trauma Center, our respected principal, ma'am, Dr. Lata Venkateshan, Professor cum Principal, MSc Coordinator, Dr. Deepika Khaka, Madam has joined online, dear faculty members, our coordinators and our students and our participants, online and offline. A very good morning to all. So, as we know, the major emergencies, the crises and disasters have become more frequent during the recent decades, especially in the middle and the low income countries. And they affect more and more people, disrupting the health sector programs and essential services. Mass casualty management is the health sector's immediate priority in an emergency. Many deaths can be prevented with rapid medical care. Medical response to the event operates at two locations, that is at the on-site and at the hospital. So few strategies are required for the mass casualty management. A standardized and well-rehearsed incident management system with SOPs, which are of paramount importance. Triaging, community first aid, search and rescue at the first line, that is in the community response to the mass casualty events. Rapid and timely deployment of trained personnel to meet in the needed areas, and maintenance of good communication to minimize disruptions to the response. So keeping in view all these points, the objectives for the study are, after the workshop, the participants would be able to learn about the mass casualty management at community level, at hospital level. They will also learn about the triaging during the mass casualty, resource management, communication and teamwork during the mass casualty, and very important aspect, that is the concept of tabletop exercises. I would also like to thank our principal madam who has sensitized us with the tabletop exercises, and that a session will be done on the concept of tabletop exercises along with the hands-on practice on that. So these are the objectives for the workshop. I welcome you again for the workshop. Thank you.
A very warm welcome to Sibi ma'am and CB ma'am, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi, to this program. And Rimple ma'am, we warmly welcome you to the program. So now I request Dr. Lata Venkatesan, Principal College of Nursing, for unfolding the theme for the program.
I want that paper. Yes. Respected Chief Guest of the day, Dr. Sanjeev Boy, and Guest of Honor, Ms. Nanaki Rani, the Nursing Superintendent of Trauma Center, and the faculty members and the nursing officers from various units of AIIMS Hospital. Once again, I also welcome on behalf of College of Nursing for this wonderful workshop on mass casualty management. In-service education program is organized by College of Nursing every year by the MSc Nursing students and post-basic BSc Nursing students. We used to conduct 10 workshops, and earlier we were conducting at the rate of one event a month. But when COVID came, all the academic planning went into haywire and we could not complete the academic requirements. And towards the end, we have to rush the requirements and complete all the workshops. So that is when, from last year onwards, we have chosen a theme. We thought we are doing 10 workshops and let it be done around a theme. So there will be a focused learning and the content will be ready. We can create SOPs, we can publish, and we can host the same event for rest of the other institutions of national importance. So last year's theme was on patient safety, and this year we have taken hospital emergency preparedness. And this hospital emergency preparedness workshop encompasses all the facets of the nurse's role in handling the emergencies, starting from pre-hospital management, where the mass casualties can happen in outside the hospital, and sometimes we may be called to help, and sometime you may be traveling and you may be seeing a tragedy on the way. So pre-hospital management is also very important, and coordination between pre-hospital management and the emergency department of the hospital, most of the time it is a confusion. We had a session on that, and the resource speaker was sharing one event. He was searching 5 hours in the hospital where the patient is, because patient is unconscious. Nobody knows the identity. So he was searching for the patient for 5 hours. If there is appropriate communication between the pre-hospital site and the emergency department of the hospital, then things will go in a much planned way. So we had that workshop. Today we are having it on mass casualty management. Earlier and prior to this, we had hospital infrastructure planning. While constructing the hospital itself, the emergency preparedness concept to be kept in mind when we are designing the emergency department, intensive care unit, right from access, where is the location of the emergency department also plays an important role. The location of emergency department must be accessible to the public without going through the regular crowd. And where do you locate your intensive care units? And how do you transport the patients between the floors? And do you have a fire lift? In case of fire, the lift will be helpful, because all the other lifts will be grounded. We are not supposed to use the lift. And if the hospital doesn't have a ramp, doesn't have a fire lift, how will we transport the patient? These are all some of the aspects which, as nurses, we also need to know. Because while planning itself, we can give our suggestions. And we have heard incidents that fire happening in the hospital, in our own hospital. There are many NICUs where incubators go on fire. So we should learn about the safety concepts, electrical safety, fire safety. All these will prepare us to handle the emergencies, any given situation. And today's topic is mass casualty management. Hospitals of our caliber, many times we receive mass casualties. We have seen during pandemic, the director's speech, he was sharing that during dengue fever, how did they manage?
And during COVID, an entire block, trauma center is being vacated and we managed the pandemic. That is a mass casualty which was flowing every day. There was shortage of oxygen, we managed effectively. But all these requires a kind of enlightenment, and we should know that how we should be prepared. Because no emergency comes with a warning. No emergency comes with the prior intimation. Emergency comes during the unexpected time. So the preparedness is very much essential. In our curriculum, we do not have in depth the concept of emergency nursing. Now that a series of meetings was conducted in by DGHS in Ministry of Health, and he is very particular that we have to start emergency and trauma nursing. Ministry wanted us to start last year itself, and we said due to COVID some time extension was taken, but they are very particular that emergency and trauma nursing is started across the country. All the institutions of national importance are informed to start emergency and trauma nursing. And here in our AIIMS, the principal who was before me and the emergency department, they were visionaries. They started this process in 2018 itself. The curriculum was prepared and it is yet to be implemented. So when this emergency and trauma nursing comes, we will understand the importance of how precious the lives are and how important for nurses to work in a planned manner during emergencies. These topics, if you see, triaging, you may be thinking that, oh, triaging, we know that 4-color, what is there? Triaging itself is a concept you can learn for hours. Triaging during mass casualty is one concept. Triaging children, triaging obstetric patients, triaging trauma clients, triaging medical clients, triaging surgical clients. This itself is a course in some of the countries, triaging. So you will learn about the triaging and also the resource management. During mass casualty, suddenly you receive a call in emergency, there is a bus accident, you are getting 50 patients at a time. Where are you going to receive them? Where are you going to classify them? And sometime you may have to treat them outside the emergency department. In the corridor, you have to treat them. You may have to start an IV line, start the IV fluids. You may have to start resuscitation. So you need to have the resources. Many hospitals I have seen, the mass casualty management resources are kept in a cupboard. You cannot carry the cupboard outside the emergency department. It should be in a wheeled trolley where you have to keep anytime based on your hospital policy, whether it is 30 patients or 50 patients or 100 patients, what is the capacity of mass casualty you can receive at a single point of time. We need to plan, and you have to push the trolley. Those many items you should have, including creation of dummy files. That time you should not wait for, oh, is the patient is registered, where is the registration number? You will lose the platinum time of that 10 minutes of saving lives. So all these concepts will be dealt, and we are supposed to do a mock drill. Nowadays, hospitals are planning to handle emergencies by conducting mock drills. Yearly 2 mock drills have to be conducted mandatorily as per the accrediting bodies. So, hospitals are conducting mock drills. So, we thought when we planned this, COVID was still in full swing. So, we didn't know how to train you in mass casualty management, because all theory you will hear and you will forget it. Only if you are practically involved, if it is a participatory learning, you will remember forever. So then we thought of this tabletop exercise. I did this in 2014 along with Israel Rambam Health Center. We had tabletop exercises where the unit blueprint will be given, and you will be given small dolls which will be resembling nurses, patients and other unit members. You can move around and learn how will you evacuate the patients if there is an emergency, or how will you prioritize the patients, how will you triage the patients. All these you can learn on a tabletop exercise. So our faculty also not oriented to tabletop exercises. So first we conducted a tabletop exercise program and we empowered the faculty how to organize it, and today you will be listening to one of the resource speaker who will talk to you about how to plan a tabletop exercise. And when you go back to the units, you should transfer this learning to the rest of your colleagues. That is the ultimate objective of attending any program. It is not that one day off you are given, you are away from the routine and you come and listen, and after 1 week if we ask, and after 1 month we ask, your memory will be you will be forgetting. You will not have absolute memory forever. But when you transfer the learning to your own team members, when you organize such program in your own unit, then you will remember forever. And the patients will be the ultimate beneficiaries from your team. So please replicate these exercises at your unit level. That is my humble request to all of you. And the in-service education program, when we are organizing, it is not a simple event. Though it may appear, 10 workshops just like this they have arranged, and they have manpower, you may think we have shortage of faculty. It is not that we are fully full sanctioned strength. We have shortage of faculty, and the MSc nursing students are learning how to organize. Lot of planning underwent. Deciding the topic, choosing the resource persons, collecting the content from them, arranging the venue, arranging all your other hospitality requirements, preparing the pre-test, post-test, preparing the workshop report, designing the flyer, and inviting people, coordinating. Lot of other activities have gone behind the backdrop. So I congratulate the team of MSc students who have taken up this initiative, and the organizing secretaries. This workshop is coordinated by Ms. Ujwal, Ms. Millan, and Nilima. So I must really congratulate them for taking all the efforts in hosting this program, and we are extremely delighted to have all of you, because at least once in a year we have the opportunity to interact with all of you, and we are closing the gap between theory and practice. This is also one initiative which closes the gap between the theory and practice. So, and we thank you all very much, and I wish all of you a wonderful day of learning. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the brief overview of mass casualty management and tabletop exercises. Now, I would like to call upon on the stage our guest of honor, Ms. Nanki Rani, Nursing Superintendent, Trauma Center, AIIMS, New Delhi, to share her thoughts. Ma'am, please come on the stage.
Good morning, Dr. Sanjeev Bhoi, Madam Lata Venkateshwar, Neelam Madam, and all present here. It gives me immense pleasure to part of this workshop on mass casualty management organized by College of Nursing, AIIMS, as a guest of honor. I am thankful to organizer to give me opportunity for these honors. The theme of this workshop, mass casualty management, is very impressive and important. Mass casualty or disaster is the situation when the resources are overburdened due to high number of casualties. It may be sudden, for example, building collapse, victims overturned for bus incident, bomb blast, etc. Or expected, for example, Holy Festival, New Year evening. This week, we all will celebrate Holy Festival, which itself is like expected mass casualty for trauma care facilities like our trauma center. We usually get approximately 300 patients in evening shift. It is very important for a nurse to know the skill of managing such incidents. I am sure everyone will be benefit from this workshop. Best wishes and thank you to all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request our chief guest, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Bhoi, Professor, Department of Emergency Medicine, JPN, ATC, AIIMS, New Delhi, to address the audience.
Thank you, Madam Lata Venkateshan, and the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, colleagues, friends, participants. So it is really a pleasure and very apt topic for today's themed, seminar come workshop. So what could have been, more apt than we are actually a prelude to the mass casualty management, which is going to happen on the 18th of this month, which is you can say, a predictable surprise. Every year we do get mass casualty on this day, the auspicious day of Holi. So it is a kind of what Dr. Lata said, that what theory bringing to practice. So this is a bridge what you have, and it is a kind of both knowledge and workshop we're going to have. If it has to be transformed on the ground, that is what we everybody want, and that is the transformational journey we had some 2009. When it's all started actually. So 2009. We managed Holi, and that was a day, actually, why it is so important. It is a festival of colors. But we are there on the shift from 2007-8 onwards till now. We are on the floor. We never celebrated Holi with our families for last, you can say, kitna year ho gaya? 6, whatever years, so we had years and years and years in the same day. 13 years. And you know what? It is exciting. Because you receive so many patients, sea of patients, what Nanki ji said. So 300 was data which was previous, but now you see almost 500 patients you do get in that 4 to 5 hours time with a huge surge of patients. That is the key. Here also in the main emergency, we do manage 450 patients per day, 24 hours. But the same cohort, if you manage within 4 to 5 hours, you can see the almost 10-fold rise in sudden surge of patients. And that actually strains the system. That actually tests you, give you a test, come and manage us. See your patients. And the basic concept is to managing the chaos and providing optimal, not the standard of care. You can't do that, but you give optimal care. So that with the concept of doing greatest good for greatest number of patients. With a utilitarian rule of ethics. And that was the concept actually I learned. And 2009, actually, that concept was taught by one of my, teacher. His name is Moshe Michelson. I'm sure Dr. Lata, when she was speaking about Rambam Haifa, so I was a batch in 2009. We went 20 people from trauma center, which had a group of doctors and nurses, almost 8 to 10 of them. These 10 doctors, 10 nurses, 20 batch. We went through AIIMS, this thing. And that was a game changer for us. We were all, see, I am a medicine person, internal medicine, hardcore internal medicine, because I got a job, I joined emergency medicine, didn't have that much of inclination. And then that perspective, it changed my life forever. Where actually you see, you have to manage the patient with shortest period of time, limited information, but you have to make you have to manage the patient, whether in peacetime or during disasters. That is what the Guru said, is Dr. Moshe Michelson. And we alumni, if you say, on that concept, and that it translated the transformational journey of trauma center was, after that. We learned one thing. Whatever you learned, you unlearn. Medicine mein bhul gaya. And relearn. Leave all the egos that I am a doctor. Oh, you are a nurse. Or so I used to say, "Arey, mere ko ye nahi karna, mere ko wo nahi karna." All it went off from the brain. Then the thing came that you have to do every damn thing. I have to be a multitasker. multitasker. Each person does 10 things in shortest period of time, and that is emergency medicine. That is acute care nursing. That is emergency nursing. No, not division. This is one concept. And that is what we are going to learn today. I'm very happy that, we need to have, this is what we have to do, ingrain the DNA of emergency care has to be ingrained in everybody of us, irrespective of specialty. Somebody collapsing in the gynae ward, it requires emergency care. Somebody having a procedure, ENT procedure and collapsing in the OPD, isn't it emergency care? By the time he reaches the emergency, he may die. And you have sea of patients coming together. If you do good emergency care in peacetime, you can manage a good disaster. That is the basic concept. Do best in peacetime, you will manage the disaster. That is the best concept, one line I'm going to give. My time is up, I'm in time. So just exceeded 1 minute because I wanted to complete my point. I really thank all of you to gather today and listen to us. Those who are working from AIIMS, how many of you are, just raise your hand. All are from some of them. ट्रॉमा से कौन कौन है ट्रॉमा सेंटर से दे आर ऑनलाइन
All of them are physical.
ओके so this is an open offer, Madam Lata, कि those generally what you learn is the open offer from my side is if you want to really see, the management of mass casualty. Madam has already given the teaser that we really, all of us, we manage COVID very nicely. That itself is a disaster. Understood? But if you want a really practical mass casualty where you see a lot of injured patient coming, there is another teaser which is happening every year. The systems are in place. There is a disaster code, there is a disaster drill, there is a disaster book, which actually unfortunately we don't have in the main AIIMS. It was built in 1970s and we don't practice mock drills here in the main. But it is practically happening but now I think after COVID everybody will start doing that even in main. That is a crisis brings opportunity, and this is a kind of program we are having. Let's start doing it together. And there should not be bridging between the academic nursing as well as clinical nursing. There should be a big bridge which is there, parallelly flowing, madam, but this is for everybody, even the clinical nurses needs to do academics, updating of knowledge. The academic nurses who are purely working in the academic field should be also on the floor. And if you want to see, come on 18 and volunteer, those who want to volunteer to be on the floor, please contact Milan, and Milan you can connect it to Dr. Tej. Everybody. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to invite Dr. Deepika Khaka, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi, to share her thoughts. Deepika ma'am, please.
आप बोलिए
Ma'am, please join.
Keep the audio.
Yes, ma'am.
The invitation for our table guidance and leadership for taking up such a pertinent topic which is very relevant in modern day times. And we will be talking about a lot of things. And I'm going to say like the bully, they have some of the phases. And we have 7 all the time be prepared for any kind of emergency which we can face at any point of time. I wish all the organizers, Madam Ujjwal, Miller, and Dr. all the very best for this program today. I am very sure that all of the nursing officers attending, this will go a long way. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am. Again, we are privileged to have you all for this program. Now, I would request Ms. Nilima Raj, tutor in nursing, College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi, to propose the vote of thanks to our guests.
Thank you, Deepika. Good morning to the dignitaries on the dais and of the dais, dear participants and all those who have joined this update online. It's being a great honor and privilege for me to propose the vote of thanks on the memorable occasion of this update on mass casualty management on behalf of chairperson, coordinator and organizing team of today's update. Let me first of all start by giving glory to the Almighty God for making today's occasion a resounding success. I would like to express my sincere thanks to our respected director, Dr. Randeep Guleria, for permitting us to conduct this update. I express my deep sense of appreciation to our distinguished chief guest of the day, Professor Sanjeev Kumar Bhoi from Department of Emergency Medicine, JPNATC AIM, New Delhi, for his kind consent to grace this occasion despite his busy schedule. Thanks, sir, for your inspiring words and motivation. I wholeheartedly thank Ms. Nanki Rani, Nursing Superintendent, JPNATC, New Delhi, AIIMS, for her kind consent for being the guest of honor for this occasion. Thank you, ma'am, for your kind support and words of wisdom. I extend my sincere thanks to our principal, Dr. Lata Venkateshan, organizing chairperson, for her unconditional support, encouragement, and guidance in conducting today's update. Thank you so much, ma'am. I express my wholehearted thanks to Dr. Deepika Khakas, who is a coordinator of MSc course. She is associate professor and she is the senior most faculty member in College of Nursing. And ma'am has always been a great support, has always been giving her support and guidance, and we always appreciate her support and love. Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to thank Ms. Ujjwal Dahiya and Ms. Milan Terwa, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, AIIMS, for conducting today's update. They have been a constant source of support in organizing this event and arranging for all the logistics for this update. Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to thank all the faculty members of College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi, who are always there to provide their support, love, and help to us. Thank you so much. I would like to thank all the office staff members of our College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi, for their kind support. I express my sincere thanks to in charge of set facility, staff member of set facilities for their kind support in conduction of this event. And I also want to express my thanks to CMET in charge and staff members for their kind support. I sincerely thank to AIIMS cafeteria in charge and staff members for providing snacks and lunch for today's event. I express my thanks to MSc Nursing, Critical Care Nursing, second year student and first year students for their tireless, united and energetic efforts for organizing all the resources for today's update. I express my sincere thanks to all the speakers who will be sharing their words of wisdom and experience to all the participants of today's event. Last but not the least, my sincere thanks to all of you, those who have joined offline and online in this update. Without your esteemed presence, this event would not have been succeeded. Finally, I would like to leave you with this inspiring quote by Martin Luther King. An individual has not started living until he rises above the confines of his individualistic concern to the broader concerns of all humanity. Once again, I thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Now we invite you all to have refreshment and high tea. It is arranged at the pantry.
Back, everyone. Please be silent. I hope all of you have filled your pre-test questionnaire. Everyone has filled? Okay. If anyone is left, they can contact Mr. Shubham. Okay. So now let's move to the next part of our workshop, that are the scientific sessions. For our first session, I would like to invite Ms. Dolma Yangchen ma'am, and ma'am is currently working as a senior nursing officer in AIIMS New Delhi. She is a healthcare improvement coach, national quality assurance standards external assessor for Government of India, mentor and assessor in Lakshya and Kayakalp, and is the chairperson of TNAI Delhi branch. Ma'am has done her masters in community health nursing from Delhi University and is a PhD scholar. Ma'am has been awarded Amazonians of America Book Prize Award for Best Community Health Nurse, and she has various research papers published in high index journals. So it is my proud privilege to invite Ms. Dolma Yangchen ma'am for her session on mass casualty management at community level.
Thank you so much, Himani. So, good morning, everyone. Yeah, do I have everyone's attention? Yeah, thank you so much. So, the topic entrusted to me by the organizer is mass casualty management in community. I have a disclosure here to mention that I am not a disaster management specialist. So, I'll try my best to do justice to this topic. Maybe because of my academic background, the organizer thought that I would take this topic appropriately. But with the given time period, I would be skipping some part of the mass casualty management in community. I will be just focusing on some part of the management, which I'll mention subsequently during the running of the slides. शेयर स्लाइड शेयर किया था मानी शेयर है नहीं है ऑनलाइन वाला शेयर किया so I would say I don't have any hands-on experience of handling a mass casualty. Do we have anyone here in the hall who has experienced or who have been contributing? कभी ऐसे मौका मिला किसी को कि mass casualty manage करने का टीम में? So do we have anyone here? Yeah. What's your name, please? Dilip. Which department? अच्छा, तो आपका क्या एक्सपीरियंस है? नहीं मास कैजुअलिटी मैनेजमेंट पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू कैजुअलिटी में हाँ ओके ओके so I would say he is more experienced in dealing with this topic than me because he has seen the actual reality है ना. हमने देखो टीवी वगैरह में देखना अलग चीज. प्लीज सिट डाउन. थैंक यू सो मच. टीवी वगैरह में देखना अलग चीज होते हैं और actually going into the reality and experiencing it, being the part of the team of the rescue operation is totally different. है कि नहीं? Do you agree? है ना. तो वो एक्सपीरियंस मेरे में नहीं है, बट आई ट्राई टू डू जस्टिस टू द टॉपिक. सो मास कैजुअलिटी मैनेजमेंट इन कम्युनिटी को हम डिसेक्शन कर लेते पहले, है ना. इस टॉपिक को समझने की कोशिश करेंगे फर्स्ट. सो व्हाट इज मास कैजुअलिटी? अभी तो आफ्टर द इनॉग्रल सेशन यू ऑल नो व्हाट इज मास कैजुअलिटी, है ना. तो डू एनीवन वांट टू गिव कंट्रीब्यूशन? मास कैजुअल राइट नाउ द टॉपिक इज इन द कम्युनिटी. ठीक है, तो अभी हॉस्पिटल मोड को हटा दो और कम्युनिटी मोड को दबा दो. सब अभी कम्युनिटी में है. ठीक है, प्री हॉस्पिटल, हॉस्पिटल जाने से पहले हमारा अभी का है डिजास्टर हुआ, ठीक है, कैजुअलिटीज हुए, वहां से लेके हॉस्पिटल भेजने से पहले तक उस मोड में रहना है अभी आधा घंटा. आई वोंट टेक इट लॉन्ग, क्योंकि मेरे में इतना वो नहीं है कि इतना ज़्यादा एक्सपोजर भी नहीं है और टाइम ऑल्सो इज लिमिटेड. सो आई विल फोकस जस्ट ऑन द मैनेजमेंट, ग्राउंड लेवल मैनेजमेंट ओनली. ठीक है, तो आप कोई बताएंगे मास कैजुअलिटी इन द कम्युनिटी? यस, हाँ, बाय एनी डिजास्टर एंड या, हाँ ठीक है. और क्या क्राइटेरिया होना चाहिए जो हम मास कैजुअलिटी बोलने का कहने को तो, हाँ या लार्ज मतलब बहुत लोग इकट्ठे. यस यस प्लीज ऑनलाइन. ठीक है, वेरी गुड. हु इज इट फ्रॉम ऑनलाइन? Yes, so this is the actual definition. Thank you so much for the input. So mass casualty कब बोलेंगे हम? When the number of casualties after incidents exceeds the local resources. So, number of casualties when it exceeds the local resources and capabilities. Resources में क्या क्या आएगा? Man, material and या money. तो 3M को याद रखना जब भी resource. Yes. So, whenever you talk about resources, it will be man, money, material resources. ठीक है? तो when it exceeds the local resources and capabilities in a very short period of time. डिजास्टर ऐसे बोल के नहीं आता. एवरीवन नोज दैट, राइट? सो जब छोटी से मतलब वेरी शॉर्ट ड्यूरेशन ऑफ टाइम में कुछ होता है और बहुत सारे लोग अफेक्ट होता है, तो इट इज बियॉन्ड द कैपेबिलिटी ऑफ द लोकल अथॉरिटी टू प्रोवाइड द रिसोर्सेज व्हाट एवर इज रिक्वायर्ड. ठीक है, एनीथिंग? अच्छा ठीक है. सो इट ऑलवेज ओवरवेल्म्स द लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन. तो अब मास कैजुअलिटी का डेफिनेशन याद रहेगा सबको? ठीक है. सो नाउ नेक्स्ट इज व्हेन डू वी हैव मास कैजुअलिटीज? Examples I have given in the pictures like earthquake, flood, accidents, attacks and wars. So these can be categorized into natural disasters. These are the disasters, right? So natural disasters or man-made intentional disasters or unintentional also, like something like accident can be intentional or unintentional, है ना? Natural तो naturally है, earthquake, flood, tsunami, whatever, any kind of natural disasters हो सकता है, और या तो man-made या intentional and unintentional man-made, like accidents can be intentional or accidents can be unintentional. ठीक है, तो when we have disasters we will have mass casualty. Agreed? ठीक है. अब कम्युनिटी टॉपिक में था मास मैनेजमेंट, मास कैजुअलिटी मैनेजमेंट इन कम्युनिटी. अब कम्युनिटी किसको बोलेंगे? जहां पर वो डिजास्टर होता है उस कम्युनिटी की बात करेंगे. The disaster which happens in whichever region or whichever local, it is that community we are talking about. Okay? Clear? टॉपिक क्लियर है सबको अब? ठीक है. सो नाउ हमारा टास्क है हाउ टू मैनेज इट. तो इसमें ना एक्चुअली मैनेजमेंट ऑफ मास कैजुअलिटी वी हैव द WHO गाइडलाइन for the preparation part of it. A big document is there. If you are interested, you can go through that document. It's online free. So I am not going through that preparation part. Okay, planning part. Management में planning भी आता है. Okay, what I will be doing is disaster is happening and then what we need to do. That only part I'll be very simple in my presentation so that the take home message will be these 5 points which I'm going to share right now. So I have put it as 5S. मास कैजुअलिटी को कम्युनिटी में कैसे मैनेज करना है, माने you will have 5S. Okay, 5S is scene safety assessment. First as scene safety assessment, second is scene size up, third is send information, fourth is scene setup, and fifth is start. So now for the next half an hour we will be discussing these 5S. 5S is nothing but step. There are many other also. ठीक है, there is one something called salt, SALT, salt or something. So salt भी है. तो I thought today I will discuss just this 5 step. Okay. We'll come to this point again and again. So it's okay if you skip also. तो ये 5 steps हम discuss करेंगे. So what is first step? Scene safety assessment. Now it is our human tendency. जब भी अब for example भाई ने बताया कि वहाँ पर एक vehicle accidents हुए हैं, तो it is a human being has tendency to just go to that victim and then अब अगर आपने देखा you are passing through that area and there is some vehicle accident and all, if you see somebody गाड़ी में फंसा हुआ है आपने देखा, तो what is your tendency? Natural tendency of the average people is that he or she will run and try to take out that person from that vehicle. But now after this training, you need to understand that first you need to see your safety. This is very important. There is no fun if you just go there and the vehicle collapse on you. One more casualty. You are increasing the casualty only. है ना? You are not helping then. And आपका जो नुकसान हो रहा है वो अलग बात. Right? So first you need to see your safety. So for that you need to see. Scene का मतलब है कि that area where the disaster happened. We are talking that area as scene. We are using the word scene here for that area, disaster area where the mass casualty is there. So scene safety assessment first you need to do. So how you will do it, I'll let you know. So in that scene safety assessment, what you need to do is, what are the potential risk for the rescuer or for you? आप अगर वहां पर पहुंचते हो तो what you will assess in that area कि how safe it is for you to go and help others. That is the first step you need to understand, that you have to do scene safety assessment. उसमें कुछ अलर्ट्स है, क्या क्या चीज देखना है उसमें ना, सेफ्टी एस्पेक्ट क्या क्या देखना, that will come to it. So you need to see whether there are any contaminants in the environment which may harm you or which may infect you, or any environmental hazards which may be harmful to you or which may harm you. Then any warning signs of crime scenes or any other violence. ठीक है, this you need to see. And any kind of hazardous material, if it is there, if there is any potential to have risk from hazardous materials, these things you need to see. So you need to be alert on these 4 points which I will come into detail now. अच्छा, contaminants. First safety alert is contaminants. इसमें क्या क्या आ सकते हैं? That तो everyone has to know. अच्छा, ये सब assess करने से what is the use of assessing scene safety? So that we can take precautions, है ना? So now contaminants में क्या क्या आएगा पहले ये बताओ. अरे है ना, एनी काइंड ऑफ कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज इज सस्पेक्टेड. अब जैसे कोविड की, अगर कहीं जगह पर कोविड, सबको कोविड हो गया तो वो भी एक मास कैजुअलिटी है. देन व्हाट यू विल डू, प्रिकॉशन क्या लेंगे? यू विल गो इन फुल पीपीई रिक्वायर्ड, है ना? वैसे ही एनी कंटामिनेंट्स, एयरबोर्न डिजीज है तो आप क्या पीपीई पहनोगे, एंड इन्फेक्शियस मटेरियल्स है तो क्या पहनोगे, हाँ? एंड ब्लड एंड ब्लडी फ्लूइड्स वहां पर ज्यादा हो गई होगा वहां तो, है ना, इंजुरीज है तो. सो व्हाट यू विल वेयर, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ पीपीईस यू नीड टू वेयर व्हेन यू आर गिविंग द रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन, है ना? सो कंटामिनेंट्स फर्स्ट. सेकेंड इज वार्निंग साइंस ऑफ वायलेंस. ठीक है, दंगा फसाद से भी तो मास कैजुअलिटी होता है ना. सो दैट टाइम यू नीड टू सी, यू नीड टू ऑब्जर्व द एरिया व्हेन यू रीच देयर. यू नीड टू सी वेदर देयर आर एक्स्ट्रा लाउड वॉइसेस और पीपल आर आर्ग्यूइंग. मतलब थोड़ा सा कैओस तो होगा ही होगा. व्हेन देयर इज मास कैजुअलिटी देयर इज कैओस, इट्स कैओटिक, बट थोड़ा सा आउट ऑफ वे पीपल आर आर्ग्यूइंग लाइक more than required. And then evidence of any forced entry. Whenever there is a disaster, they used to demarcate it, right? उसका फोर्स एंट्री किसी ने उसको ही हटा दिया है, एंड देन पीपल ट्राई टू कम from any other side. ठीक है, if there is any sign of it, any sign of weapons or evidence of alcohol and drug use, and unusual silence also is a very peculiar sign of having a danger from violence. ठीक है, so now if you feel that there is some warning signs, what you will do? You are in the community, not in the hospital, so what you will do? Exactly. You will call extra protection. Whether it is police or here we have CISF also is there, है ना. तो जो भी है, जो भी protection के लिए, public protection के लिए agencies है, the local wherever it is happening, that local का वो पता होना जरूरी है, resources पता होना जरूरी है. So whether you call the police or the CISF, whoever, ठीक है. So if you think that you see that there are certain warning signs of violence, then first you won't go there jump in, you won't take risk, you will call the police or whoever the agencies are. ठीक है. hazardous material में spills हो सकता है, chemical spills हो सकता है, गैस का हो सकता है, पाउडर identified powders हो सकता है, then explosives भी हो सकता है, and one kind of hazardous material is CBRN. It is chemical, biological, radiological and nuclear. ठीक है. अब अगर hazardous materials है, ठीक है, there are two kind of it. One is CBRN, which is more dangerous, and other spills are there. Then what you need to do? Before giving your rescue operation, what you will do? hazardous material आपने देख लिया कि यहाँ तो या तो वहाँ केरोसिन वो हो गया, या कोई ऑयल गिरा हुआ है, या CBRN का भी साइंस है, तो क्या करोगे? हाँ, प्रिकॉशन में क्या करोगे? दैट इज व्हाट आई एम सेइंग ना. Yes, special task force for CBRN is hazmat team. hazardous material की वर्ड से hazmat team is there, which will come to later on. the teams हम दोबारा डिस्कस करेंगे. तो या तो spill management करना है, as per whatever there is spill, उसका spill management पहले करेंगे, contain करेंगे पहले. any kind of spill has to be contained first. Those who are online, I would request to be stayed muted. कौन है? Please mute yourself, those who are online. Thank you so much. ठीक है. सो hazardous material का आपको या तो शिवानी प्लीज म्यूट योरसेल्फ. शिवानी सोलंकी. ठीक है, ओके. hazardous material का हो गया क्लियर. अगर आपको CBRN का hazardous material का आपको शंका है, then what you will do? You will call the hazmat team. ठीक है. environment में क्या आ सकता है? environment, most of the time environmental hazards are those like after earthquake and all, building गिर गया है या power lines down हो गया है, तो उसमें current भी हो सकता है ना. and then there are vehicle accidents में क्या होता है? vehicles unstable vehicles हो सकता है ना. so the previous example I gave कि if you do not see the stability of the vehicle and you are going to take out that person, the vehicle may come on you. ठीक है. आपने अगर सीन सेफ्टी असेसमेंट नहीं किया है तो ये हो सकता है कि नहीं हो सकता. या एंड देखो, डिजास्टर कहीं ऐसे जगह देख के नहीं आता. ट्रू. सो इन एनी एनवायरमेंट डिजास्टर कैन हैपन. सो द ट्रैफिक जो है इन एंड अराउंड द डिजास्टर एरिया, यू नीड टू एसेस दैट. ये भी ट्रैफिक का भी एसेस करना है ताकि द रेस्क्यू टीम इज नॉट इन डेंजर. Okay, so if you find that is a very busy traffic area, what you will do? So आप किसको कांटेक्ट करोगे? Whoever is responsible for controlling the traffic of that local area or the transport department. Transport department बोल दो कि इस एरिया की buses and all the public जो है वो सबको बंद करो कुछ टाइम तक. right? Are you all getting me? अच्छा, ठीक है. So is it fine? The first step हमने सीन सेफ्टी एसेस कर लिया है. हाँ, क्या क्या कंपोनेंट्स है वो भी सबको पता है ना. और उससे क्या होगा, आप प्रिकॉशन, यू कैन टेक प्रिकॉशन, देन यू विल बी मोर सेफ इन गिविंग द रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन. सेकेंड इज सीन साइज अप. सीन साइज अप का क्या आपको लगता है कि मीनिंग है? साइज अप का जस्ट मीनिंग ऐसे ही बता दो, हिंदी में बता दो. हाँ, यस. कितना बड़ा, माने एक अंदाजा लगाना है. यू हैव टू अज्यूम द मैग्नीट्यूड ऑफ दैट डिजास्टर एंड द मास कैजुअलिटी. हाउ मेनी पीपल आर, अप्रोक्सीमेट नंबर ऑफ कैजुअलिटीज, कितने लोग वो हुआ है, इंजर्ड हुआ है. व्हाट इज द नेचर ऑफ डिजास्टर एंड मैकेनिज्म ऑफ डिजास्टर. Resource determination, what resource is required to do the rescue operation. Then standard precaution determination, as we have spoken in the first also, कि आपको जो standard precautions maintain करना है उसके लिए आपको क्या क्या चाहिए. Okay. Then the scene safety which you have done from the first step. ठीक है. So based on scene safety assessment also you will have some points in the scene size up. मतलब मोटा मोटा सेकंड में क्या करो, आपने फील किया कि आप सेफ हो. ओके, यू आर सेफ नाउ टू गो टू दैट एरिया टू गिव अ रिलीफ ऑपरेशन. Okay, now what you will see is you need to gauge the magnitude of that disaster and see how many people are already dead or how many are walking wounded, whatever the situation is. Then the disaster itself, what like कोई terrorist का attack है तो इसका कुछ और implications होता है ना. So all these things you have to think in the mind. You have to work your mind in seeing your judge करना है आपको उस scene को, that disaster area. Then what you will do, this is the second step. Okay, first and second step सबको याद हो गया. एक आपने assess कर लिया safety, वो अपने लिए. Then दूसरा is scene size up, कितना बड़ा वो है. उसके बाद क्या करोगे, third is send information. Send information में first you need to declare that there is a mass casualty incident. ठीक है, who does that? Normally that will be done by the first arriving team. जो relief operation में, relief and rescue में there are many teams, right, which we'll discuss अभी next में. तो whoever comes first, the leader of that team will declare the mass casualty. Okay, but it can be also declared by the dispatcher. Dispatcher means whoever gets the information, whoever receives the information. For example, if this information has been received by the police department, police can also declare that there is a mass casualty incident. Okay, or the army, whoever, whichever agency got the information, they can also declare that there is a mass casualty incident. Or what they will do is, when they get the information, they will give information to the appropriate person who are handling the mass casualty, and then that first arriving team can also declare that there is a mass casualty incident. Okay, and then they need to make calls for more resources early. Matlab everything has to be very quick systematically, though it is chaotic when there is a mass casualty, but then has to be very quick. And ये बहुत important है. Right now it's like internet is all over, so misinformations, over information and everything is going on. So whenever you are there as a first team arriving on a mass casualty area, you have to be very brief, very clear, and only necessary information has to be given. ठीक है, आप उसमें टीम्स की थोड़ा सा डिस्कस करेंगे. एक टीम होता है रेस्क्यू एंड उसमें इमरजेंसी मेडिकल सर्विसेज, वेयर द इमरजेंसी मेडिकल रिस्पॉन्डर्स, एम्बुलेंस के साथ जो लोग ट्रेंड होते हैं वो लोग ना, दोस्त कैन बी देयर, मेडिकल एंड पैरामेडिक्स, हॉस्पिटल से भी बुलाते हैं लोगों को, है ना, इमरजेंसी से. एंड देन एम्बुलेंसेज लाइक हियर वी हैव कैट 102 108 है ना, ambulances वगैरह. So they also have a trained people. So these are one kind of people, emergency medical services, who provides emergency medical services. Another is public safety team होता है जिसमें police officers and other community emergency response team. It now see, it varies from region to region. ठीक है. किसी लोकेलिटी में लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन बहुत एक्टिव है, दे हैव ऑल द रिक्वायर्ड टीम, प्रिपेयर्डनेस अच्छा है, एज पर WHO गाइडलाइंस उन्होंने प्रिपरेशन पहले से कर रखा है, तो दे विल हैव मोर टीम्स ऑल्सो. सो यू नीड टू सी हु आर द, वेन एवर यू गेट अ टास्क लाइक दिस कि किसी टीम में आपको रेस्क्यू के लिए जाना है, देन यू नीड टू एटलीस्ट सर्च. At this time of internet, it is not a big deal to see what are the local facilities, local resources. So आपको ये पता होना है कि कौन helpful हो सकता है इस time. Second, special teams like, as we have already spoken, hazmat teams who are expert in cleaning up and neutralizing any hazardous materials like CBRN का पहले ही बताया मैंने, chemical, biological, radiological and nuclear. And National Guards, CISF, they can be also under the specialized team. Then public services में क्या आएगा, utility services में आएगा transport department, as we have talked about related to the traffic traffic वाले part में, कि whether there is any requirement to cease operations in and around that affected area, है ना. एक हो गया. एक इंटरनेट सर्विसेज, व्हेन देयर इज टेररिस्ट अटैक्स एंड ऑल, व्हाट डू वी डू, we jam the internet services. So we need to, whoever the internet services provider, we need to through proper channel, that is, तो वो jamming भी करते हैं if required. So utility services providers होते हैं, transport हो गया, telecommunication हो गया, IT department हो गया, whoever. So we need to inform them appropriately. Regarding the public information officer, he must be assigned to communicate with the media. Media बहुत important role play करता है, and if media is not do not behave responsibly, then many things can be like misinformation can be given to the general public. So only one person, like public information officer, is the responsible person who has to give all the information of this जहाँ पर mass casualty हुआ है. So that has to be done. And NGOs are very helpful when there is any disaster. So the local NGOs who can come in quickly during that short period of time, so those you need to contact and call. So information किस किस को send करोगे? It can be the police, the ambulances, the hazmat team. It depends regarding the requirement of that kind of mass casualty, the disaster. So it depends, CISF हो गया या ambulances हो गया, telecommunication, whoever you need to. And one important information to be sent is, कहाँ? एक रह गया था, घर नहीं, मास्क कैसे घरों को भेजोगे, वो तो मीडिया जैसे फायर, अगर फायर है तो भेजेंगे, और इफ रिक्वायर्ड फायर को भी बुलाएंगे. वन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इज दैट रीजन विच एवर द विसिनिटी में जितनी हॉस्पिटल्स है, हु हैज इमरजेंसी सर्विसेज, दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. अदरवाइज हाउ वी विल डू द डिबल्किंग, है ना. ठीक है, तो हॉस्पिटल्स इन एंड अराउंड, इट यूजुअली हैपेंस दैट पीपल व्हेन द टीम आर वर्किंग, दे इन्फॉर्म वन हॉस्पिटल एंड वन हॉस्पिटल इज हेवीली लोडेड विद कैजुअलिटीज, अदर हॉस्पिटल्स आर जस्ट देयर कैजुअलिटीज फ्री. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. तो यू नीड टू सी दैट जितने भी हॉस्पिटल्स है सबको इंफॉर्मेशन देना है, ओके, सो दैट दे विल बी प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर एनी कैजुअलिटी कमिंग फ्रॉम ट्रांसपोर्टिंग फ्रॉम दैट कम्युनिटी एरिया. ठीक है. सो ये कौन सा स्टेप था? सेंड इंफॉर्मेशन स्टेप था. कौन सा? थर्ड. पहले हमने सेफ्टी एसेस किया, उसके बाद क्या किया? साइज अप किया, कि अंदाजा लगाया कि क्या क्या चाहिए, कितना बड़ा है और क्या क्या चाहिए हमें, है ना. देन हमने इंफॉर्मेशन सेंड किया. आप क्या होना चाहिए? यस. अच्छा, तो इंफॉर्मेशन जब लेते हैं ना, एक एक्स्ट्रा है. सो वी हैव अ निमोनिक कॉल्ड मीथेन, वेयर फर्स्ट यू डू द मेजर मास इंसिडेंट डिक्लेरेशन, देन द एग्जैक्ट लोकेशन. जब आप मैसेज सेंड करते हो ना, तब ये कंपोनेंट्स आना चाहिए. मीथेन का कंपोनेंट्स जो है, इट शुड बी देयर, ओके, सो दैट इट विल बी अ कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव, शॉर्ट, कंसाइज मैसेज. ठीक है. So exact location where it has happened, staging area. Staging area, I'll come to that later on. And type of incident, the nature of incident, how many vehicles required, how many buildings are there. तो जितने भी जो भी वहाँ का सिचुएशन है वो बताना है. हैजार्ड्स कुछ है, बोथ ऑलरेडी देयर और पोटेंशियल हैजार्ड्स. देन ए इज एक्सेस, क्योंकि गाड़ियाँ नहीं आएंगे तो वी कांट डू द रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन ना. सो where are the access to vehicles or any traffic obstruction is there or not, this information you have to share when you are sending message. Then number of casualties, how many deaths, how many injured, ठीक है. और इमरजेंसी सर्विसेज सीन में जो भी जितने भी रेस्क्यूअर आया है, विच काइंड ऑफ टीम्स हैव ऑलरेडी कम एंड विच आर स्टिल येट टू कम एंड विच इज रिक्वायर्ड. ठीक है. सो मीथेन निमोनिक ऑल्सो यू विल रिमेंबर. इट्स नॉट रियली लाइक एक बार में तो याद नहीं आएगा, बट देन एटलीस्ट यू शुड नो कि मीथेन निमोनिक में आप ऐसे एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव मैसेज देने के लिए आप कर सकते हो. ओके. नाउ सीन सेटअप. Scene setup is nothing but you have to make a plan of कहाँ क्या होगा. एज अ मेडिकल टीम you will be in triage, है ना. triage area होगा. staging area is where the vehicles comes and goes. ठीक है. सो स्टेजिंग एरिया थोड़ा बड़ा होना चाहिए क्योंकि वी नीड मोर ऑफ व्हीकल्स, एम्बुलेंस एंड ऑल. दैट इज फॉर टू पर्पस. व्हाट इज इट? व्हीकल्स क्यों चाहिए वहां पर आने का? Transportation. One is to bring the rescuer, another is to transport the patients to the hospitals. ठीक है. तो staging area is important and other is triaging area. And then the incident commander जो होता है ना, most of the time the medical head of the medical team usually be the incident commander. Otherwise also हो सकता है local body में if there are any person who can coordinate well, he can be the incident commander. ठीक है. So this is just a sketch of how it should look. मतलब triaging कहाँ करें. Incident commander should have a very quick assess of the situation and कहाँ triaging कर सकते हैं, कहाँ पर staging area बना सकते हैं. All these things need to be assessed properly and then plan. Now when you do this, it does not happen as we are talking right now. Everyone knows it is chaotic. तो एक्सपेक्ट chaos. हमारा ह्यूमन टेंडेंसी होता है जब ऐसे टाइम पे ना हम इमोशनली भी वो हो जाते हैं, राइट, एक्टिवेट हो जाता है. तो वी ट्राई टू डू सो मेनी थिंग्स एट अ टाइम. इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल. यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड आफ्टर दिस ट्रेनिंग दैट इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल दैट यू विल डू सो मेनी थिंग्स एट अ टाइम. Okay, so what you need to do is whatever responsibility you are given, please focus on that. ठीक है. And try to do it as quickly as possible. Start as quickly as possible. So do the best you can for the most you can. That is what it is required from you as a team member for rescue and operation का. ठीक है. So prepare ahead of time is one kind of preparation is this training. Likewise, whatever training you have in the community also, community people, local training also happens. These days as per WHO guidelines, there are many requirement also in the community. So these things, if there is something happening in your community, wherever you are staying, please take part. As a medical team, you are very useful. ठीक है. तो आप जहाँ भी रहते हो वहाँ पर अगर ऐसा कुछ होता है, मास कैजुअलिटी मैनेजमेंट का कुछ भी होता है, प्लीज इट इज हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट दैट पर्सनली टेक इंटरेस्ट बिकॉज यू आर वेरी यूजफुल. यू बीइंग अ नर्स, यू आर वेरी यूजफुल इन दैट टीम. अब जब आप वो प्रिपरेशन की एक WHO का वो जो PDF है ना, वो पढ़ना, वंस पढ़ने से भी थोड़ा आइडिया हो जाएगा. तो यू कैन गिव इनपुट्स, यू नो, इन द कम्युनिटी मीटिंग्स यू कैन गिव इनपुट्स ऑल्सो कि ऐसे होना चाहिए, ऐसे नहीं होना चाहिए. दिस पार्ट आई हैव नॉट कवर्ड हियर टुडे. ठीक है. फोर्थ क्या था? फोर्थ सीन सेटअप हो गई. सीन सेटअप हो गई. क्या होता है, सब चीज एक बार उसमें होता है, लेकिन यू हैव टू फोकस ऑन योर ओन टास्क. ठीक है. लास्ट स्टेप है स्टार्ट. स्टार्ट इज नथिंग बट सिंपल ट्रायज एंड रैपिड ट्रीटमेंट. ठीक है. दिस इज ट्राइजिंग मेथड इन द प्री हॉस्पिटल जो मास कैजुअलिटी होता है ना उसमें है. इट्स नॉट इन द हॉस्पिटल. सो स्टार्ट इज नथिंग बट इज अ ट्राइज मेथड यूज बाय द फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर टू क्विकली क्लासिफाई विक्टिम्स ड्यूरिंग अ मास कैजुअलिटी बेस्ड ऑन द सिवियरिटी ऑफ देयर इंजुरी. सो वो इनिशियल जो असेसमेंट एंड ट्रीटमेंट शुड टेक 30 सेकेंड्स बोलते हैं फॉर ईच पेशेंट. तो वो कैसे करना है दैट वी विल नाउ अंडरस्टैंड. ट्राइज का भैया रेड येलो ग्रीन एंड ब्लैक. रेड जिनको आप टैग करते हो रेड दे हैज टू बी टेकन इन प्रायोरिटी. नेक्स्ट विल बी येलो देन ग्रीन देन ब्लैक इज द डेड वन और दे आर गोइंग टू डाई वाला. सो फर्स्ट रेड those patient who has a life threatening but treatable injuries, ठीक है, which requires rapid आपको medical care. We'll come to the parameters also. तो जो रेड में है उनको immediate care देना है. ठीक है. Then the yellow will be potentially serious injury but the parameters are stable enough to wait for a while. ठीक है. ग्रीन्स जो है माइनर इंजरी जिनको हुआ है दे आर वॉकिंग अराउंड. ठीक है, दे कैन वेट फॉर लॉन्गर पीरियड. वॉकिंग वुंडेड बोलते हैं उनको. येलो कैटेगरी को वॉकिंग वुंडेड भी बोलते हैं. ठीक है. एंड लास्ट इज ब्लैक. दे आर द डिजीज्ड ऑलरेडी डेड और दे आर गोइंग टू डाई. इट इज फ्रॉम योर ऑब्जर्वेशन दैट दिस पेशेंट इज गोइंग टू डाई. So they will be considered as black. So these are the 4 categories of triaging in the start method. So first what you need to do is you need to clearly clear the walking woundeds first. ठीक है, direct them to the treatment area. क्योंकि वो triaging का अलग अलग एरिया बना चुके. सीन सेटअप में हमने बना दिया ना कि यहाँ ग्रीन जाएगा, यहाँ येलो जाएगा, यहाँ रेड जाएगा, कर दिया ना. तो उनको जल्दी जल्दी, क्योंकि the chaos is mostly from the वॉकिंग वुंडेड्स है ना, वही चिल्ला सकते हैं, वो चल भी पा रहे हैं, बोल भी पा रहे हैं, तो दे विल क्रिएट मोर केओस है ना. तो उनको जल्दी जल्दी ग्रीन साइड में भेजना है. देन यू हैव टू अदर पेशेंट्स आरपीएम एसेस करना. आरपीएम में क्या आएगा? रेस्पिरेशन, परफ्यूजन एंड मेंटल स्टेटस. ठीक है. तो ये कनाडा का ईएम में एक वो किया हुआ है 32 कैन डू. 30 इज द रेस्पिरेशन. द पेशेंट शुड नॉट हैव मोर देन 30 रेस्पिरेशन. 2 इज द कैपिलरी रिफिल 2 seconds, not more than 2 seconds it should take to capillary refill. Then can do is the mental status कि आपकी जो इंस्ट्रक्शन है वो फॉलो कर रहा है कि नहीं कर रहा है. तो 32 and can do is the RPM assessment technique of one of the institute. So I think it is I have no idea whether it is all over or not. ठीक है, तो ये आप करोगे. सो ट्राइजिंग कैसे करेंगे? पहले जो पेशेंट को देखते हो वॉकिंग है कि नहीं. वॉकिंग है तो आप उसको ग्रीन में डाल दो. नहीं है तो रेस्पिरेशन चेक करो. रेस्पिरेशन अगर नहीं है तो पोजिशनिंग एयरवे करके देखो और फिर रेस्पिरेशन आ रहा है तो उसको रेड में डाल दो. नहीं तो अंडर है तो फिर कैपिलरी रिफिल देखो. ठीक है. कैपिलरी रिफिल अगर ओवर 2 है तो आप रेड में डाल दो, है ना. फिर अगर वो अंडर 2 है तो मेंटल स्टेटस देखो कि ओबे कमांड कर रहे हैं कि नहीं. ओबे कमांड कर रहे हैं तो येलो में डालो. ओबे कमांड नहीं कर रहे हैं तो रेड में डालो. दिस इज हाउ यू डू ट्राइजिंग. आई एम फिनिश बाय द वे वैसे. सो नाउ दिस इज फॉर यू. An adult shaking his head, non-ambulatory. He says he is too dizzy to walk. उसका respiratory rate है 20. Capillary refill 2 seconds है. Obeys command. What color you will try? कितनी येलो है, कितनी रेड है? रेड हाथ खड़ा करो. क्या 2 मिनट्स है? 5 मिनट है. ठीक है, हो जाएगा. है जल्दी करते हैं. चलो, कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं है. रेड है नहीं, येलो है. येलो क्यों है? पैरामीटर्स जो है आरपीएम पैरामीटर स्टेबल है. ठीक है. 2 नॉन एम्बुलेटरी है, डीजी 2 वर्क नहीं कर पा रहे है इंजरी है ना, लेकिन पैरामीटर्स नॉर्मल है तो येलो कर सकते हैं. ओके. नेक्स्ट इज एडल्ट फीमेल. सुन रहे हैं पीछे? एडल्ट फीमेल trapped by her lower legs under caved in wreckage. Respiratory rate है 24. Capillary refill है 4 second. क्या है वहां से? Everyone read? Very good. ठीक है, रेड. अच्छा, a woman is crying, carrying a crying infant. She is able to walk. Respiratory rate 20 है, CR 2 seconds है, obeys command. Very nice. कौन है येलो? Everything is okay. Infant also is crying, है ना? तो ये ग्रीन में आएगा. अच्छा, एडल्ट फीमेल, apparent compound fracture left femur, respiration है 36 per minute, radial pulse weak, awake. ठीक है. So should I take this? No. Should I leave it? कम्युनिटी में ना रेजिलियंस, मतलब ये प्रिपरेशन की पार्ट है कि अगर वहाँ का कम्युनिटी का कम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम अच्छा है तो दे आर मोर रेजिलियंट ड्यूरिंग वो आफ्टर डिजास्टर. और अगर जितने भी एम्पावरमेंट एक्टिविटीज़ और सोशल कनेक्टेडनेस ज़्यादा है तो वो लोग बेटर परफॉर्म करते हैं ड्यूरिंग डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट, एंड दे आर मोर लाइक मोर जल्दी रेजिलियंट होते हैं, मतलब उसको कम अप करने के लिए. सो दीज थिंग्स आर देयर. यू कैन, you know it already, but just I have kept it. तो टाइम नहीं है तो हम नहीं करेंगे अभी. अच्छा, ये एक जस्ट फॉर इंफॉर्मेशन है. वी हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट प्रिपेयर्डनेस विच आई हैव नॉट टेकन. तो WHO का एक गाइडलाइन है, स्ट्रेटेजी गाइडलाइन है, जिसमें देयर आर 4 पिलर्स. assessing and monitoring baseline information on the status of, अभी ये I think sir was also talking in the morning कि mass casualty management का ना requirement है. अभी हर country का baseline assess करेंगे first. Then institutionalizing the emergency preparedness and risk management through the Ministry of Health आएंगे. Then encouraging and supporting community based emergency preparedness and risk management. ये बहुत important है community point of view, ठीक है, ताकि community में जितना, देखो studies कहते हैं कि if the first responder are very efficient and effective, बहुत जाने बचा सकते हैं. There are evidences, scientific evidences are there, ठीक है. तो जितना आपको कम्युनिटी को, यू नो, आई एम अ वेरी डायर प्रमोटर ऑफ प्रिवेंटिव यू नो हेल्थ. तो ये कम्युनिटी को जितना आप एम्पावर करेंगे उतना आपके पास लोड कम आएगा. यू सी द कनेक्शन. आप लोग मतलब हर टाइम रोते रहते हैं ना कि इमरजेंसी में इतना पेशेंट आ रहा है, इतना पेशेंट आ रहा है. आधे से ज़्यादा तो कम्युनिटी लेवल पे अगर वी हैव अ गुड सिस्टम ऑफ एम्पावरिंग देम एंड मेकिंग देम यू नो प्रिपेयरिंग देम, देन दैट हाफ ऑफ द यू नो लोड ऑफ इमरजेंसी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टर्शियरी केयर विल बी लेसेंड. तो आपको बहुत लाइक वेन एवर यू गेट अपॉर्चुनिटी, बीइंग इन एम्स यू आर प्रिविलेज टू यू नो गेट दीज अपॉर्चुनिटीज. प्लीज डोंट से नो एनी टाइम. इस टॉपिक को भी मैंने नो नहीं बोला. so okay, then last is improving knowledge and skills in health emergency preparedness response and risk management. ये WHO का requirement है which will come subsequently, बहुत active हो जाएगा country में. नाउ चैलेंजेस क्या होता है? सबसे पहले चैलेंजेस ह्यूमन टेंडेंसी है. आप एकदम से कूद जाते हो विदाउट सीइंग द सेफ्टी. तो सेफ्टी एस्पेक्ट ऑफ द रेस्क्यूअर इज अ चैलेंज, बिग चैलेंज. हम हर टाइम क्यों सुनते हैं कि वो फायर वो करने गए, वो खुद ही मर गया, है ना. वाइल रेस्क्यूइंग समबडी डाइड, वाइल रेस्क्यूइंग टेररिस्ट अटैक में रेस्क्यू करने गया, पुलिस को मार दिया. नो, व्हाई? बिकॉज वी डोंट डू दिस सीन सेफ्टी असेसमेंट. सम पार्ट ऑफ इट बिकॉज ऑफ द प्रोटोकॉल दैट you are to go there, you don't have a say in there, you are doing your duty, whatever is the problem. So safety of rescuer is one big challenge. Second is focusing on your task is a big challenge, क्योंकि chaos everywhere है कि नहीं है. Everywhere there is chaotic. तो triaging is happening, stabilization is happening, evacuation is happening, transportation is happening, somebody is coming, somebody is going. तो इन सब में अपने काम पे फोकस करना is a big challenge. Do you agree? So always remember that your safety is very important, ठीक है. And last important is, which is not you know, at that point of rescue it is not important, but then it is also very important in certain circumstances. It is very important to consider the future health effects and risk for those who participated in an MCI. तो क्या आप, since you have you ever seen any person who has been in a rescue operation and then has been affected by that? Do you have any experience to share? Otherwise I'll just give one example and then I'll wind up. है कोई example? Okay, I'll just share one. So during this first wave of COVID, I was in a team of a very young group of people because being a kidney transplant patient myself, I self isolated and took EL for 2 months. 60 days I took EL. तब बहुत डर भी था ना, लेकिन सेकंड में मैंने काम किया, that is another part. बट फर्स्ट में बहुत डर था तो हमने छुट्टी ले लिया था बिकॉज आई कांट वर्क, और मतलब उस टाइम तो कोविड के बारे में हमें पता भी नहीं था ना. सो व्हाट आई डिड टू यूज माय टाइम वाज आई चिप इन विथ ग्रुप ऑफ यंग वॉलंटियर्स हु आर वर्किंग रियली हार्ड ऑन द ग्राउंड, है ना. तो उनका कोऑर्डिनेशन वगैरह ये सब देख रहे थे. तो देयर वाज वन चैप लाइक व्हेनेवर वी हैव डन पेशेंट्स का काउंसलिंग, वी हैव डन मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम आई वाज डूइंग द काउंसलिंग एंड कोऑर्डिनेशन पार्ट, बट देन दे आर people who are on the field providing khana, providing oxygen during the second wave. और फिर माइग्रेंट वर्कर्स को हमने बहुत माइग्रेंट वर्कर्स को अपने घर भेजा है बाय टेकिंग पीपल सपोर्ट एंड प्रोवाइडिंग बस एंड देन सेंडिंग देम बैक सो ड्यूरिंग दैट टाइम देयर इज वन पर्सन हु वाज वेरी एक्टिव. जब भी किसी भी ग्रुप मेंबर को प्रॉब्लम होता था वी यूज्ड टू से कि डू यू हैव एनी idea how to do it, and he always used to be there. He was the most active and most resourceful person. ठीक है. So after the second he was for the longest period वो active था. After the second wave finishes, he started having depression. This was directly because of that the effect of managing those situations. है ना. ही वॉज अ यंग चैप अराउंड 25 to 30 years का था. ठीक है. नाउ ही इज अंडर ट्रीटमेंट. ही इज डूइंग गुड, मतलब नॉर्मली सब काम कर रहा है. ही इज अ पोएट एंड बहुत कुछ करते हैं. तो फिर भी इफेक्ट तो हुआ ना, उस चीज से इफेक्ट हो. दो ही वॉज वेरी एक्टिव, पॉजिटिव, सब कुछ कर रहा था, लेकिन फिर भी ही गॉट डिप्रेशन एंड ही इज अंडर मेडिकेशन. तो दीज काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स कैन हैपन. वी मे बिकम वेरी हिस्टेरिक by looking at, because mass casualty हर दूसरे दिन नहीं आता, isn't it? तो जब हम जाते हैं तो we never know how we'll react. अगर हमें opportunity मिलता है तो we never know how we'll react. Agreed? So we have to be very careful of other people's this also, mental health also. अच्छा, आप ये बताओ 5 ways of managing mass casualty in community. First, scene safety assessment, right? Second, scene size up. Third, send information. Fourth, ठीक है, बढ़िया. स्टार्ट का फुल फॉर्म क्या है? थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful session. Now the floor is open for discussion. If anyone is having any query. Yes, ma'am. So if there are no queries, we can proceed ahead. I would like to invite Mr. Shubham to present the token of love to Mrs. Dolma Yangchin, ma'am. Ma'am. ये वाला पेन.
ये लगाओ.
ये वाला इनका. Yes, ma'am.
एक मिनट रुको.
So moving on to the next session, I would like to invite another keynote speaker, Ms. Geeta Sinha ma'am, who is currently working as SNO in JPNATC AIIMS New Delhi. Ma'am has completed her graduation from IGNOU. Ma'am has an extensive experience in managing several emergencies. She is a faculty at International Council for Critical Care Sonography, faculty at AIIMS Ultrasound Trauma Life Support for Nurses, Acute Care Sonography for Nurses, AIIMS Triage course and ATCN course. She has been awarded Smithsonian of America Book Prize Award for the Best Nurse in Research Work in 2014. She has published various research papers in index journals. It is my honor to invite Ms. Geeta Sinha ma'am for her session on mass casualty management at hospital.
Good morning to all. May I know how many there is a MSc student or students? How many are students here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 are the student, and rest are the nursing officer, senior and nursing officer, and the clinical nursing officer. Okay. So this question I asked because of after my presentation, I want my answer from you all. Why I asked this question? How many is nursing student? How many are there nursing officer? Okay. Thank you so much, Dolma ma'am. Very nice presentation, and you covered lots of important topic, and I also learned so many things from you. Very nice presentation, ma'am. Now, let me start. If I'm not audible, if any issue, you can interrupt me and ask the question. Okay, so because मेरी आदत ना walk करने की actually इसलिए. So let me start. Today we'll discuss about the how we डोलमा दीदी ने बताया, मैम ने बताया how we prepare a community. After the community we receive the mass casualty in hospital. So how we prepare ourselves in hospital, my department, my hospital, my team, and for my patient, because we are on the floor. We are the backbone of the hospital. So how we'll prepare ourselves. So first of all, disaster, this is a definition of disaster by WHO. Let me ask the question. What is...
Visible to active. Instead of this.
Okay. ये मैं तुझे point मार. Thank you so much. Okay. So anybody know about the what is the mass casualty and what is a multiple casualty? Mass casualty and the multiple. Anything? आपके mind में? Yes, please. Thank you. Any other? So actually in mass casualty, what happened? You can see from the slide. So there are 7 patients and we have resources. So according to my emergency department, मेरी emergency में I can manage 7 patients with my emergency resources. Okay. But if the patient increase more than 7, see, so still I will manage. I will try to manage because मैं थोड़ा अपने resources stretch करूँगी. I will try to manage. यहाँ दौड़ूंगी, वहाँ भागूंगी. Staff हम लोग थोड़ा सा panic हो जाएंगे, थोड़ा सा stretch करेंगे. But we'll try to manage because I know in my emergency department we can manage maximum more than 13 patients we can manage. But if the patient increase, see, if the patient increase more than 15, 20, 25, 30, 50, 100, so what happened? Resources की कमी बढ़ जाएगी. We need more resources. Okay, so what happened? The resources will less. We have to rush for the resources, either a consumable item, either manpower, either system. So we need to rush for the resources. So what happens in this situation? We need help. We need resources because our resources will not sufficient. So that is a mass casualty. That is a disaster. We need help because they challenge our resources. That is a mass casualty. But if you receive more patient, more than 10 patient, and you can manage either stretch your system, your staff, still you manage, that is a multiple casualty. Yes, when it's manageable, लड़ झगड़ के, भाग भूग के, you can manage your emergency. आज तो बहुत busy था, मैं खाना नहीं खा पाई, आज तो बहुत busy था, मैं report नहीं पूरी कर पाई. That is a multiple casualty. But आज इतना busy था कि हमें ऊपर से staff बढ़ाने पड़ गए, हमें code announce करना पड़ गया disaster. That is a mass casualty. That is a different. So now we'll discuss today about the mass casualty. So let's see, this is our emergency department. beautiful emergency department. We are managing so many mass casualty in our department. Either it's like a festival season or either any incident. So just I will rush the slide because already Dolma ma'am explained very well about the triage. That is a normal emergency flow. We triage the patient according to their condition, to red area, yellow area, green area. And in our emergency department, the triage system is led by the nurses. We nurses are doing the triage. We triage the patient and shift the patient to their respective area. So normal ED process, what is a normal ED process? आपको normal पता होगा तो आपको पता चलेगा कि abnormal में मुझे क्या करना है. Because this normal ED process, we triage, then we resusc, and then we dispose the patient. Either we shift the patient to ITU, or IOT, ICU, or mortuary. And simultaneously, we are doing the lab investigation, radiology investigation, and OT. Why I am explaining this slide? Because in mass casualty, you can think about all this process. ये process हमारा बढ़ जाएगा. We need resources. We need all this process to increase. So this is a normal ED process. Now come to Holy hazard. In Holy, that is a mass casualty actually. Okay, so you can see the newspaper cutting. That is a newspaper cutting where PCR receive 11,000 calls and there is a 4,000 tips. मतलब 11,000 तो कॉल आई है, उसके अलावा 4,000 छोटे मोटे जो झगड़े होते हैं उसके लिए कॉल आई है. तो यू कैन इमेजिन इमरजेंसी में कितने पेशेंट आए होंगे. इसके अलावा अपार्ट ऑफ ऑल दीज केसेस, देयर छोटे मोटे जो केस होते हैं, हिस्ट्री ऑफ फॉल, छत से गिर गए, नशे में धुतते गिर गए, अल्कोहलिक, क्योंकि होली इज अ फेस्टिवल ऑफ कलर्स एंड ड्रिंक एक्चुअली. So that is also cases we receive emergency. So you can imagine कि actually Holi is a mass casualty for all of us, for our emergency department, for my system, for my hospital. So that is an emergency. So you can see the data. You can see here. You can comparison the yearly data of Holi mass casualty. Yearly we receive a patient. You can see 12 to till now 21 तक. Yearly 400 patient 24 hours, 400 plus patient we are receiving 24 hours. ये होली का census है. So yearly I comparison of the holy census. So that is a mass casualty actually. So that actually data is very important. We nurses are doing documentation, very nice documentation we are doing. Amazing. Nobody can beat us actually. But data is very important. So we have to maintain the data also. To actually show the admin, show the staff or other departments. See Howly, अगर मैं ये नहीं दिखाऊंगी तो कौन मुझे हेल्प करेगा? Who will give a resources to us? Manpower, documentation, consumable items. So that is a very important. So data is a very important role in our mass casualty. So you can see this is a very important slide of Holi. You can see this is hourly patient registration. It means हर एक घंटे में कितने patient आ रहे हैं emergency में. You can see, and the peak time is 2 to 12. 2 to till night 12 तक कितने पेशेंट आवरली आ रहे हैं. एवरेज जो इमरजेंसी डिपार्टमेंट का आवरली पेशेंट है दैट इज 7 to 8 मैक्सिमम. बट द डेट होली के दिन आप देखो वी रिसीव अ 40 पेशेंट, 56, 37. सो दैट इज अ मास कैजुअलिटी. ओके, so that is a very important slide you can just think about. So Holi is expected mass casualty follow-up. You can see normal Holi days before the preparation. We receive so many patients. You can see the crowd and the nursing officers standing in between the crowds. All patients with relatives are in our emergency department. And see the red area. Resuscitation is full of the bed, full of the patient in red area. So we have to manage, either we manage this is Holi area timing. So during this time period, what are the challenges we faced actually? The challenges are space का problem होता है. Where I have to keep the patient. इतने सारे patient है, green है, red है, कहाँ रखूंगी? Because I have the capacity of only 7 bed in my red area and 15 bed in my yellow area. So where I keep all this patient? Supplies, इतने पेशेंट आएंगे, वी नीड सामान चाहिए, सिरिंजेस, फ्लूइड्स, गाउन, कंज्यूमर आइटम, जनरल आइटम. आप सबको बहुत अच्छे से पता है बिकॉज यू आर द बेस्ट क्लिनिकल नर्सेज. हमारे एम्स की नर्सेज बेस्ट क्लिनिकल नर्सेज हैं. That is proof actually. You already know. So and communication is very big issue during the mass casualty, either holy or any incident, because what I have to do, I have to do clinical work, I have to communicate. किस किस को इन्फॉर्म करने हैं, तुमने इसको इन्फॉर्म नहीं किया, एमएसएस को इन्फॉर्म नहीं किया, ड्यूटी ऑफिसर को नहीं किया, चीफ को इन्फॉर्म करना था. मतलब हु विल डू द कम्युनिकेशन? मैं कम्युनिकेशन करूंगी तो पेशेंट कौन देखेगा? Okay, so that is a very important point. And security is very important, because security of myself, my patient, my team, है ना, because it is a festival of drink. पेशेंट मैक्सिमम ड्रिंक करके आते हैं, मैक्सिमम मेल पेशेंट आते हैं. इवन अवर हॉस्पिटल, कई लोग जो हमारे वार्ड बॉयज है, क्योंकि होली सेलिब्रेट करके कई लोग आते हैं आफ्टर मॉर्निंग शिफ्ट, सो कई लोग ड्रिंक करके आते हैं. तो सेफ्टी फॉर माई सेल्फ एंड माई पेशेंट ऑल्सो एंड माई टीम ऑल्सो. देन द फूड एंड वाटर सप्लाई. फूड एंड वाटर तो हम जो घर से लाते हैं वही खाने का टाइम नहीं मिलता एक्चुअली इन द ड्यूटी आवर्स. सो हॉस्पिटल्स तो वी कांट एक्सपेक्ट. So these are the big issues. Transport is very important, because maximum staff are fearing to do the holy duty because of the transport. क्योंकि इतना दूर से कौन आएगा, गुब्बारे मार रहा है, कोई ड्रिंक करके जा रहा है. आई मीन सेफ्टी इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. सो ट्रांसपोर्ट भी नहीं मिलता था, हम कैसे अप डाउन करें. तो हर कोई स्टाफ, मैक्सिमम स्टाफ विड्रॉ करता था, विल नॉट डू होली ड्यूटी पहले से इन रिक्वेस्ट. तो दैट इज अ बिग इशू फॉर अस. So I want to share a small story. That is my holy story. Actually, I'm audible here. I joined in 2008 in emergency department. So my first holy, actually, I joined in May. So I did in 2009 my first holy duty. That was horrible because I was new joining. I was on the floor, clinical nurse in the red area. So many patients are coming. And I'm taking the sample. I don't know. किसी के कलर लगा है, मैंने इसका लिया था, इसका लिया था, पता ही नहीं चल रहा था. That time there is no triage system. There was no triage system. So patient आए जा रहे. Suddenly doctors called me, sister गीता जल्दी भागो, बाहर intubation करना है. We run to the outside of the hospital. On the floor we did the intubation. And मैं हाथ में लेके ऐसे भाग रही थी laryngoscope. So that is a horrible time. Even पानी पीने का बात ही, ऊपर से जो एक्चुअल वो ड्रिंक कर रखे हैं, मैं उसको बुला रही, वो अलग दुनिया में. I mean to say horrible था उस दिन होली. So many patients are there. कोई धक्का मार रहा है, because crowd था एक तरह से ना, crowd manage नहीं था. There's no security system, कुछ भी नहीं था. So कोई धक्का मार रहा है, कोई यहाँ जा रहा है, laryngoscope गिर रहा है, clean नहीं है, because we उस time we didn't have any sufficient amount of articles. 3 laryngoscope होते तो 3 ही थे. We have to manage, उसी में करना है. फटाफट क्लीन किया, इंट्यूबेट किया. बल्ब टूट रहा है, बल्ब निकल रहा है, एम्पू का वो गायब है, मास्क गायब है. And after होली सारा सामान गायब है. कोई ब्रोकन आइटम में होता है, वो पकड़ में. So next day क्लास है, एप्रिशिएशन नहीं मिलता था. क्लास करती थी, होली में डिस्ट्रीब्यूट है, डॉक्यूमेंटेशन इनकम्प्लीट है, आइटम टूटा हुआ है, ब्लैंकेट मिसिंग है ना, किसकी ड्यूटी में पेशेंट एक्सपायर हुआ, पेशेंट ओटी शिफ्ट नहीं हुआ, वहीं डिक्लेयर. So many issues थे that time. So there was a Dr. Gitanjali. She is a surgery SR. So I remember her name because she is an amazing lady. So that time she wrote a story, my holy story, and he wrote a very big letter and just handed over to Dr. Sanjeev Bhoi. And that time we discussed all this story. So she is the main person, and we discussed Dr. Bhoi, and he just read the story. Then he told why, मतलब किसी को पता नहीं था, किसी ने उस तरीके से अपनी कहानी सुनाई नहीं सर को, बिकॉज जो सहता है ना उसको पता चलता है. सो उस टाइम पे ऑन द फ्लोर हम लोग थे, तो मैम ने अपने शब्दों में शी एक्सप्लेन हर स्टोरी टू डॉक्टर संजीव भोई इन द राइटिंग फॉर्म. एंड दैट फ्रॉम उस दिन से हम लोगों का 2009 की होली के बाद से वी स्टार्टेड टू प्रिपेयर्डनेस. सो हमने स्टार्ट किया. नाउ वी हैव मेक अ वेरी गुड सिस्टम ऑफ मास कैजुअल्टी प्रिपेयर्डनेस. So that is a small story I share with you. So let's keep ourselves prepared. So that is a basic principle for the preparedness. That is a command and control. That is very important. Safety, communication, assessment, triage, and the treatment. That is a basic thing we require. Structure include the manpower, equipment. Process means you have to make your ED like that. कि ट्राइज बाहर करना है, कि ये येलो रे यहाँ बनाना. दैट इज अ प्रोसेस. एंड आउटकम व्हाट वी वांट फ्रॉम दिस मास कैजुअल्टी प्रिपेयर्डनेस. तो दैट इज आउटकम. ये हमें करने के लिए स्ट्रक्चर, प्रोसेस एंड आउटकम के लिए वी नीड अ इंसिडेंट कमांड सिस्टम. वी हैव एक्चुअली दैट इज अ इंसिडेंट कमांडर. दैट इज डॉक्टर संजीव भोई. ही इज अ इंसिडेंट कमांडर. And after that, public information officer. He is the media person, like any media person from my hospital, who will communicate the other department, like पुलिस वाले से बात करनी है, मीडिया से बात करनी है, डीमेट से बात करनी है, तो she is a public information officer. And there is a safety officer. सेफ्टी ऑफिसर इज अ एनी सेफ्टी पर्सन, लाइक पुलिस वाला भी हो सकता है, कांस्टेबल भी हो सकता है, गार्ड हो सकते हैं. दैट इज अ सेफ्टी ऑफिसर. liaison officer the main coordinator in our hospital. He will be like a duty officer or ms who will communicate all the with the all team, like सबसे communicate कर रहे हैं, सबको inform कर रहे हैं, है ना, coordination कर रहे हैं. that is a liaison officer. Operation section in our emergency department in charge store. Planning section is our hospital core committee, because before the mass casualty planning meeting होता है, they will communicate, discuss problem solution, है ना, that is the planning section. Logistics section जो हमें सारा सामान provide कराती है, like you need anything for emergency department, for mass casualty management, whatever you need, you require, that will be given by the logistics section. That will be the from our department head, that is chief sir, जो हमारे center के chief हैं, he will provide. And the finance admin भी सर की तरफ से, हमारे hospital के admin की तरफ से will provide the finance. So that is a basic actually, हर hospital में होना चाहिए. We have actually in our trauma center. So now come to the अब planning हो गया. Now we start to plan. तो क्या plan करना है? We'll plan 3S: space, staff and stuff. Obviously mass casualty आएगी तो where we keep the mass casualty, है ना, उसको manage करने के लिए staff चाहिए, not only nursing officer, पूरी team and stuff. What you require to manage all this patient, mass casualty manage करने के लिए आपको क्या stuff चाहिए, है ना. So that is we have to create a search capacity. So for the search response, first of all space, आपको एक ना जगह देखनी है. वेरी गुड, नाइस पॉइंट. एक्चुअली अब आपको सोचना है इमरजेंसी में, इफ यू रिसीव मैक्सिमम पेशेंट, आप कहाँ रखोगे? उस मैक्सिमम से यू विल कैटेगराइज कि रेड एरिया है तो रेड एरिया ये होना चाहिए, ये येलो होना चाहिए, ग्रीन होना चाहिए. एज ए डोलमा मैम ने बहुत अच्छे से एक्सप्लेन किया कि ग्रीन एरिया जो पेशेंट होते हैं ना, वही सबसे ज्यादा क्राउडेड होते हैं और यूजलेस पेशेंट होता है. एक्चुअली उनको कुछ नहीं चाहिए, जस्ट वो क्राउड करते हैं. सो एक्चुअली हमारे यहाँ पे हम लोगों ने किया है, वी मेक अ डिजास्टर एरिया वेयर वी कीप द ऑल ग्रीन पेशेंट, दोज पेशेंट हु नीड ओनली सिंपल ड्रेसिंग एंड टीटी वार्डन, those all they came for the MLC. MLC बनाने के लिए ज़्यादा लोग आते हैं उस टाइम पे. So actually we make a disaster area for the green patient, like this reverse triage. Anybody know about reverse triage? Triage सबको पता होगा. Triage का opposite reverse triage. कुछ भी आपको माइंड में आ रहा है, कुछ भी टर्म डेफिनेट, कुछ भी. Yes, retriage. Okay. Thank you. आपने बताया retriage. No, that is a retriage. Reverse triage is opposite to triage actually. We use this term basically on the time of the disaster mass casualty. Reverse triage में क्या होता है? Triage में आप क्या करते हो? पेशेंट असेस करते हो, अकॉर्डिंग टू योर असेसमेंट यू शिफ्ट द पेशेंट टू रेड येलो एरिया. आप एडमिट करते हो हॉस्पिटल के अंदर, पेशेंट को आप शिफ्ट करते हो. इन रिवर्स ट्राइज वी हैव टू डिस्पोज द पेशेंट, क्योंकि आपकी इमरजेंसी में पेशेंट आएगा, बट आफ्टर इमरजेंसी वो कहाँ जाएगा? ही विल बी गो मे बी आईसीयू, ओटी, है ना. तो आईसीयू ओटी के बेड खाली करने, वार्ड के बेड खाली करने. सो वी हैव टू डू द रिवर्स ट्राइज. वार्ड में जाओ, अच्छा सर्जरी का पेशेंट इलेक्टिव के लिए पड़ा हुआ है, इसको भेज डिस्चार्ज कर दो, और तो उसको डेट दे दो. ऑन दैट डे, होली के दिन में उसको नहीं बुलाएंगे तो यू कैन मेक हिम डिस्चार्ज. वार्ड में जितने ऐसे पेशेंट पड़े हैं, अच्छा इसको तो इलेक्टिव रखा हुआ है या प्लानिंग है, वी कैन मेक डिस्चार्ज. ठीक है, तो प्रायोरिटी बेसिस पे दैट इज अ रिवर्स ट्राइज टू मेक बेड एम्प्टी फॉर इमरजेंसी पेशेंट. दैट इज अ रिवर्स ट्राइज. ओके. So and next is space के लिए you can utilize classroom, office, canteen. Actually एक ना बहुत मतलब जो बल्क में पेशेंट आएंगे, आपकी एरिया मैनेज ही नहीं हो रहा, so you have to more, आपको स्पेस क्रिएट करना है. हाउ यू विल क्रिएट? जो भी स्पेस दिख रहा है, जो बड़ा है, कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम है, क्लास रूम है, आपका कैंटीन है, यू कैन यूटिलाइज, क्योंकि पेशेंट सेव करना है ना. वो रूम तो यूज नहीं हो रहे अभी एट प्रेजेंट. ड्यूरिंग मास कैजुअल्टी यू कैन मेक अ स्पेस बाय क्लासरूम आप यूज करो, ऑफिस स्पेस, कैंटीन यूज करके आप लोग उसको यूज कर सकते हैं. स्टाफ, यू कैन मेक ऑन कॉल टीम. मास कैजुअल्टी आती है तो आप ऑन कॉल डॉक्टर्स को, ऑन कॉल नर्सेस नियर बाय जो रहती है उनको कॉल कर सकते हो, मास कैजुअल्टी आ गई. ऑफ कॉल डॉक्टर्स को भी वी कैन कॉल. ओके, आई कैन गिव एन एग्जांपल लाइक ट्रॉमा सेंटर में अभी लास्ट 2-3 साल पहले ओटी में आग लग गई थी. सो एक्चुअली क्या हुआ, जो ऑन द डे हमारे नर्सिंग ऑफिसर्स थे, वी केम फॉर द हेल्प. साइमल्टेनियसली जो ऑफ कॉल थे वो भी आके आ गए. सो एक्चुअली वी हैव मेड अ सिस्टम टू मैनेज अ मास क्यूरिटी. अपनी लाइफ को रिस्क में नहीं रखना. डोलमा मैम ने जैसे बताया, अपना लाइफ नहीं रखना. अगर आपको कंफर्टेबल है, यू आर ऑन ऑफ ड्यूटी, और यू कैन कम नियर बाय, यू प्लीज कम टू हेल्प टू मैनेज द मास क्यूरिटी बिकॉज वी नीड अ मैन पावर. सो वी हैव ऑलरेडी मेड सिस्टम लाइक दैट इन अवर ट्रॉमा सेंटर. सो यू कैन कॉल डॉक्टर्स, नर्सेस, टेक्नीशियंस, जूनियर डॉक्टर्स है, माइनॉरिटी में है, जो भी है, यू कैन कॉल देम. एंड ऑफ कॉल को भी हम लोग उस टाइम बुला सकते हैं टू क्रिएट अ स्टाफ. एंड stuff is very important in actually our in charges are very they are very excellent actually in emergency trauma center. All are very helpful of us. उनको ना बहुत experienced ladies हैं. Actually we are learning from them also. हम लोग को भी उनका learn करने को मिला इतना. Please try to learn from your senior always, because in my emergency I learn so many things for my in charges कि कैसे मैनेज करना, स्टॉक कैसे मैनेज करना, ईडी कैसे मैनेज करना, ईडी में 10 से ज़्यादा पेशेंट आए तो हाउ यू मैनेज. About the stuff. So for stuff you can make a disaster cupboard. Disaster cupboard या disaster कुछ आपका एक्सेस स्टॉक होना चाहिए, so can use. आपका 24 आवर्स का सामान निकलता है डेली, यू कैन यूज. बट इन केस मास क्लियरिटी तो हम सिस्टर को ना फोन करेंगे कि घर से आके सामान देंगी. सो मेक अ एरिया और ऐसी कबर्ड आपको बनानी है, सो यू कैन पुट ऑल द सामान. इमरजेंसी है तो खोलो कबर्ड निकालो. दैट इज अ डिजास्टर कबर्ड. वी हैव दैट कबर्ड. Now come to the space. So step में stop the usual business. मतलब ये जो डेली का बिजनेस, आई मीन टू से ये एक लाइन है, बट इसका मतलब ये है, थैंक यू, इसका मतलब ये है कि जो आपके रूटीन के पेशेंट हैं उनको आप उस टाइम पे एडमिट मत करो. रूटीन इलेक्टिव है, कोई नॉन टू पेशेंट है, फॉर दैट टाइम ओनली, उस टाइम पीरियड में ट्राई टू अवॉइड दीज टाइप्स ऑफ एडमिशन. Reverse triage and available beds. You have to try to make the bed available for the mass casualty patient. Patient आया फास्ट पॉजिटिव है, ऑपरेट करना पड़ेगा. पेशेंट को कार्डियक टैम्पोनार्ड है, एडमिट करना पड़ेगा. बट एडमिट के बाद जाएगा कहाँ, बॉडी खाली नहीं है. सो प्री इन्फॉर्म करना है, उसको खाली करना है. देन प्रोसीजर रूम ऑल्सो, अगर एक स्टेप आपको और बढ़ना है, आपके पास स्पेस खत्म हो गया, सो यू कैन यूज योर प्रोसीजर रूम्स. We have so many procedure rooms in our department, in our trauma center, so we can utilize these rooms during the mass casualty. And other clinical area, classroom, office space, canteen also we can use during the mass casualty. So for the staff, you can staff redistribute. I have one इसमें ये problem है that time when we call the nursing officer for help from my trauma center to emergency department. Actually we need help during the mass casualty. Actually we need our nursing officer, multiple hands चाहिए. So actually our trauma center nurses are excellent. They came for help, but problem is that they don't have any emergency experience. They are from ICU and actually excellent होती हैं. वार्ड से होती है, आईसीयू से ओटी होती है. ओटी एक्सपीरियंस हमारे क्लिनिकल नर्सेज होती है. सो व्हाट हैपन व्हेन दे केम फॉर हेल्प एंड दे आस्क मी, अच्छा मैम क्या करना है, अच्छा यहाँ क्या करना है, इंजेक्शन कहाँ रखा है, अच्छा ये पेशेंट का बेड कहाँ है, डॉक्यूमेंट कहाँ लिखना है. मतलब उनको अवेयरनेस नहीं होता. दैट इज अ वेरी बिग चैलेंज फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस बिकॉज वी आर ऑन द फ्लोर्स एंड दे केम फॉर माई हेल्प. हाउ कैन मैं उनको कैसे इग्नोर करूँ ना. दैट इज अ वेरी गुड थिंग कि मेरी हेल्प के लिए आए. सो दैट इज इन माई आइडिया कि एक ना ओरिएंटेशन प्रोग्राम होना चाहिए एवरी मंथ या हर 3 महीने में. इमरजेंसी पे एक रोटेशन ड्यूटी होनी चाहिए. इट विल बी हेल्प ड्यूरिंग द मास क्यूरिटी. बिकॉज अगर आप भी इमरजेंसी में हेल्प के लिए आओगे तो आपको भी अजीब लगेगा, मैं आई हूँ हेल्प के लिए बट मैं कुछ नहीं कर पा रही हूँ ना. सो दैट इज इम्पॉर्टेंट. ऑल्सो वी कैन डू सिमुलेशन. Actually, we are doing every month. We are doing the simulation for the mass casualty drill. We are doing so through this simulation. We can also teach the staff how to work in emergency department, especially in mass casualty scenario. And we can also do the on the working day. We can discuss the all this thing, and we can make a roster of emergency nurses or trauma center nurses. We can make a team of mass casualty management team. या mass casualty हमारा team जो है. So, and I already we discussed about the supplies, medical equipment like the syringe pump, ventilator. You know very well actually all this thing. So, consumer item like disposable जो भी हैं, gloves है, tubes हैं, gowns हैं, general stocks like your आपका stationery item है, table chair है, because you have to create a new area. So, you need some furniture item like table रखोगे किसमें आप stretcher चाहिए, area बनाना आपको, proper lighting चाहिए, suturing का item आपको extra चाहिए because maximum receive the green suturing patient. चाकू मार के आया, assault करके आया, so we need a suturing item also. Communicate food items because we have to take care of our staff. Because they are taking care of other patients, so हमें उनका भी सोचना है. So we have to maintain the water and food supply for all the my clinical staff. And communicating system is very very important because I am the on the floor. I can't do communication with the other department. So we need a communication system. Staff related issue, उनका transport का देखना है, safety का देखना हम लोगों को, and other issues also. So this is a very important thing. Discipline specific search. Already you know very well, if you receive a patient emergency department with the fast positive, so you, if the patient is unstable, you have to shift this patient to the OT. So OT खाली होनी चाहिए ना. So वही चीज मैं दोबारा रिपीट कर रही हूँ. For the mass casualty you have to make a system to create your area to specific search like critical area, because in case of head injury we have to shift the patient to ICU. In case of any investigation need, CT scan कराना, X-ray कराना, so we need radiological backup. Blood sample भेजने, so many blood sample. You have seen my graph. 24 घंटे में 400 प्लस पेशेंट आ रहे हैं, तो उनमें से कितनों का तो सैंपल जाएगा. सो वी हैव टू सेंड द ब्लड सैंपल, हमें भेजना है. तो वी नीड द ब्लड बैंक सपोर्ट, लैब सपोर्ट, ऑल्सो सर्जिकल, ओटी रेडी होनी चाहिए, ओटी स्टाफ, ओटी डॉक्टर्स टीम, and social service also is very important because maximum patient we receive with the drunk and unattended. उनको पता ही नहीं, वो होश ही में नहीं है. So that for that these patient we need a medical service. जो हमारे MSS हैं सोशल वर्कर, हमें उनको सपोर्ट चाहिए. So that is हमें बैक पे चाहिए mortuary because some many times we so many patient are became dead, so we have to shift all this body to the mortuary. उसलिए mortuary का भी हमें बैकअप करना है. So see, if you receive a mass casualty in your emergency department, तो पूरी बिल्डिंग हिलती है ना. तो हिलने नहीं देना उसको, हमें स्टैंड रखना है. वी हैव टू मेक अ प्रोटोकॉल, वी हैव टू मेक अ स्टैंडर्ड सिस्टम. कोई हिले नहीं, हम एकदम बढ़िया से मैनेज करें अपने पेशेंट को मास casualty. So many things we have to arrange. So now let's keep ourselves prepared. For that we have to have a plan before Holi. Now Holi is coming, so already we did so many planning. We did our team and notify all stakeholders like our जो भी हमारे ड्यूटी ऑफिसर है, हमारे इंचार्जेस है, ट्रॉमा नर्स कोऑर्डिनेटर है, हमारा IT सिस्टम है, सबको हम लोग इंफॉर्मेशन देते हैं. लेट्स मीट, उनको मीटिंग प्लान करते हैं, देन डिस्क्राइब द प्लान्स बिकॉज मास casualty इन अकर इन इमरजेंसी डिपार्टमेंट. तो ये सारा उनको हमें एक्सप्लेन करना पड़ता है कि इसकी वजह से आपके डिपार्टमेंट का हमें ये सपोर्ट चाहिए बिकॉज टू हैंडल दिस मास casualty. So we are doing tabletop exercise, job cards, simulation drill, and debriefing and correction. During the simulation is a key of clinical teaching. It is very 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 important. So during the simulation debriefing, we discuss the correction, not blaming. We are discussing the correction. अच्छा ये हो गया, ऐसे हो गया, कोई बात नहीं, इसको हम ऐसे कर सकते हैं. Okay, we are just discussing the problems and finding the solution. So you can see how we are doing the planning. We are preparing a meeting. The meeting is going on, and we discuss the tabletop drill. Tabletop drill में क्या होता है? We make a table में हम discussion करते हैं कि हमारे ED का ये फ्लो चार्ट है. सो यहाँ पे कितनी नर्सेज चाहिए हमें, हाउ मेनी नर्सेज वी नीड दिस एरिया, हाउ मेनी नर्सेज विद दिस रेड एरिया, हाउ मेनी हॉस्पिटल अटेंडेंट वी नीड विद टेक्नीशियन, डॉक्टर्स एंड अदर पीपल. सो दैट इज अ टेबल टॉप ड्रिल. हम टेबल टॉप ड्रिल में हम डिस्कस करते हैं, मैन पावर असाइन करते हैं. दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एक्चुअली टुमारो वी आर डूइंग and day after tomorrow 16 and 17 को है. If anybody want to join, please join. This is very wonderful tabletop drill. Now we make this decon area. We made a decon area because already I have told Holi is a festival of colors and ring. So पूरा कलर लगा के आते हैं. अब इवन इंजरी हमें हो जाती है कई बार. फेशियल इंजरी होती है, स्टैब है कि अब्रेशन है कि एयरवे इंजरी है, क्या कुछ समझ नहीं आता. सो यहाँ पे हम लोग क्या करते हैं, decon area we make. We just clean the patient with the help of DMAT team हमारी जो है. So उनको इन्फॉर्म करके हमने मनाया है. Then clean the patient. After cleaning we shift the patient to the in hospital triage. This is an amazing area. I love this area. This is a triage area. Triage area, we triage the patient in this area, and this is a new thing we are doing, that is a sono triage. We are doing triage by the help of the point of care ultrasound. So she is doing the triage by the help of focus. Now this is area after the planning, after the mass casualty preparedness. That is our red area. You can see everybody have wear their uniform. Yellow area, manpower wearing the yellow jacket, red area wear the red jacket, and green wear the green area. So no confusion. She is a red area sister and she is a yellow area sister. He is a red area doctor. So no confusion. Red area team, green area. You can see the team is working on the day of the holiday. They are managing very well our emergency department with the mass casualty. And this is a flow of on the day of the holy. This is a patient flow. First is a patient is patient is come from the ambulance, then we decon, after decon triage, and after triage we shift the patient to the area, red area, yellow and green. So you can see above the poster of normal our area जो routine का हमारा ED होता है, that is the flow of the patient flow है इसमें. ओके सो ये है हमारा फ्लो है, नॉर्मल फ्लो है. उसके नीचे जो है, अच्छा ओके थैंक यू. इसके नीचे जो है ड्यूरिंग द मास कैजुअल्टी सिनेरियो यू कैन सी डिजास्टर एरिया खाली है ऊपर देखिए. और सेकंड में हमने क्या कर दिया, डिजास्टर एरिया में सारे ग्रीन पेशेंट के फुटप्रिंट है ना. तो हमने ग्रीन पेशेंट सारे वहां शिफ्ट कर दिया अपना ग्रीन एरिया में. दैट इज द डिजास्टर एरिया वी मेड. एंड रेड एरिया ट्राइज आउटसाइड बन गया. सी हियर वेटिंग हॉल के बाद नेक्स्ट में वी मेड अ ट्राइज एरिया. सो वी ट्राइज द पेशेंट. ट्राइज में ही हमने क्राउड को सेपरेट कर दिया. मैक्सिमम क्राउड शिफ्ट टू द डिजास्टर एरिया, दैट इज आउटसाइड माई इमरजेंसी डिपार्टमेंट, ताकि मेरी इमरजेंसी क्यों ज्यादा उसमें क्राउड ना हो. एंड आफ्टर इन इमरजेंसी ऑनली वी अलाउ येलो एरिया एंड रेड एरिया पेशेंट. एक्चुअली उनको तो नीड है ना. सो दैट इज इससे बहुत हेल्प मिला बिकॉज क्राउड कंट्रोल हुआ. हम लोगों को भी इससे हेल्प मिला बहुत सारा ऑन द फ्लोर. एंड दिस इज अ हॉस्पिटल कंटीजेंसी प्लान हमारे यहाँ ट्रॉमा सेंटर का है. सो दिस इज जो ऑलरेडी मैंने आपसे डिस्कस किया, दैट इज अ plan of our trauma center emergency department. So actually this is an important line, the sky is the limit, leave your comfort zone. Okay, so for this mass casualty preparedness, I am very thankful to my team, that is my trauma center, my emergency department, my trauma nurse coordinator, my IT department support, my all in charges, my DNS, because they provide the manpower, they provide the educate TNC, they provide educate technology support to us to manage the mass casualty. So actually mass casualty is a teamwork. That is very important, I want to say. So nobody is जो रेड एरिया रिससिटेशन होता है ना, वो एक पर्सन होल्ड नहीं होता है. दैट इज अ टीम वर्क. रिसर्च करने के लिए वी आर डूइंग द टीम वर्क. सो टीम इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. सो एक्चुअली दिस पिक्चर इज फ्रॉम द सर्च, दैट इज द गढ़चिलौरी एरिया. ठीक है, यहाँ पे जो नर्सेज हैं दे आर नॉट GNM और BSc, दे आर ऑल 12th पास. They did some courses like computer courses, 12th pass, 11th pass, 10th pass. But still in search, they are doing the patient care. They are doing because कोई वहाँ जाना नहीं चाहती नर्सेज. वहाँ नर्सेज नहीं जाना चाहती, कोई वहाँ जाके काम नहीं करना चाहता. तो उनको तो गांव के पेशेंट मैनेज करने ना. तो व्हाट दे डिड, उन्होंने वहीं की नर्सेज को, चाहे वो 10th पास है, चाहे उनको एज ए मैन पावर यूटिलाइज किया. एंड दे मैनेजिंग देयर हॉस्पिटल, दे आर मैनेजिंग देयर पेशेंट केयर, दे आर मैनेजिंग मास कैजुअल्टी, दे आर मैनेजिंग द मल्टीपल कैजुअल्टी विद देयर टीम. एंड दे आर डूइंग द ट्राइज. दैट इज अ न्यू कंसेप्ट, यू नो. वहाँ पे ट्राइज कर रहे हैं ये लोग. सो सी, सो स्काई इज नॉट द लिमिट. एंड नाउ happy Holi to all. Acha, one I sorry interrupt you Himanshi. From my presentation starting I asked how many days a student. Now you understand why I asked. Please tell me. हाँ, आप लोग एज ए स्टूडेंट जो बैठे हैं हमारे नर्सिंग के, ब्राइट स्टूडेंट, माय हॉस्पिटल फ्यूचर, एक्चुअली आप लोग से यहाँ बैठे हैं. तो मैंने ये क्वेश्चन पूछा था कि हाउ मेनी स्टूडेंट आर देयर. मैंने क्यों पूछा था, मैं व्हाई आई एम हियर एंड व्हाई यू आर हियर. एक्चुअली फॉर लर्निंग. बट लर्निंग से नहीं होता, लर्निंग नीड स्किल, लर्निंग नीड एक्शन. बिना एक्शन के नहीं समझ आता है ना. सो नीड एक्शन. सो actually this is a platform, you go and try to work on emergency. अपनी ड्यूटी में जो, ऑफ ड्यूटी में जो, स्पेशली स्टूडेंट, यू गो एंड लर्न दिस थिंग. कहीं ना सीखने को मिलेगा ये. सो दिस इज फॉर लर्निंग and teaching के लिए you should go. So I request all the students try to go and attain the tabletop drill, try to do duty on the day of the mass casualty. अब तो ये मैनेज हो गया, you will get anything, you will get food, water, system सब बन गया है. You go for learning, you go for help of the our nursing officer, our department, है ना. तो ये आपको काम आएगा. सो लर्निंग ओनली बाय डूइंग होता है. So I request all the students try to go and do on होली में छुट्टी होगा जिसका भी जो यहाँ पे अवेलेबल है try to do. And for senior nursing officer or my clinical nurses officer, if they want to go, you just try to request your in charges and just do duty. Amazing experience. I'm sure आप लोग आओगे तो कुछ learn करके आओगे और you will be very happy. Seriously, that is my promise. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful session. Do you have any queries? If anyone is having any queries, you can ask ma'am. So, if there are no queries, I would like to invite Ms. Deepika to present the token of love to Ms. Geeta Sinha, ma'am. Ma'am, photo.
कैमरे के आगे देखिए मैम, कैमरे के
Ma'am,
इस क्लास
कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है, कुछ नया लगा, कुछ अच्छा लगा, क्या चीज समझ में नहीं आई या क्या चीज पर नेगेटिव लगा या नहीं ठीक था? आईडी एक्चुअली ना दैट इज अ वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन। मैम आपका नाम? अर्शिया ने बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन पूछा है। शी आस्क्ड मी कि आप जो डिजास्टर कबर्ड बनाते हो इन योर ईच फ्लोर और ओनली इमरजेंसी डिपार्टमेंट? सो नाउ यू कैन गिव आंसर। आप लोग अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट से ना, आप बताइए क्या होना चाहिए? See, nicely she explained. डिजास्टर कहीं भी आ सकता है, ठीक है? तो यू हैव टू प्रिपेयर योरसेल्फ। अपने डिपार्टमेंट में सब जगह आपको यू हैव टू मेक अ डिजास्टर कवर्ड। ओके, डिजास्टर का रहना ही चाहिए हर जगह। यू कैन हेल्प टू अदर, यू कैन हेल्प टू योरसेल्फ आल्सो।
हम कैमरे के
Staff, give a very orientation to the staff prior to the day.
Yes.
See, these are the things they are kept there so that they be able to know that time particular where they have to enter the things. We give this kind of class.
Your name, ma'am?
My name is Dipal.
Dipali, very good question. Actually, what I have told about the pre-planning. So actually, our DNS, हमारे hospital की DNS है, we already discussed about the holy roster. So we made a holy roster. We put all the nursing officer नाम assign हो जाता है कि Geeta is on the right area that way. So explain it. So जो tabletop drill होता है, we discussed. So during the tabletop drill, we discuss the position of the manpower performer on the day of the Holi and discuss all the thing action. उससे पहले we are doing a simulation. drill simulation होता है कि simulation like mass casualty simulation होता है. We receive a 1 patient, suddenly we receive a 3 patient, suddenly we receive a 10 patient. So we make a scenario like this and we discuss the mass casualty. That is the orientation program, mass casualty discussion drill through the simulation. Yes. We are doing. दैट इज गुड एक्चुअली दीपिका, बिकॉज आप मेरी हेल्प के लिए आओगे एंड दैट विल, मुझे बहुत बुरा लगेगा, मैं कहूँगी दीपिका मैं आपको कुछ काम ही दूंगी, बहुत शेमफुल लगता है। शी केम फॉर माई हेल्प और मैं कुछ हेल्प नहीं ले पा रही हूँ उनकी। दैट विल बी प्राउड फॉर दीपिका एंड फॉर मी कि हम एज ए टीम काम कर रहे हैं, नॉट ओनली इमरजेंसी डिपार्टमेंट नर्सेज, वी हैव ए टीम एक्चुअली, वी ऑल आर टीम। हमारे यहाँ पे सिस्टम है कि नर्सेज का शफलिंग होता है ना हम लोगों का। सो एक्चुअली आप इमरजेंसी में जो सीख के गो अगर अलग जगह आप इम्प्लीमेंट करोगे, लाइक इफ यू वर्क इन इमरजेंसी डिपार्टमेंट दीपिका, देन यू मेक अ सिस्टम इन योर वार्ड, लाइक आपका सर्जरी वार्ड है या आईसीयू है, यू कैन मेक अ डिजास्टर कवर्ड, यू कैन मेक अ डिजास्टर, क्योंकि अभी आपने देखा सर्च कैपेसिटी फॉर मास क्रुएल्टी, हमें आईसीयू भी रेडी करना है, वी हैव टू रिवर्स ट्राइज, वी हैव टू मेक अवर ओटी, है ना, वो सब सेट करना है। सो दैट इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एक्चुअली। ओके, एनी अदर क्वेश्चंस? थैंक यू दीपिका। सो आई होप मुझे कल बच्चे मिलेंगे देखने के लिए वहाँ पे, एंड होली के दिन जो ड्यूटी करेगा अपना नाम आप बता देना, तो मुझे भी अच्छा लगेगा कुछ हुआ है। यस मैम प्लीज। एक्चुअली मैम मेन थिंग ना, सीरियसली मैम, एक्चुअली दिस इज नॉट ए, ये कोई महान बातें नहीं हो रही है, बट दैट इज ट्रू। I don't know. I'm working for my patient actually. From the last, I joined 2008 till now. At present I'm not in emergency department. Still I'm doing focus. point of care ultrasound, still I'm doing the trauma care patient, still I'm doing ACLS, BLS, because that is a passion of mine. For the surge nurses, still I'm doing classes through online. फॉर द सर्च नर्सेज, जो ट्राइबल एरिया है वहाँ पे मैं नर्सेज की क्लासेस लेती हूँ ऑनलाइन, जिनको कुछ नहीं पता, जिनको नर्सिंग का ABCD नहीं पता. नाउ दे आर डूइंग ट्राइज. Even I'm started to work on Udaipur nurses. So that is actually, ma'am, if you have knowledge, if you have skill, can we do for the patient? वो हम patient के लिए कर रहे हैं, अपने लिए नहीं कर रहे ना. मैम एप्रिशिएशन, सेटिस्फेक्शन एंड ऑल्सो, हाँ, आपके स्टाफ को कोई पेन नहीं होगा, कोई उनको उस दिन परेशान नहीं करेगा, सेफ्टी की गारंटी है एंड फूड एंड वाटर की गारंटी है एंड नॉलेज स्किल की तो 100% गारंटी है. सो थैंक यू मैम.
Ma'am, there is a question from the online participant. That is, how much amount of buffer should be kept apart from trauma or EDs, like in wards and ICUs for disaster preparedness?
क्वेश्चन किसने पूछा? नाम नहीं आया. Okay. So very nice question. For that, like I have worked in emergency department, so I know my emergency capacity. I have red bed in 7 bed in red area and 15 bed in yellow area. So, and according to emergency, I know my routine emergency census is more than 150 or 180. That is a normal ED routine, ED flow जो मैंने आपको explain किया. Now, आई नो कि इमरजेंसी में कितना डिजास्टर आ सकता है, एक अप्रॉक्सीमेट. सो वो मैं कबर्ड अपने सेंसेस के अकॉर्डिंग में उस कबर्ड को प्रिपेयर करूंगी. फॉर मास कैजुअल्टी आई नीड अ 300-400 गाउन, डिस्पोजेबल गाउन, बिकॉज यू हैव सीन माई डेटा. जो आपने डेटा ग्राफ देखा था उसमें 24 आवर्स का सेंसर 400, 500, 300 ऐसे जा रहा था ना. तो उसको दिमाग में रख के आई प्रिपेयर्ड माई इमरजेंसी डिजास्टर कबर्ड, उसमें सारा. एंड बैकअप में वी हैव अ बैकअप की, जो स्टोर की चाबी होती है हमेशा, वो हमारे एक बैकअप में सिस्टर के रूम में पड़ी रहती है. वो सारा हमारा प्री प्लानिंग में हम लोगों ने सब अरेंज किया हुआ है, सारे पॉइंट्स, डिस्कशन, डिजास्टर होगा तो कैसे है ना, ये सब किया हुआ है. सो अकॉर्डिंग टू योर वार्ड, इफ यू आर वर्किंग इन अ सर्जिकल वार्ड, सर्जरी वार्ड, यू नो योर सर्जरी वार्ड यू हैव 20 बेड्स और 30 बेड्स, तो डेली का जो आपका स्टॉक निकलता है वो तो रहेगा. एंड मास कैजुअल्टी में कितना पेशेंट आ सकता है? 30 ही तो पेशेंट लोगे आप अपने बेड में, 30 से ज्यादा तो नहीं ले पाओगे ना वार्ड में. तो उसका डबल आपको यू हैव टू अरेंज. वो सोच के चलना आपका डेली का सेंसस के अकॉर्डिंग. सेटिस्फाइड वो आंसर?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So now we are moving to the next session. That is, we have an eminent speaker for that session. That is Dr. Akshay Kumar, Associate Professor, Department of Emergency Medicine. Sir has led various research projects and quality improvement projects. Sir has developed and led national acute critical care course for doctors and nurses across India and trained over 1,200 healthcare workers. So I would like to invite you, sir, for the session. Yes, sir. This one.
ओके
सब तो देर से बोल
ठीक है.
नॉर्मल कनेक्टिंग माइक इसी से लग जाता
ओके
सही कनेक्टेड है.
ओके. नहीं हो रहा भैया.
ऑफ हो गया.
हाँ. ये कैसे चेंज होता है? ऐसा तो नहीं, ये गिरता रहेगा, इसको हटा देते हैं.
ये निकाल लो.
Right, still just afternoon now. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Akshay, and thank you for having me here, and thank you for the very kind introduction. Today is the day of mass casualty management. So I think I didn't attend all of the previous lectures. I believe most of what I was going to talk has been covered. Some of it has been covered. So my job has become very easy now. I'm going to talk only about triage and just emphasize, have some case scenarios showed here, and then we can have some discussion around triage. चल रहा है? ठीक है. So over the next half an hour, I'll be discussing the principles of disaster and the role of triage and disaster. Have we discussed disaster today? I mean, we have discussed mass casualty, but I mean the cycle of disaster. Have we discussed the cycle of disaster? Okay, so I'll very shortly touch on that. The concept and principles of triage in general, the approach to clinical scenarios in the field. We'll be looking at some specific scenarios like chemical disaster, mass casualty, industrial man-made disasters, radiation injuries and disaster, and then we look at decontamination, how to decontaminate, and then some treatment priorities in the disaster, in the triage or after triage. Okay, so this is a very important slide. Okay, so this is what you see is. Have you seen this before? Anyone of you? Okay, this is the disaster cycle. Basically, what it means is, एक mitigation phase होता है, एक preparedness phase होता है, एक response phase होता है, and then एक recovery phase होता है. So any disaster which happens has a 4 cycle. Let's say COVID. COVID में अभी हम kind of recovery phase में हैं. The number of cases have gone down in Delhi dramatically. We saw a very mild wave this time in Omicron wave, but it was kind of a disaster in terms of overwhelming our resources in the hospital. But we are right now in the recovery phase. आप देखिए अभी हम लोग रिस्टोर कर रहे हैं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ठीक कर रहे हैं, लोगों को जल्दी वैक्सीनेट कर रहे हैं. All those things are going to be on the recovery phase. And right now I'm taking a lecture on mass casualty triage. So I'm doing public education. I'm doing education not just of public, of trained personnel. So we are in the mitigation phase or in the preparedness phase. हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? हम लोग public education कर रहे हैं. Not for COVID, I'm saying general, for any awareness, for any disaster. So disaster का अच्छा response हो, उसके लिए it's very important that you have a mitigation phase and have a preparedness phase. If you don't prepare well, if you don't have a policy in place, let's say a standard operating procedure of your hospital, a standard operating procedure of your emergency department, an SOP of the institute as such, in terms of a natural disaster, let's say earthquake ho jata hai, let's say there's a chemical disaster outside Delhi, or there is a COVID infectious disaster like COVID which happens again. So you should have an SOP in place, you should have training and exercises. Okay, you should have mock drills. So this is all part of the preparation phase. And then, jab disaster hua, let's say the disaster happens here, then there is a communication, coordination, saving. This is the response phase. This is when you have to respond immediately, adequately, and you have to, all of that which was discussed by the previous speaker, the response phase. ठीक है? सारा जो आपने emergency operation center, establishing an incident command, having an operational plan for your emergency department and for the institute, and so this is the very important thing. So I'm not going into details of the key components of the disaster plan, which we have already discussed, I'm sure, in the previous slides or by the other speakers. So the key things are the hazard vulnerability analysis. This is part of the mitigation, or you can say preparedness. Disaster जब आप prepare करते हो, when you prepare for disaster, you do a vulnerability analysis. For example, you are a coastal hospital, let's say in Orissa, and you know that in Orissa you have a lot of cyclones every year. Okay, every other year there's a disaster, there's a natural disaster by cyclone. So what do you have to do? You have to prepare that there can be a lot of cyclone related issues. So you have to ensure that houses are not made in the areas which are badly hit by the hurricane. Houses which are planned, or the residential areas which are planned by the government, should not be in the, where the hurricanes are seen mostly. So all of those things are hazard vulnerability analysis. What you're trying to do is, you see ki ye hazard yahan ho sakta. You're living in Delhi. Delhi is a very cosmopolitan and a city with, several states around Delhi. So we are at high risk for chemical disaster. We are high risk. There are a lot of industries around Delhi. Okay, there's a Mathura refinery. We are a high risk for chemical disaster. So there should be hazard vulnerability analysis in terms of Delhi, and the hospitals close to the industries should have a plan, should have a hazard vulnerability plan. So all of those are disaster plan. फिर exercise, training exercises होती हैं, communication system होता है. All of those things are part of the disaster plan. So with that, small introduction, I'm going to quickly move on to some case scenarios, okay? Because I think that will make it interesting. So let me ask, yes, can you read that, please? Can you please read for me? You can sit down and read. Yeah.
Was full of tension that it's trapping the outskirts of the city. You are one of personnel in the medical rescue team sent to the scene. How would you pray?
Okay, so this is a scenario where there is a mass casualty is expected. There was a school bus which had an accident. Okay, there are several school children who are injured. This is just at the outskirts of the city, let's say 20 kilometers from our institute, and you are the medical rescue team. How would you triage? Okay, anybody wants to answer that? Just a basic concept. I'm not going to go into detail. We'll go into the detail in the next slide. Yes, somebody's answering. Yes. Yes, Avesh. Very good. Next steps. Mm-hmm. Good point. Anything else? Right. Good answer. Thank you, Avesh. So basically, you do a assessment of the scenario. Very quick assessment you have to do, because you have to do a quick assessment, understand the scene is unsafe, and you have to plan accordingly. So what he was saying, some steps of the scene safety, followed by assessing the situation quickly, and then quickly calling out for help. Okay, great. Thank you, Avesh. Okay, I'm going on to the next scenario. Somebody wants to read that? Yeah, please read it. Right. Anybody wants to take a guess of, if they know, it's great. We'll have a discussion in my later slides around this. So these are all possible scenarios. Okay, these are all possible scenarios, especially if you're working in, a city like Delhi, which is a very crowded. We have a big population in NCR area. So this is very much possible. We have a lot of industries around Delhi also. Anybody you want to get a कैसे करेंगे, क्या करेंगे? Sorry? Yeah. Yes. Great. Yes. Yes. Wonderful. So we have some, very good answer. We have to segregate the patients depending on how much injured they are, or how, what kind of care they require. Okay, so we segregate the patient. That is what she was trying to say, into red, yellow, minors, or green, and patients we can't do much about. So very good answer. Anybody else? Any specific thing you want to do for chemical disaster? Hazmat team को call कर सकते हैं. Okay. Sorry. Right. Right. So lots of issues, lots of things have to be done, but I will be taking on specific things which you need to do, and what are the specific things. Okay. We will discuss in the next slides. Okay. The third scenario. Who wants to read? Anybody? Any? आप पढ़ दो? Yeah. So this is a radiation. This is a nuclear power plant. Okay, this is a radiation injury. This is a radiation disaster. Okay, so my last previous slide we had a chemical disaster. Before that I had a mass casualty, a man-made mass casualty, which was a truck full of young children. This is a radiation disaster. All the three are different scenarios with slightly different management, and that is what we are going to discuss. Okay, in the next few slides. Okay. So anybody wants to, has any idea about radiation injury, disaster, wants to, ये सब हो चुका है. In Delhi में, I've been in the emergency bar. We have attended to a Mayapuri incident which happened in Delhi, which was a radiation disaster. One patient actually died, and these about 20 patients presented to the emergency department at that time. So radiation injury is not something. We have more than 20 nuclear power plants in India, and Rajasthan has a nuclear power plant. This is an actual picture from a nuclear power plant. So this is possible. So don't think it is a remote possibility. If you're working in the institute in a clinical area, you may encounter all this. Okay. So anybody wants to take a guess on how you manage these? Okay. If not, no problem. We'll go on to the next slide and we'll discuss all this. Right. So what is triage? Okay. So triage is it basically means to select, to sort, to separate, to classify. Okay, so this was first used. This term was first used in the Napoleonic War in the 18th century, and it was first done in the battlefield. The battlefield triage. तो Napoleon की जो war हो रही थी, उसमें उनके जो all these soldiers they had, so he had given responsibility to his senior soldiers to get the wounded out of the battlefield. So get the wounded out, and जो सबसे ज़्यादा serious है उनको जल्दी से निकालो. So things like that which started happening on the battlefield, and that's how the concept of triage was developed. That's how, so the emergency department triage is different. What I'm talking about today, my lecture today is on field triage. Okay, I'm talking about this triage in the disaster and on the field, and I'm going to very small, little bit touch on the hospital disaster. Hospital disaster, emergency department triage is a different concept, slightly different concept, and slightly different how you approach. Okay, here we are talking about battlefield triage, which is what my topic is today. So the battlefield triage is how it was popularized, and then the modern day triage was developed after Dr. Fitzgerald has completed his thesis work in Australia in 1990, which led to the hospital department triage, which was born out of the battlefield triage. Okay, so basically triage is of different tiers. Okay, there is a 5-level triage system which is now in the hospital systems. Hospital department triage is 5-tier triage. Okay, although at AIIMS we follow a 3-level triage because we want to keep it simple at AIIMS, and in India generally we have a 3-level triage. But generally, if you see the triage scales across the world, they are 5 levels. So they have red, they have yellow, they have a orange, they have also have a green, and then they have something, some other color, I think blue or something. So they have different colors. They have 5-level triage. So what I'm talking to you about is the field triage. The field triage में एक red होता है patient, एक yellow होता है और एक green होता है. Red is the first priority patient, yellow is the second priority or the urgent patient, and the green is a non-urgent or minor wounds wala patient. Okay, and then there's a black patient who is either dead or is just very unresponsive without spontaneous ventilation or circulation, and these patients we do not usually attend to in the mass casualty incident because they require a lot of resources, and this so these are not your priority. The priority will be your red patients, and second priority will be your yellow patients. So this is how. So there are some concepts which are sometimes difficult to accept, but these are true about triage. एक तो फील्ड ट्रियाज में ऑटोनॉमी ऑफ पेशेंट जो होती है वो रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करते हो आप पेशेंट को सेटिस्फाई नहीं कर सकते. पेशेंट को अपनी प्रॉब्लम ज्यादा लगेगी. ही विल से सर मुझे बहुत दर्द हो रहा है, मुझे पहले देख लीजिए, है ना. But you may not want to attend to him first because you're looking at this sick patient who's lying on the ground and is unresponsive, and you think that this patient you can save his life by giving him just improving his airway, giving him IV fluids, getting him quickly to the hospital, you can save his life. So you don't want to look at this patient who is crying and shouting and coming to you again and again, sir मुझे नहीं देख रहा है, मुझे कोई अटेंड नहीं कर रहा है, और ये पेशेंट्स को आप देख रहे हो. तो ऑटोनॉमी ऑफ पेशेंट जो होता है इज नॉट इंपॉर्टेंट इन मास कैजुअलिटी ट्रियाज. पेशेंट सेटिस्फैक्शन नॉट इंपॉर्टेंट इन मास कैजुअलिटी ट्रियाज because you're looking at larger good. Okay, you're looking at a larger, bigger picture, looking at saving more and more lives. That is your main agenda, your main goal. Individual freedoms and may conflict with overall good. So individual, मेरा patient पहले बचे, मुझे अपने मरीज को बचाना है. That is an individual, goal, that individual freedom. But that may conflict with the overall good. Okay, that is overall good है कि मुझे maximum lives बचानी है. So The other thing about triage is it has to be fast. You can't do slow triage. Triage in a mass casualty, whether it is mass casualty or emergency department triage has to be done fast. You have to take decision in seconds. Okay, you have to be, that's why you need training. And today is one effort to train you all. Training in terms of कि अभी ये black है कि ये red है कि yellow है कि ये green है. You have to take a quick decision. Within 30 seconds, you should make a decision. Okay? Emergency department triage mein you have a little more time, maybe 1 or 2 minutes. But in mass casualty, you have to be very quick. Okay? Dynamic process. So triage is never final. एक को मैंने red कर दिया, वो ठीक हो गया, उसको ऑक्सीजन दिया, ठीक हो रहा है, आप उसको येलो कर सकते हो आप. Similarly, आपको किसी ने you triage somebody green, that patient worsens and you may have to change them to red. So a reverse triage or a re-triage. So triage is always a dynamic process. So never think कि जिसको green कर दिया उसे green कर दिया. So there's a law of utilitarian. So this is applicable in disaster. And this clause says that you should prioritize patients who are likely to survive, leaving those who are unlikely to survive. Only in a mass casualty incident, this is what applies. Okay? It may sound a bit unethical. It may sound a bit unethical कि आप इसको छोड़ कैसे रहे हैं, ये patient मरने वाला है, आप इसे छोड़ रहे हो. But that is how, because you want to do greatest good for the greater number of people, and that is why sometimes somebody who's, who is not likely to survive because of his injuries, because of the road traffic accident, you'll probably leave them and focus your attention and your resources on patients you can save. Okay, so this is law of utilitarian, and this is what you should all be aware of, because when you do triage, these are ethical things which you should be aware of. Right, so sorry, this slide is not very well visible. This is the START protocol when you triage patients. So START basically stands for simple triage and rapid treatment. I think आपको बताया गया होगा previous slide में, the previous session में. So what we basically do is patient जो चल पा रहे हैं, हाँ जी भैया आप लोग कौन कौन चल पा रहे हैं, इधर आ जाइए, एक पेड़ की तरफ आ जाइए, इस पेड़ के पास खड़े हो जाइए. तो आपने एक सारे जो green patients उनको separate कर दिया. If he is airway stable, if he is able to breathe, if he is able to think, if he is able to listen to you and follow your commands, that means his ABCD is fine. Okay, that means जो green जो पेड़ की तरफ जा रहे हैं वो green है. ठीक है, so it is a very easy way to triage. So let's say you are in a scene where there are 50 patients lying. Okay, there was a disaster and there are so many patients injured. Everybody is there and you are their rescue team. So you can ask जो ठीक है, जो चल सकते हैं, उनको हम जल्दी से पहुंचाने वाले हैं हॉस्पिटल, प्लीज तो वो इंसेंटिव भी दिया आपने हल्का सा कि हम आपको जल्दी से हॉस्पिटल पहुंचाएंगे, आप जल्दी से इधर आ जाइए. एक बार वो जल्दी से आ जाए, उनको छोड़ दीजिए, उनको मत देखिए, बिकॉज दे डोंट नीड योर सपोर्ट. ओके, बट समटाइम्स यू मे हैव टू डू दैट. ओके, इट्स समटाइम्स यू हैव टू डू दैट. ओके, आप जल्दी से इधर आ जाइए पेड़ के पास, हम आपको जल्दी से पहुंचाएंगे. एंड यू जस्ट लीव देम, यू डोंट, दोज आर द लीस्ट प्रायोरिटी फॉर यू राइट नाउ. ओके, दोज आर योर ग्रीन पेशेंट. दैट इज द फर्स्ट स्टेप. सेकंड इज जो फिर वहां पे जो मूव नहीं कर रहे हैं, पेशेंट्स हु आर नॉट मूविंग, सो यू शुड गो टू देम फर्स्ट. ओके, सो हाउ डू यू डू? वो मूव नहीं कर रहे हैं, सबसे पहले उनको एयरवे आप पोजीशन करो. और एयरवे पोजीशन मतलब ओपन द एयरवे. If it is how do you open the airway? You do a jaw thrust maneuver, and you open the airway. If there is no bleeding, if there is no breathing, then there is apnea. That means they are expectant or about to die. They have either died or they are about to. So you leave them. They are black. But if they breathe after you open the airway, they breathe. So that becomes a red patient. Those patients should be transported immediately to the. So EMS को जो आपने बुलाया है, these are the patients who should be shifted. Okay. Similarly, now you move next to the respiratory rate. Respiratory rate more than 30. That's a red patient. Then you look at circulation. Circulation में radial pulse is absent or capillary refill time more than 2 seconds. These are your red patients. Radial pulse is present. Then you look at the mental status. If the mental status is low, does not obey commands, that becomes your red patients. अगर वो obey कर रहा है command, ABCD सब ठीक है, that becomes your yellow patient. Yellow is your delayed or second priority. Okay, so this is a basic algorithm on how to. Similarly, in pediatric age group, there is something called jump start. The only difference between start, which I told you just before, and jump start is कि इसमें आप बच्चों के अंदर आप पोजीशन ऑफ द एयरवे करने के बाद अगर एपनिया है तो उनकी पल्स पे पैल्पेट करते हो. अगर पल्स भी नहीं है, एयरवे भी नहीं है, देन यू कॉल देम एक्सपेक्टेंट. अदरवाइज अगर पल्स है, मतलब पल्स आ रही है, सो देन यू कैन गिव रेस्क्यू ब्रेथ्स. दिस इज रेस्क्यू ब्रेथ्स. अगर रेस्क्यू ब्रेथ्स करने के बाद स्पॉन्टेनियस ब्रीदिंग आ गई, देन इट बिकम्स रेड. So there's a slight modification in the pediatric age group, which applies to the scenario which I showed you, the triage vignette 1, which I showed you, which is where there was a school bus which has an accident. Okay, so jump start is where you apply this. तो इसमें बस हल्का सा ये है कि आपको ओपन करने के बाद पल्स चेक करनी है, और अगर ओपन करने के बाद पल्स आ रही है, सो यू जस्ट गिव रेस्क्यू ब्रेथ्स. ओके, रेस्क्यू ब्रेथ्स के बाद स्पॉन्टेनियस ब्रीदिंग हो रहा है, अगर that means patient is a red patient. नहीं हो रहा है, then it becomes a diseased patient or a black patient or an expectant patient. Now this is another concept. So there are two tricks of triage. One is the start technique, या jump start कह लीजिए, simple triage and rapid treatment. That was the algorithm which I just showed. This is the other thing which is very important, is SAVE. ये भी बताया किसी ने? Okay, SAVE is secondary assessment of victim endpoint. जब बहुत ज्यादा टाइम लग रहा है पेशेंट्स को एक्सट्रिकेट करने में, ईएमएस को, हॉस्पिटल एम्बुलेंसेस को, ईएमएस को रिस्पॉन्ड करने में बहुत टाइम लग रहा है. लेट्स से द एम्बुलेंस इज टेकिंग अ लॉन्ग टाइम, देयर इज अ ट्रैफिक जैम, the ambulances are unable to reach the scenario, which I'm sure in India is going to be common. If there is a disaster, it's going to take time for the ambulances to arrive, and there is a mass casualty. Then you can categorize your patient into three categories when the time to take into hospital is low. One is a category who will die regardless of how much care they receive. Then there is a category who will survive whether or not they receive care. And the third category are patients who will benefit from field interventions. So you have to identify these category of patients, the category 3 patients, and give them field treatment. Treatment on the field. So what treatment can you give? Airway control. So you either open the airway, आप उनका airway खोलिए, आप head end, अगर trauma है तो आप jaw thrust करोगे, अगर non trauma पे victim है, so आप you can do head tilt, chin lift. Okay, if you have oxygen, you can start oxygen. If you have fluids, you can start fluids. If a patient is bleeding, you do hemorrhage control. How do you do hemorrhage control? Either you do direct pressure with bandage, direct pressure, or you tie a tourniquet. Tourniquet can be applied about 5 centimeters above the wound for 2 hours maximum. Okay, so tourniquet is something which you can use in the field when to do hemorrhage control. Okay, and there are now pre-prepared kits होती हैं, hemorrhage control kits होती हैं, वो पट्टी भी बांध देते हैं, उसी को घुमा देते हैं, so वो hemorrhage control भी कर देते हैं. So they are commercially available. I don't know if they are available in our country, but there are a lot of these kits I've seen on videos and on presentations elsewhere. So this is something else I wanted to. Now coming to chemical disaster. Now this is the second scenario which I throwed. I think you read it. आपने read किया था ना, chemical disaster. So chemical disaster is which there was a scenario where there was, in the outskirts of the city, there was a large explosion in the chemical industry. Okay, we are well aware, India, Bhopal mein, 1985 mein, there was a huge disaster which is still recorded as the largest chemical disaster in the world, where methyl isocyanate was leaked and 2,500 people unfortunately died. So this is, that has been one of the largest chemical disasters in the world. So chemical disaster में, this is on site, field पे क्या करना है? Let's say disaster यहाँ पे दिख रहा है, सामने हुआ है, आप field पे पहुंचे हुए हो. So there is a hot zone, there is a warm zone, there is a cold zone. Hot zone is the closest site to the disaster. This is 75 to 3,300 feet का ये area होता है. इसमें सिर्फ rescue personnel जाते हैं, medical personnel ideally इसमें जाते नहीं हैं. So rescue personnel like your NDRF, National Disaster Response Force के लोग, या police personnel इसमें जा सकते हैं, या these people who are relief like commandos or things, these national security जो इंडिया की है, those people they go and they scoop and run. वहां पे कोई treatment आप provide नहीं करते हो, वहां पे कोई decontamination नहीं करते हो, you just scoop the patient and you run, you get out of that area because that is a highly contaminated area. Patients are highly likely to get more and more contamination. You bring them to the warm zone. Once you bring them to the warm zone, that is where you start the decontamination. Decontamination, how do you decontaminate in chemical disasters? Best thing is you first remove their clothes. and you wash away. For example, there is fume sticking, or there is vapor sticking, or there is these small solid particles sticking to the clothes or to the body or to the fire. You will wash them with warm saline, which is the best decontaminator present. Warm saline use करिए, 5 minutes तक उसका मुंह उसकी body धो दीजिए. So this is done in the warm zone. And once they are decontaminated, you bring them in the cold zone. This is where most of the medical team is present. Medical team can go to warm zone also, but most of the medical team is present in the cold zone after the decontamination is done. And this is where you do triage. So decontamination and triage go hand in hand. You cannot start triage. You must decontaminate, especially in chemical disaster. Chemical disaster, we also saw, in Holi, there was a scenario where you have to sometimes decontaminate them, or you sort of wash them, because there may be a lot of injuries. वो silver वाला paint पूरी body में लगा के आ जाते हैं. I don't know if you've seen that. और ये golden लगा लेते हैं. You will not see injuries. Okay, so you may have to wash them off before you actually attend to them. So ये warm zone में medical team can go, but it is mostly done by the rescue personnel who are non-medicos. And what you do is, how do you decontaminate? You take off their clothes, you wash them with water, soap and water you can use. But the best thing, if you don't even have soap, warm water is good enough. Okay? Cold zone में आप triage करते हो. Triage में we will discuss the triage. What do you triage into? And that is the cold zone. So that is a very basic concept in chemical disaster. Okay? So these are the suits. जो hot zone में जा रहा है, जो हॉट जोन में जा रहा है वो लेवल ए कैटेगरी का सूट पहना है. दिस इज एन एनकैप्सुलेटेड सेल्फ ऑक्सीजन एपरेटस होता है. इसमें ऑक्सीजन अंदर ही होता है. ओके, एंड जो वार्म जोन है उसमें ये जाते हैं. इसमें इट्स नॉट अ कंप्लीट अनकैप्सुलेटेड सूट. ऑक्सीजन इज देयर एंड दीज आर द पीपल हु वर्क इन द वार्म जोन. ओके, एंड दिस इज अ respiratory mask, which is purifying respiratory mask. This should be used in the cold zone by medical teams who are triaging in the cold zone. So if it is a serious disaster, these are the kinds of suits you should be wearing, and these should be available in the hospital, especially in chemical disasters. So if you look at CBRN or Delhi Disaster Management Authority, who have been dealing with chemical disaster, they have all these kinds of suits. They have all these kinds. They are trained. They have regular drills as well on handling these types of suits. So we should be aware of these kinds of suits if you're working in the cold area. So, okay. Now, what is the field treatment you can do? Okay, let's say field treatment देना पड़ रहा है. Triage आपने कर दिया है. Now you are waiting for the transport to happen to the hospital. So you can give oxygen, bronchodilator. A lot of these patients have chemical ingestion. When you have chemical ingestion, you can have bronchospasm, especially in organophosphate poisoning. Organophosphate poisoning में bronchospasm और bronchodilators दे सकते हैं आप. Patient को hypotension है, आप fluids दे सकते हो. Chemical disaster के बाद there is a very high chance of seizure activity. So you can have a lot of patients having seizure. You can give IV benzodiazepines. Cyanide poisoning है तो cyanide antidote kit होता है. Atropine, organophosphate poisoning में you can also use atropine. So all of these things can be given if you have some trained EMS, you have a good ambulance with ACLS, and there is going to be a long time before the patient reaches the hospital. So these are kind of things you can plan to do on the field. Radiation emergency. This was the third vignette which I showed. Somebody read it. आपने read किया था शायद. आपने read किया था ना? Okay. So this is the third emergency. Again, we have attended to one. In the last 10 years, there was a radiation and injury radiation event at Mayapuri, which is just outside, well, just in Delhi. वहाँ पे एक couple of people actually got severely affected. One of them died. So this is slightly different how you handle radiation. First of all, radiation emergency is a totally different ball game. Not a lot of people are trained, so you need to have experts like radiation oncologist, maybe nuclear physicist, or in हमारे hospital में radiotherapy department के लोग who are dealing with radiation, and there's a radiation safety officer also who's a team of the DDMA, Delhi Disaster Management Authority में है. You can call them as well. And basically as a hospital, how do we respond? Okay, So अगर let's say there are 3 men who have come and वो they राजस्थान से आ रहे हैं nuclear power plant में काम करते हैं, they are coming with nausea and vomiting, which are the scenario which I showed you. So you should have an area outside your emergency department where you can have a clean area and a contaminated area. So you can, and you are expecting that another 10 patients may come. Okay, so you can have a contaminated area. So in the contaminated area, what do? You start decontamination. How do you decontaminate? Very similar to the principles of chemical disaster. You wash them with water, you remove their clothes, any solid particles sticking, you clean them off, you brush them off, and you wash them with water. Water is a very good, even in radiation disaster, works very well. And the clothes जो होते हैं ना, those have to be very careful because in radiation disaster, clothes can be also emitting so the clothes have to be again washed and then you should remove the clothes and put them in these double plastic bags. So you have to save, ideally lead containers होने चाहिए, but lead containers are very difficult to get and procure in the emergency scenario. So you can have double plastic. अगर आपने COVID में देखा होगा, we were using double plastic bags. So similar thing can be done. और जो contaminated area होता है radiation disaster में, उसके floor पे भी you should not allow कि वो जो पानी धुल रहा है, जो dirty water निकल रहा है धुलने के बाद, that should not be going into the drain. So ideally you should have a plastic sheet on the floor, and all the waste which is being generated, that should also not be just thrown in anywhere. So those all should be collected, and there should be a special way of disposal of this, of the fluid which was used or the water which was used in cleaning these patients. Okay. Then there is a radiation meter. So कोई भी patient आ रहा है, you can use these radiation meters which are available in our emergency department also. And you just scan them. जैसे वो scan नहीं करते हैं, metal detectors होते हैं. So you scan the patients, and if there's a noise, that means they have some radiation which is coming out of these patients. So you need to clean them more. तो वो आप पहले clean कर लो, फिर radiation meter से use कर लो, and then you can get an idea of how you will get an idea of how affected they are, and you may want to again decontaminate them. Similarly, dosimeter एक चीज होती है, which is a small, like a thermometer. You can put it under your collar, and it will help you to find out agar as a staff am I getting exposed. Okay, staff को usually patient से contamination का risk कम होता है. Like in chemical disaster, secondary contamination risk is high. In radiation disaster, the secondary contamination risk is low. So all you need is a water resistant gown, like a blue gown, an N95 mask, cap, shoes, covers, and survey radiation meter. आप survey करते रहो, and you can wear, and you can work for 30 minutes, and after 30 minutes some other staff can come. So if you're working in a team and you have water resistant gowns, cap, shoe, cover, you are safe, literally, even with radiation disaster. But this is not enough for chemical disaster. In chemical disaster you have to wear a little more, because chemical disaster में secondary contamination is higher. Okay. So we've already spoken about the field response in our previous lectures. Medical care can be given. Medical care after the field triage, you have to do field response. Okay, so manually opening, you do never perform CPR in mass casualty. So that is a very important thing, which one take-home message from my lecture today. Don't do CPR when there is a mass casualty. Okay, there are 50 people there, and you're trying to do CPR on one person. Will use all your resources, and a lot of other patients who can be saved will not be able to. So try. This is something which is which has to be done, not to do CPR. Okay, transport to nearby hospitals and distribution of casualties should be done in a proper with a notification system. अच्छा, बड़ी एक इंटरेस्टिंग चीज ये होती है डिजास्टर के बाद. ओके, ये इंटरेस्टिंग चीज ये होती है कि जो सबसे कम सीरियस पेशेंट्स होते हैं ना, वो सबसे पहले हॉस्पिटल पहुंचते हैं. क्योंकि वो क्या होता है, वो खुद ही आ जाते हैं. दे डोंट यूज पे, वो अपना ऑटो पकड़ के छोटा छोटा पड़ गए, किसी के साथ साइकिल पे बैठ गए, मोटरसाइकिल पे बैठ के उसको चोट लग रही है, बह रहा है, खून आ गए वो जल्दी से. सो मिनिमली इंजर्ड पेशेंट रीच हॉस्पिटल फर्स्ट. ठीक है ना. फिर 1-2 घंटे बाद सबसे सीरियस मरीज आता है हॉस्पिटल. तो आपका फोकस ये होना चाहिए कि ये जो मिनिमली इंजर्ड आ रहे हैं ना, इनको आप अलग कर दें पहले, क्योंकि यू विल गेट दीज वेरी सीरियस पेशेंट्स सर्ज दैट में यू मे गेट. सो यू हैव टू, आपके बेड्स खाली होने चाहिए, आपकी तैयारी इन पेशेंट्स के लिए होनी चाहिए. If you have a notification कि there is a big disaster that just happened outside Delhi, and you're going to expect 40 patients are coming to your emergency department, so you should make room for these. Okay. We've already discussed the emergency operation plan. I'm not, so most important thing is the incident command system. The incident command system, which I think the last speaker spoke about, is the main command system which coordinates everything. It is a nerve control or nerve center for hospital response. Like COVID May, there was an early morning director meeting every day. I don't know if any of you attended that, but that was the incident command of the institute during the COVID pandemic. तो कोविड के समय पे वो जो था उसमें जो डायरेक्टर थे was the incident commander. Okay, so he was in telling the media personnel को क्या करना है, emergency department को क्या करना है, hospital infection control team अलग बनी हुई थी, and there was a communication team अलग थी, there was a emergency department, HOD medicine was given some responsibility to look after the ICU, and there was a ICU anesthesia HOD was looking after the ICU area. So all of that was done by under the incident command center. So please ensure that you understand the incident command system. We already spoke about decontamination. These are some very decontamination areas which should be developed outside your hospital ideally. जब patient आ रहा है chemical disaster से, जब field response से patient they reach the hospital, then if they have not been decontaminated on the field, then you may have to do decontamination outside your emergency department, and you should have showers or hose systems. So these are some pictures from the holy disaster which we've been handling over the last 10 years in trauma center, where we deal. There are some very nice pictures shown by the previous speaker where so these are some scenes. Your triage area bana hua hai, and these are some residents and nurses working together. They do triage, so hospital response, and that's how they sort of decide whether this patient requires. So this is one of the pictures from COVID triage. This was what I found on the internet. This is a decontamination. जो भी आ रहा था ये DRDO ने लगा दिए थे. I don't know if you remember. इसके थ्रू हम लोग को आना था. थोड़े दिन चला था ये. बाद में देखा गया it was not required. But this is what was happening. I mean, there was so much scare initially. First wave. This is the time of the first wave. There was so much scare. People were having to walk through this, and they thought this is saving them and protecting them. So, hospital response जो होता है, very last line about hospital response. Once field response से patient hospital में आते हैं, then you have to divide again them into red patients because they require resuscitation, or green patients they require minor area, छोटा सा चोट लगा है, एक्सरे की भी जरूरत नहीं है, माइनर वुंड है, पट्टी करनी है, so that is a minor area. So उनको माइनर एरिया भेज दियो. रेड पेशेंट को इनको रिसर्च चाहिए और इंट्यूबेट करना पड़ेगा. दे आर केमिकल डिजास्टर, एयरवे ब्लॉक है, दे रिक्वायर हेमरेज कंट्रोल करना है, दे रिक्वायर रिससिटेशन. एंड देन देयर इज अ सर्जिकल एरिया बिकॉज मोस्ट ऑफ द डिजास्टर्स विल रिक्वायर सर्जिकल. लाइक लेट्स से अर्थक्वेक हुआ है, ओके, तो बहुत लोगों को चोट लगेगी. सो ऑल दो लोगों को चोट लगेगी, सो देयर इज अ प्री सर्जिकल होल्डिंग एरिया. वहां सीनियर सर्जन, professor of surgery or the senior nursing in charge should be present there, taking making the decision किसको ऑपरेट पहले करना है, किसको रोक सकते हैं, इसको लेप्रोटमी चाहिए, इसको इमीडिएटली थिएटर में भेजना होगा. सो दैट इज अ प्री सर्जिकल एरिया एज वेल. ट्रीटमेंट जब आप देते हैं मास कैजुअलिटी में हैज टू बी ऑप्टिमाइज्ड. सबको सब कुछ नहीं कर देना है. लेट्स से एक पेशेंट एक क्लोज नॉन एंगुलेटेड फ्रैक्चर के साथ आया है, हल्का सा फ्रैक्चर है, तो उसको इमीडिएटली बस आप हल्का सा स्प्लिंट करके सेंड होम कर दो. 24 घंटे बाद बुला लो. यू डोंट नीड टू ट्रीट हिम राइट देयर. इट्स अ क्लोज फ्रैक्चर, इट्स अ नॉन एंगुलेटेड क्लोज फ्रैक्चर, नथिंग इज. जस्ट स्प्लिंट लगा दो, भेज दो, 24-48 आवर्स बाद आ जाएगा. बिकॉज यू आर गोइंग टू लूज योर रिसोर्सेज ट्राइंग टू हैंडल दिस पेशेंट. सिमिलरली अगर सब पेशेंट्स का एबीजी कर रहे हैं, हर पेशेंट का सीबीसी कर रहे हैं, उसकी जरूरत नहीं होती मास कैजुअलिटी में. You don't need to use all your resources. You don't have to use X-ray in every patient. But then you have to be careful. If this is a blast injury, then you may have to use X-ray. Blast injury में there is pneumothorax. Blast injury में you have to be careful. So you have to know किस तरह की injury है, mechanism injury क्या है, किस तरह की disaster है, and then you use your ultrasound, your X-ray, and your blood bank and other things accordingly. Let's say earthquake था. अर्थक्वेक में 2 दिन तक पेशेंट फंसे रहे, लॉन्ग एक्सट्रिकेशन टाइम था. सो ऐसे पेशेंट्स को क्या डर होता है? ब्रेन हाइपोक्सिया. ओके, एनीथिंग एल्स? सो इफ यू आर अंडर अ रबल फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम, यू कैन हैव मसल इंजरीज बिकॉज यू आर ट्रैप्ड. यू कैन हैव हाइपरकिलीमिया, यू कैन हैव कार्डिक एरिथमिया. सो दीज पेशेंट्स नीड डायलिसिस. सो इफ यू हैव, लाइक नेपाल में अर्थक्वेक आया and patients are coming 3 days later, 10 patients are coming from Nepal, they were extricated, long extrication time ki history hai, you should ensure the dialysis unit is working in your hospital, because hyperkalemia and rhabdomyolysis, which is caused due to the muscle injury, trapped in muscle, will cause hyperkalemia and they may need urgent dialysis. So things like this, specific things you have to think about before you allocate your resources and improve your resources. So with that, this is the last slide. So with the key home messages, the take home messages are, you have to understand the disaster cycle. ठीक है, मैंने 4 cycle आपको वो बताए. एक था the mitigation phase, the preparedness phase, the response phase, and finally the recovery phase. As far as COVID is concerned, we are in the recovery phase. Okay, but for other disasters, we don't know. There may be a radiation disaster in a week's time from now, or we are in the mitigation or the preparedness. So we should always be in a preparedness phase, mitigation phase. This is why the NDRF, the NDRF, the NDMA, National Disaster Management Authority, these authorities are there, have been developed to prepare the country, prepare the states for disasters. And that is why they are these authorities. There is a very key role of Department of Emergency Medicine, and the triage system has to be understood. The concept of red, yellow, green, and black, and the concept that autonomy of the patient will be compromised sometimes. Okay, you will not be able to satisfy everybody, because in mass casualty, that is not your duty always. Okay, it is important to identify, talk to them, but you may not be able to satisfy them. So understand that the main principle is to save as many lives as possible and not to satisfy everybody. Okay. Second thing is, decontamination is very important. Part and parcel of triage, has to be done before triage, especially in chemical disaster, in radiation disaster, very important. Okay. Triage is a dynamic process. Once you triage somebody green, doesn't mean always is green. Patient can become red or yellow. And finally, you have to understand what treatment to give in the triage. Some treatment you can give if it's a long extrication time, or ambulance nahi aa rahi hai, aap field pe ho, and there's lots of patients there, then you can go. You can do hemorrhage control, you can open the airway, you can do basic maneuvers to save as many lives as possible. So with that, that's the last time. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Any questions? Kuch, I hope it was useful, because there was some overlap with the previous speakers. I believe there is another talk after my talk on hospital management in mass casualty. So I didn't go deep into the management. There are a lot of other management principles, and there are a lot of components of disaster management which I didn't touch on. My focus was really triage and treatment in triage. Okay. So this is something very important. Okay. Principle of triage sabko aana chahiye, और समझना चाहिए कि how to triage, when to triage. And triage is a science. Actually, it's a science of optimization of your resources, and optimization of human resources, optimization of ICU beds, and all things, all resources you have. So it adds to patient safety. So if you do अच्छे से triage करोगे, तो आप patient safe करोगे, patient की जान बचाओगे. कि किसी रेड पेशेंट को अगर आपने गलती से येलो कर दिया, he may die. So it is a very crucial process. But अगर किसी ग्रीन पेशेंट को आपने रेड कर दिया, तो ठीक है, एक बेड वेस्ट हो गया, बट वो पेशेंट में मरेगा नहीं कोई. So if you are confused, always over triage. Under triage can be lethal, can be fatal for the patient. If you are not sure, just over triage. Over triage is also not good, because it will be resource intensive. It will use your resource. It's not good, but you will not, your patient may not die because of that. Okay. So all of those things have to be understood. With the limitations we have, we are not a perfect institute with lot of our own problems, all challenges. हमारे यहाँ तो normally disaster चलता रहता है. अभी आप emergency के बाहर जाएंगे, 100 patient खड़े होंगे. So it's normally a disaster in our scenario. So it is not a very good scene always, but concept should be clear, understood, and I hope it was useful. Thank you very much. Yeah.
If you're going for a field triage,
Yeah.
do we give briefing to our staff what kind of exposure they're going to get? They're going to get chemical, and according to that, we create the outfit or something. They have been arranged there, or from there only they take and go there?
So usually ये सब जो होता है ना मैक्सिमम डीडीएमए करेगा, दिल्ली डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट, so they have their teams, they do debriefing and they go as medical, because we are medical nursing team, so we will be going as we will already know, we have pre-notification, we will know what is going on, so we know that there's a chemical disaster, we have to go there, or there's a fire, large big fire hai, so we are assuming there's going to be inhalation injury ho sakti hai, we're going too close to the fire, so we should wear our take our precautions. So yeah, it is a very difficult thing to sort of coordinate. You know, disaster ekdam se hota hai na, it's not something, it's an acute, usually an acute disaster, unlike COVID was a non-acute disaster, it was a, you know, abhi bhi chal raha hai, to but acute disaster mein it can be very challenging to have a proper communication and notification system, but then it has to be done as much as possible, yeah, as far as possible, I mean. Yes. Right, so I have a question here. Is there any practice of like green corridor in a disaster event? Like a during organ transplant? Well, there is, I'm not sure of this. Well, there is organ transplant, for example, is a, is not exactly disaster. Organ transplant, let's say an urgent organ transplant will require a green corridor for patient has to be shifted immediately. The organ has to be brought to the patient quickly. So yes, a corridor has to be made, but that is not exactly what disaster is. It is a different scenario here. The second question is a long one. Is how long it takes to transfer out or reverse triage a patient who is in the red area, say if the healthcare system is not at tertiary level and possess very basic amenities like in sub-centers and the emergency cares are not easily accessible, plus the disaster event is huge. What will be the protocol of considering transferring the patient, providing care? Okay, so how long does it take to transfer out of So there is no time limit to that, okay? So इन्होंने पूछा कितना टाइम लगता है रिवर्स ट्रियाज में या पेशेंट को बाहर किसी और छोटे हॉस्पिटल से बड़े हॉस्पिटल में. So there is no time limit, right? So there it really depends on the resources available, okay? Number of ambulances available. आप कितनी पास हो, आपके resources कैसे हैं? Do you have a ventilator in your hospital? Do you have a specialized surgeon in your hospital? Do you have a gynae team in your hospital? Do you have an emergency medicine team in your hospital? If there is a clinician, there are nurses there, trained nurses हैं जिन्हें triage समझ आता है, जो stitching कर सकती हैं, wound care कर दे सकते हैं, then you can do it there. So there are a lot of ifs here and buts here. So if you have it, then yes, you can manage it there. If you don't, you have to send the red patients first as soon as possible. There's no time to that, and send them to specific centers which are capable of providing that level of care which is expected for those patients. I hope that answers the question. Yes, please.
What about the documentation? Because we are in a hurry and we are just carrying out the verbal orders which are. What about the documentation during that period?
So documentation दो तरह के होते हैं. एक होता है field documentation, okay, and there is a hospital. Are you talking about the field one or the hospital once there is?
Because there was one question.
Yeah. So field पे तो see, so field पे really depends on your job description. So there will be somebody who should be doing this. Ideally, there should be somebody who is noting down ये patient है, and you should have these bands कहते हैं उनको, colorful bands where you can put them in bands. So you can put a red band and you can document their name कि अच्छा इसको red है ये red. So you should be doing. So somebody should be given that task on the field. In the hospital, yes, again, this is a very important task. You have to record these patients. If you don't have a register, you should record all the patients who are coming into the system, so that you should follow them up. कौन patient कहाँ गया, कोई surgery में direct चला गया, कोई operation थे, कोई OT में गया, कोई resus area में गया, कोई minor area में गया. So you should be able to track them. So very important role of nurses in documentation, I believe. It goes without saying. So yeah, it's a very important thing.
Just like that, you said field management, maybe come to know this many patients are there now. As sick and they have to be transferred to the hospital.
Yes.
How we will come to know that this much bed is available?
Yes. Again, yeah. So this is called notification system. ये ना अभी क्या है, अभी सर आ गए हैं, थोड़ा बताएंगे डॉक्टर एंजल इस बारे में. बहुत अच्छा सवाल है सर आपके लिए. ये कि फील्ड पे डिजास्टर हो गया, मास कैजुअलिटी है आउटसाइड ऑन द फील्ड, हाउ वुड दे नो, मतलब फील्ड पे जो ईएमएस रिस्पॉन्डर्स, हाउ वुड दे नो कि हॉस्पिटल में कितने बेड्स अवेलेबल हैं फॉर एग्जाम्पल, लेट्स से यू नीड 10 आईसीयू बेड्स, लेट्स से क्रिटिकली इल पेशेंट्स. और 2 OT हैं आपके पास and 10 लोगों को OT चाहिए. So what is the mechanism of this notification? Is there currently one we have in our institute or at a national level? What is the way of?
COVID has actually taught us that if we really want to know, we can get to know. But that is not something you have to plan before that disaster happens. That what that system will be in place. For that, you will have to network the hospitals, you will have to bed status to be available on a real-time basis. This is not something you can do the day the disaster will happen.
Absolutely. So,
The prevention of the disaster and also the preparedness of the disaster has to include the bed status and the mapping of the entire system. So within the hospital is something we can easily get to know. It's still within hospital also difficult. If you ask me today, how many ICU beds are vacant, because we don't have a coding for ICU beds to say that I log into e-hospital and check how many ICU, I filter it out and get it. But still there is a way that we can have the nursing supervisors, and the nursing supervisors will have the ward supervisors, and we can still network, and within 1 hour or 30 minutes, we will have a fairly
idea. So this should be part of the mitigation, disaster mitigation or disaster preparedness process, which is very nice.
PCR or ambulance, they should
Yeah,
be
yeah.
So they get an intimation, you have to go to this hospital is full now, you have to go to that.
Yeah, that notification system is not very robust in our country right now. That is called pre-hospital notification system, and EMS, or I'm so glad you're talking about this. This is a very important point, but that EMS unfortunately is not so robust, but we're working towards it. I believe that this is the time it's changing. The COVID has brought some very, good steps in this direction. EMS, hospitalization, number of ICU beds available, number of emergency beds available, number of red area beds available, resuscitation bay, number of nurses available. So all of those things should be notified through the EMS to the hospital or vice versa from the hospital to the EMS कि हम और नहीं ले पाएंगे, आप divert कर दो. तो पहले से ही this is happening in the Western countries. It is starting to happen in India, and some states are doing it very well. Tamil Nadu is one state where doing excellent pre-hospital emergency care. So it's starting in some states. I'm sure a lot of people are looking at this, and I'm hoping that this will be the future in India as well, where we have pre-hospital notification. Thank you.
Preparedness and disaster triaging, I think it will take a whole day.
Yes, it is. It is a long topic, and everybody is trying to touch on it. Now, Dr. Angel will talk on it, so it's very interesting. I find it very a lot of fun, and we've worked together, Dr. Angel and I, during the COVID crisis. 2-3 years we've been, working together with COVID disaster. So it's been lot of learning for me. Is now we can use those examples to teach you also.
Everyone can easily start correlating now. I have found a big difference between teaching disaster management pre-COVID and post-COVID.
It's very easy now.
They don't ask you why are you teaching us. They know कि ऐसे करना पड़ा था.
Exactly.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So now I would like to invite Shamli to present token of love to Dr. Akshay. Thank you, Shamli. So our next session is by another marvelous speaker, that is Dr. Angel Singh Rajan, Additional Professor, Hospital Administration. Sir has a wide experience of leading mega healthcare projects and spearheaded the flagship National Cancer Institute at AIIMS, New Delhi. And
I'll speak myself, don't worry.
okay, sir. So
This is an in-house program, so we don't need really so many introductions. ठीक है, आज मेरा presentation चला, वो कहाँ पे है?
yes.
मैंने भेजा था, मेल किया था मैंने, स्पैम में नहीं चला गया, चेक कर लीजिए।
इधर सेट फैसिलिटी का मेल है.
सेट वाला है तो I'll forward it to the set mail. सेट का क्या मेल आईडी है?
AIIMS.set एक मिनट रखना
छोड़ दो, मैं भेज देता हूँ।
सर AIIMS.set.studio4 @gmail.com
यही है ना, देख लीजिए।
सर
ठीक है,
सर
You know, actually, I entered at the very right time when you were asking a question about the topic which we were about to discuss, which was about communication, teamwork. They asked me for a presentation, so I made one. Otherwise, I had thought the topic is such we don't really need a presentation. अभी आ जाएगा. ठीक है. So the topic was resource management, communication, and teamwork during mass casualty. हाँ सर. हाँ. हाँ बना दो, लेटर बना दो, मैं साइन कर. मैं देखता हूँ सर, अभी क्लास ले लूँ. ठीक है, मैं कर दूँ.
हाँ सर, हो गया रेडी.
मैं तो फोन को बंद किया हूँ, नहीं तो क्लास नहीं लेने देता. Yeah. So before I begin, I want to understand the audience we have. Is it primarily our nursing side, managerial side, or this MSc students, or what is the kind of audience we have here? It's a mixed audience. So we definitely have a lot who have worked in the hospital and would know the systems of the hospital. No? ठीक है, that's fine. Okay, so you see the topic which was given to me was resource management, communication and teamwork during mass casualty. So if we look at from a perspective, how do we classify the topic? We could very simply call it a crisis resource management. Okay, so in a very short form, this would be a crisis resource management, which would include managing resources, managing communication, managing teamwork and all those things. So you see, what is crisis resource management? We'll run through a typical class for a first 10 slides and then we'll move on to discussion. So crisis resource management is first a management system. It is what helps you make optimal use of all the available resources. Now, what are resources? Something, when we say resources, don't just think that resources are something you put in the cupboard and are your stock item. There would be people, procedure, equipment, everything. Even money is a resource if you look at that perspective. But we in government system, we leave the money to the government or the institute. So we look at people, procedures and equipment or our consumables and whatever we have. So those are resources. Then to promote safety and enhance efficiency of operations during a crisis. So the crisis, what we are talking today is kind of like a mass casualty event. But the crisis, COVID was a crisis, you could have disaster as a crisis, you could have earthquake as a crisis, whatever. So what is mass casualty is beyond the discussion I'm going. But the broad thing to understand is that the crisis resource management stays the same for a lot of things. You know, you could have a similar crisis in the OT. One day you could have the crisis, fire in a ward is a crisis. So the resource management perspective stays the same. Then what is the concept and what we are doing today? We do a simulated training of a group of people in handling commonly encountered and anticipated high risk emergencies and disasters. As a part of this, what the end goal is, the effective and efficient accomplishment of the needed operations and responses with emphasis on optimal teamwork, prevention of errors and promotion of safety. So what we are doing today is we are actually preparing for the day this may actually happen, because that is the day you will not be able to say that this should have been actually done. And what essentially training will do is it will help us promote safety by addressing your behavioral and cognitive skills, right, needed to effectively manage all available resources, especially during a crisis. And you know, this is primarily managed through skills we normally don't talk about in our education. It would be not something about a technical skill what you have of managing your the primary profession you are in. It's not about how to put a cannula or how to take care of a bed sore or whatever. Those are the skills which are a different perspective of yours. Those are your technical skills. These are skills more like when you decide how to run your house. You know, it is not something you are taught in a school, but you inherently would develop it as a non-technical skill within the setup. So skills such as leadership, skills such as situational awareness, skills such as communication, skills such as teamwork. So these are the kind of skills which come in the form of crisis resource management. These are kind of the skills we as administrators continue to fight in the hospital every day. Like this is happening, this is happening, this is happening. So these are those skills which you will have to face at a point of time when they are not organized or not defined, because they will evolve as per the situation at that point of time, right? So although the technical and non-technical skills both are important, but the crisis resource management focuses more on your non-technical skills. That is your ability to respond to situations, your ability to lead in a situation, right? Those sort of skills. So it is a system. It helps us prepare for the crisis and responses, and what exercises we do before that actually happens is what will help us really do it. Now, what are the basic principles of this crisis resource management? If you look at, if somebody has to write a very theoretical answer, you know, you will say know your environment, prepare and plan, call for the help early. We'll put it all through a scenario actually. Take a leadership role, allocate attention wisely and use all available resources, right? Prioritize and distribute the workload, and communicate effectively, right? I will not explain you just like that. We'll come to a real example when we'll open it. Then use all available information, prevent and manage fixation of errors, double check, use cognitive aids whatever are available to us, reevaluate repeatedly, use good teamwork, allocate attention wisely, and set priorities dynamically, right? We will just revisit all these in a next 2 minutes. And in case of your emergency or a mass casualty crisis management, the first thing is triaging and prioritization, which you would have already discussed in previous this thing. Efficiently manage multiple patients and also cope with disruptions or distractions. You see, what was a typical example of the last thing during COVID? Effectively coping with disruption or distraction. What was the typical example of that during COVID? How many of you did COVID duty? What was the kind of disruptions we faced during COVID? जिसको ड्यूटी पे लगाया उसको कोविड हो गया, right? We are sending staff to a COVID facility. The lockdown is not helping us do it. So you will have to in advance look at that. So if you are looking at a mass casualty event, and let us say the mass casualty event is actually inside your hospital, say your emergency roof collapses, what will happen? You have prepared your whole mass casualty preparedness that I will designate this, I will designate this, I will designate this, this is my stock. And the mass casualty event which happens in your hospital is that your emergency roof collapses. So what will you do? You see, that is the time you will not be saying I am not prepared. You will have to find a solution to that whole thing, right? So in simple terms, if you look at it from a theoretical perspective, it is about your behavioral skills like the leadership, communication, teamwork, and your cognitive skills like situational awareness. Situational awareness is going to be the most important thing at any point of time. Planning, decision making, and task management. You know, the best thing I find in a crisis is people feel the decision the other person will take, right? And that is the philosophy I found as the philosophy of successful administration. Take risk and take decisions, right? Throughout COVID when we ran, if I would stop and think in the middle of night at 1 o'clock that I should call up the director to take a decision and then he will decide how I run my facility, he has already decided I should run my facility, right? So if the DNS or the ANS of a ward has already been given a managerial role to run that area, to be the in charge of that area, and if you still keep on depending and you don't realize what is your inherent responsibility or the power delegated out to you, or you have ultimately been given an assignment to which says run there. You will make a mistake, that is fine. You will always make a mistake. You drive on the road, you will make a mistake. The first time you buy a new car and you put a first scratch on it is the most painful. After some time, so many scratches, you will forget about the scratches. You will say, "Do aur lag gaya, koi dikkat nahi." It is something like that which you do with mistakes. You take decisions, you will make mistakes, you will learn how to correct them, you keep on moving forward. But in a crisis situation, if you don't learn how to take a decision, you are not fit for that crisis situation, right? And nobody can tell that what sort of person would be best till you experiment and you realize who will be, let's take a very simple example. How do people choose a specialization of their? It is also by the virtue of the fact that how much risk they want to take. You go to ये होता है ना बच्चों का जो पार्क होता है, अम्यूजमेंट पार्क, यू गो टू एन अम्यूजमेंट पार्क, which person will go to the maddest roller coaster is something divided by the potential of how much risk that person is willing to take, right? And it also changes with age. When you all were kids, I was a kid or whatever, we would always tell our parents to go on to the most maddest roller coaster. Then on that we would cry to the maximum potential and then say, why did I come over it? But that was the potential to take a risk at that point of time. Right. Again, you must understand that no one behavior sits in isolation from other, but they overlap and are interrelated. A good teamwork includes excellent communication skills, task management, planning, and leadership. Likewise, good situational awareness relies on communication, teamwork, and decision making. So, if you see, we are exactly repeating the same words in teamwork and situational awareness, but reusing them again and again. So it comes down to those same 3-4 words which we said: your leadership, your decision making, your situational awareness, your teamwork, your communication, and all that. Right. So let us now try something about resource management, communication, and teamwork. Right. We will divide you into teams of say 3. So this side can be the communication side, the center one can be the teamwork side, and the left one can be the resource management side. Right? Any problem? Or we divide you into 2, this much and this much. What do you want, 3 or 2? 3? Okay. So now let us try and start with the resource management side. Right. In case of a mass casualty disaster at 2 o'clock in the night, suppose you are in charge of the emergency, the whole team is in charge or posted in the emergency at that point of time. So what would be there in your mind when you look at resource management? Lights on करा लो यार इस पे. I don't know ये कहाँ गए? Set वाले गायब हो गए? I can hardly see people sitting there. Yeah, that's better. Right. So, बोलिए जी. बोलिए madam. Manpower of what type? एक minute. So let us start with the so first is manpower. Right. So what is the kind of manpower you think you will talk about? मैडम छोटा सा कमरा है, हम सुन लेंगे एक दूसरे को, डोंट वरी. बताइए, टाइप्स ऑफ मैन पावर यू विल लुक एट. बोलिए. Which category of staff? It is like, it is the same story of writing a Blake and Morton gate in the exam, which happened to us when we were writing an exam also. मालूम है कि left axis ये था, right axis ये था, बीच में 4 column ये थे. But when you are really in that crisis, you need to know your staff to the last full stop. Right? So, what staff? बोलो बोलो बोलो, ऊंची बोलिए. कौन बोल रहा है आप में से? अच्छा अच्छा, ऑनलाइन भी हैं. ओहो, वेरी गुड. हाँ जी बोलिए, ऑनलाइन वाले बोलिए. बोलिए मैडम बोलिए. हाँ, डॉक्टर्स, नर्सेज, डॉक्टर, नर्सेज, टेक्नीशियन, सिक्योरिटी. और बताइए. एनी अदर ऑप्शन है जी? HASA. और बोलिए. हाँ, स्पेशल टीम फॉर द मैनेजमेंट. ओके, और बताइए. देखिए, आपने बोला मैन पावर, ऑन ड्यूटी डॉक्टर्स, नर्सेज, टेक्नीशियन, फ्लोर स्टाफ, सिक्योरिटी, HASA. ठीक है, तो लेट अस कम टू डॉक्टर्स. व्हाट काइंड ऑफ डॉक्टर्स? अब इमरजेंसी में कितने डॉक्टर्स होते हैं? विच वन? ऑन कॉल डॉक्टर्स, राइट. ऑन कॉल डॉक्टर्स, ऑफ ड्यूटी डॉक्टर्स. ऑन कॉल हो गया ना वो. दे आर ऑल द ऑन कॉल डॉक्टर्स. ठीक है. अच्छा, नाउ लेट्स कम टू द नर्सिंग स्टाफ. नर्सिंग स्टाफ में कौन कौन सा होगा? बोलो बोलो, सभी बोल सकते हो. इंचार्जेस, ऑन कॉल स्टाफ, सुपरवाइजर्स. और कोई? बस इतने से. चलिए, लेट्स कम टू टेक्नीशियन. टेक्नीशियन कौन कौन से टेक्नीशियन होते हैं? एक्सरे टेक्नीशियन, अल्ट्रासाउंड, EMT. और बताइए. OT टेक्नीशियन. ठीक है. अच्छा, चलिए, सिक्योरिटी हो गया, फ्लोर स्टाफ हो गया, HASA हो गया, स्पेशल टीम हो गया, वट एवर इट वॉज. नाउ सपोज योर टीम वॉज ऑन ड्यूटी एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम और ये सारे रिसोर्सेज आपने मैनेज करने हैं, तो अब आप करेंगे क्या? You see, you are talking about a mass casualty incident. A mass casualty incident is like at 2 a.m. in the night, you suddenly get to know you are posted in the trauma center and you get to know कि AIIMS के सामने एक 40-सीटर बस उलट गई है. ठीक है, यहाँ 2 बसेस का एक्सीडेंट हो गया है. यहाँ AIIMS के बिल्कुल सामने जो सरोजनी नगर रेलवे स्टेशन है, वहां पे 2 ट्रेन आपस में कोलाइड कर गई हैं. यू कैन एक्सपेक्ट सम 100 पेशेंट्स just coming to you next 30-40 minutes as soon as they can bring you. So अब आप उसमें इन सारी मैन पावर से क्या काम कराएंगे?
Communicate all this thing. This is the area happened, and we have to arrange staff well before the patient arrives.
Right. So उसमें आप कैसे करेंगे? अच्छा, एक मिनट, उससे पहले हम एक काम करते हैं. रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट में हमने ये तो कर लिया, मैन पावर कर लिया. और कोई रिसोर्स जिसको मैनेज करना है? ट्रांसपोर्टेशन सर्विसेज, एम्बुलेंस सर्विसेज. ठीक है, एक मिनट. रिसोर्सेज, एम्बुलेंस सर्विसेज, और बताइए कुछ, इक्विपमेंट, बेड्स, और बोलिए कोई रिसोर्स है जी, ऑक्सीजन, और कुछ बताओ। रजिस्ट्रेशन, रिससिटेशन, हाँ ठीक है। किस टाइप का? आइसोलेशन, आइसोलेशन एरिया, ठीक है। ट्रायज एरिया, मेडिसिन हो गए, और बताइए। इतने से ही रिसोर्स हुए ये तो सर। वो तो मैं अभी आ रहा हूं उसमें, अभी उस पे आ रहा हूं। अभी तो हम रिसोर्स को लिस्ट आउट कर रहे हैं सिर्फ, ठीक है। रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट मतलब रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट में अभी तक हमने मैन पावर कर लिया, कुछ हमने बाकी चीजें कर ली, ठीक है। सो हमने 3 चीजों के बारे में बात करनी है, रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट, कम्युनिकेशन एंड टीम वर्क, ठीक है। तो रिसोर्सेज में ह्यूमन रिसोर्स आ गया, कुछ और आ गया, कुछ और रह गया हमारे पास। क्या चीज? पीपी ले लो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। आजकल तो पीपी का जमाना है मैडम, टेंशन ही कोई नहीं है। और बताओ कुछ। चलो अगर हम इतना भी सोच लिए तो इसके आगे अब बात करते हैं। अब आप लोगों ने मुझे जब आप बता रहे थे, आपने मैन पावर सारी बताई, उसमें एज द नर्सिंग इंचार्ज ऑफ दैट एरिया आपका रोल क्या है? पहले ये बताइए, आपका कौन कौन सी मैन पावर के बारे में आपका रोल है, ये बताइए। यू सी, हैव यू हर्ड अबाउट इंसिडेंट सिस्टम एंड इंसिडेंट कमांड सिस्टम वगैरह? अभी किसी ने समझाया है? सो इंसिडेंट कमांडर का एक, हाँ, तो यू सी फर्स्ट यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड कि आपका उस सिस्टम में रोल क्या है, राइट? सो इफ यू आर टू लुक एट द responsibilities of a typical perspective from a nursing perspective, if I see, ठीक है, तो you will, out of these whole manpower other than the doctors, the virtually the entire manpower is something which our nursing in charges do look at ki whether they are available or not available, how does it work or not. Your technicians in our institute may not agree with the fact ki they nursing in charges look after, but ultimately we strongly believe that yes, nursing in charges are in an administrative position to look after these entire aspects of availability of resources, which includes. So now let us come to the fact, how will you manage the resources? नहीं, ठीक है, बढ़िया है। How will you manage the nursing part of the resources? अगर आपको रात को 2 बजे मैसेज आ रहा है कि 30 मिनट में लगभग 100 पेशेंट आने का उम्मीद है, तो आप कैसे नर्सिंग मैन पावर अरेंज करेंगे? यू विल कॉल अप द सुपरवाइजर, तो हो गया काम मैडम। दैट डिपेंड्स ऑन द एफिशिएंसी ऑफ द सुपरवाइजर, ठीक है। पहला स्टेप होने वाला है कि सुपरवाइजर का फोन नहीं मिलेगा। सुपरवाइजर का फोन मिलेगा तो वो बोलेंगे मैं सीएनओ मैडम से फोन करके बात करूंगी, वो क्या कहेंगे मैं उसके बेसिस पर डिसाइड करूंगा। चैनल वैनल कौन सा मैडम? रात को 2 बजे हु वुड यू कॉल अप? आपको बोला गया है रिसोर्सेज रात को 2 बजे अरेंज करना, एंड सपोज यू आर द सुपरवाइजर, हाँ ऑन ड्यूटी रहते हैं मैडम, मान लिया, एंड आप मान लीजिए आप सुपरवाइजर हैं, आपको बोल दिया गया, ठीक है, आपको फोन आया ड्यूटी ऑफिसर ने। ड्यूटी ऑफिसर का एक ही काम होता है, कम्युनिकेशन, ठीक है। उसको फोन आएगा कि 100 पेशेंट आ रहे हैं, उसने फोन उठाना है, उसने 10 जगह फोन घुमा देना, ठीक है। अब उसने अगर आपको नर्सिंग के पर्सपेक्टिव से फोन कर दिया कि 100 पेशेंट आ रहे हैं, इमरजेंसी रेडी कर लीजिए, ठीक है, तो आप मैन पावर में उस टाइम रात को नर्सिंग स्टाफ का कैसे करेंगे? ठीक है, डन।
जो नियर बाय है, जो इमरजेंसी क्या है, अपने उस पे can take the call कि they need to call them on duty if they can come.
ठीक है, बिल्कुल ठीक है, हाँ ठीक है। जिस वार्ड में कम पेशेंट है वो एम्स में होता नहीं कभी, और एम्स में हर वार्ड को ये लगता है कि मेरे पास जितने पेशेंट है उससे मैन पावर कम है। तो अगर आप हर वार्ड को ये ऑप्शन देंगे कि आपके यहाँ पे जहां से कम पेशेंट है वो आ जाए, तो कोई नहीं आएगा। आई कैन अश्योर यू दैट। सो यू विल हैव टू टेक अ डिसीजन एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम कि हर वार्ड से पहले 25% मैन पावर आएगी, फिर 50% मैन पावर आएगी। इसी जब आप कोई, what I am trying to explain you is कि ऐसी सिचुएशन में you will not have to leave it to their choice। आपके पहले तो एक सिस्टम इस्टेब्लिश्ड होना चाहिए कि अगर रात को या किसी भी समय कोई भी मास कैजुअलिटी इंसिडेंट होता है तो नर्सिंग में से हु इज द राइट पर्सन टू टेक दिस डिसीजन। तो जैसे हमारे हॉस्पिटल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में होता है ना, हमारे हॉस्पिटल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में ये डिसाइडेड होता है कि अगर रात को एम्स का कोई ताला भी तोड़ना पड़ जाए या कुछ भी करना पड़ जाए ना, द ड्यूटी ऑफिसर इज फुली एम्पावर्ड ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ द एमएस एंड द डायरेक्टर टू टेक अ डिसीजन। उस टाइम ये मैटर नहीं करता कि वो क्या पोस्ट पे है, वो क्या जूनियर है सीनियर है, वो उस टाइम डेलीगेटेड पावर में काम कर रहा है। ठीक है, इसी तरह आपके केस में you will first have to fix a system where you decide that this is the person who will take this decision। ठीक है, कल को ये नहीं हो सकता कि नाइट सुपरवाइजर ये डिसीजन ले ले कि सारे वार्ड से 25% नर्सिंग स्टाफ आएगा एंड द नर्सिंग स्टाफ डजंट हैव दैट क्लैरिटी एंड वो बोले नहीं नहीं मैं तो अपनी एएनएस बिना पूछे आ ही नहीं सकती। ठीक है, मतलब यू सी दीज आर द सिचुएशंस वी ऑफन फेस। उसमें से 50% ऐसे होंगे जो आना इसलिए नहीं चाहते कि मैं चली गई तो मेरे यहां से काम सफर हो जाएगा, मेरा पीछे से कोई बीपी ऑपरेटर्स उठा के ले जाएगा, मेरा यहां से ऐसा हो जाएगा या मेरा एचए भाग जाएगा। 50% तो ऐसा हो गया, 25% कुछ ऐसा निकलेगा। 25% यू सी वुड बी दोज हु वुड बी ऑफ द थॉट प्रोसेस मैं क्यों जाऊं, मैं गई तो कल को 12 बज जाएगा, मुझे तो सुबह 8 बजे बच्चे को छोड़ना है, मुझे ये करना है। सो यू सी दीज आर ऑल वेरियस रीजंस व्हाई वी वुड डू दैट। मतलब हमारे भी फोन आएगा तो हम भी यही करेंगे, ऐसी बात नहीं है। देन यू वुड हैव 25% ऑफ पीपल हु वुड वॉलंटरली कम डाउन एंड दे वुड से कि बताओ मैं आके काम करती हूँ, ठीक है ये करता हूँ। देन द रिमेनिंग 25% वुड बी मोर कंसर्न्ड अबाउट द पेशेंट whom they were handling there। ठीक है, कि मेरे पेशेंट को अगर मैं छोड़ के चला गया या चली गई तो इसका ये ट्रीटमेंट कैसे होगा, ये कैसे होगा। सो बट इन अ केस ऑफ अ डिजास्टर और मास कैजुअलिटी और व्हाटएवर, योर सिस्टम शुड बी वेरी क्लियर दैट द इंस्ट्रक्शंस आर देन, क्योंकि आप बोल रहे हर वार्ड से 25% आ जाइए, डोंट लीव इट टू द डिस्क्रिशन के कौन से 25% आ जाइए, क्योंकि वार्ड ये डिसाइड करने में भी टाइम लगा देगा कि विच विल बी दी 25%। एंड वो 25% में फिर ये हो जाएगा कि जी 3 ही लोग पोस्टेड हैं तो हम उसको 1.25% करके कैसे निकाल के आए वहां से। मतलब हाउ टू सेंड अ 1 यू सी यू विल बी वेरी वेरी क्लियर एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम के 25% एंड मिनिमम ऑफ वार्ड में 2 लोग बचने चाहिए, बाकी आ जाओ। सो वॉट एवर, एंड दिस विल बी स्टेज्ड एज यू नो दिस विल बी डायनेमिक, दिस विल चेंज। आप शुरू में सबको नीचे बुला लोगे, ठीक है, बट यू हैव टू रियलाइज कि आप सबको नीचे बुला के करोगे क्या। मान लीजिए कि आपने सारों को बोल दिया 50% मैन पावर नर्सिंग का नीचे आ जाए, नीचे तो आ गए, आपके पास इमरजेंसी में तो बेड 25 ही थे, आपने पेशेंट्स को यहां पे स्टेबलाइज किया, बाकियों को वार्ड में भेजना शुरू किया, पता लगा वार्ड में पेशेंट पहुंच गए और मैन पावर नीचे खड़ी है। सो दैट फाइन बैलेंस ऑफ रिसोर्सेज, मतलब फर्स्ट यू विल सी व्हाट इज द रिसोर्सेज यू आर टू लुक एट। इफ मैन पावर देन व्हाट टाइप ऑफ मैन पावर, ठीक है, आपके स्कोप में क्या है। मतलब हम इंस्टीट्यूट की बात कर रहे हैं ना, एम्स की बात कर रहे हैं। सो हमारे स्कोप में ये नहीं है कि पेशेंट मेरे तक कैसे पहुंचेगा, जिसको पहुंचा दोगे मैं पहुंचा लूंगा, बचाऊंगा, जिसको मेरे तक नहीं पहुंचा रहे हो उसको मैं कैसे कुछ कर सकता हूं। इसी वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट हियर ना कि एम्बुलेंस सर्विसेज हम देखेंगे, हम एम्बुलेंस के बारे में बिल्कुल नहीं सोचेंगे, हम सिर्फ ये देखेंगे कि जिस टाइम पेशेंट मेरे दरवाजे पे आ गया मुझे उसके आगे कैसे मैनेज करना है, मेरे स्कोप के बियॉन्ड में नहीं जाऊं। सो being very clear about your scope is something very very important. Then same way you will have to come down to other resources like equipment, beds, oxygen, resuscitation, isolation area, triage, medicine, PPE, whatever. You will have to decide what is the kind of emergency you are going to handle. Suppose it is mass casualty, किसी ने यहाँ पे एक resource जो नहीं बोला, फॉर एग्जाम्पल इट वॉज कि इफ देयर इज अ मास कैजुअलिटी, इट इज एन एक्सीडेंट इवेंट और समथिंग, यू विल नीड ब्लड सपोर्ट ऑल्सो, ठीक है, you will need different sorts of splints or other things or that sort of a thing also. अच्छा, इसमें भी देखिए same principles will apply. At the first instance, if you are not prepared, या आपने पहले कोई डिजास्टर स्टॉक नहीं रखा हो, हमारी इमरजेंसी में डिजास्टर कबर्ड देखा है कुछ लोगों ने? आप इमरजेंसी में, मेन इमरजेंसी में जाइए ना, तो एक डिजास्टर कबर्ड है, हम उसको 15 अगस्त और 26 जनवरी से पहले जरूर चेक करते हैं, बिकॉज उसका हमारा लॉजिक ये होता है कि दैट कबर्ड हैज द मैजिक टू सर्वाइव 100 पेशेंट्स इन दैट, कि उसमें इतना सामान ये होता है, ये होता है, होता है, एंड यू टॉक टू द नर्सिंग इंचार्ज, उनको सब पता होता है कि हमारे डिजास्टर कबर्ड में क्या है. सिमिलरली ट्रॉमा सेंटर विल हैव देयर ओन system. So you will be pre-prepared for certain types of emergency disasters, but you would not be prepared for something like a COVID or XYZ because something which is new evolving. But you would have to understand, अगर आपके पास उस टाइम वो वहां पे अवेलेबल नहीं है रिसोर्स, तो आप कहां से लाएंगे? Again the same thing. You must know this is the leadership, this is my chain of command. मुझे इसको बोलना है to get me these resources from within the hospital. सबसे पहले से ट्रॉमा सेंटर में पेशेंट आए. Now trauma center is running out of normal saline or plasma expanders or whatever. AIIMS तो एक है. Within AIIMS you can always grab it from the main hospital or XYZ. But the problem doesn't come कि you don't have it in stock. The problem is you will have it in stock, but because it is in your stock, you will not release, and आपको ये clarity नहीं है कि release किसके order पे करना है. राइट, वो रात को 2 बजे, इफ यू रिक्वायर टू डू 5 more phone calls, suppose an injection atileptase is required, it is available in the emergency, but a patient in the C7 ward is dying क्योंकि उसको atileptase का जरूरत था एंड कहीं अवेलेबल नहीं था, एंड वी विल से नहीं ये तो मेरे स्टॉक में है, ये तो फिर अब इमरजेंसी के पेशेंट को ही मिल सकता है और किसी को नहीं मिल सकता. ठीक है, तो देयर आर 2 ऑप्शंस ना. वन, आपके पास क्राइसिस होता है, यू विल कॉल अप द ड्यूटी ऑफिसर एंड टेल हिम कि भी हमें ये प्रॉब्लम है. तो हम ड्यूटी ऑफिसर को भी यही सिखाते हैं ना कि यार अगर आप ज्यादा फंस रहे होते हो ना, ठीक है, शिफ्ट द पेशेंट टू इमरजेंसी, उसको इंजेक्शन लगवा दे. ठीक है, इफ दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम, यू फाइंड आउट अ सोल्यूशन टू दैट ना. वो कह रहे हैं इमरजेंसी के पेशेंट के लिए ना, यू ऑथराइज द ट्रांसफर टू इमरजेंसी, गेट हिम द इंजेक्शन, शिफ्ट हिम बैक. One way is that. Second is you simply ask the injection to be shifted back. वहां लगा दीजिए. But which resource to be used in which right manner and who is going to take the decision is going to be most important. And जब हम situational awareness का बात कर रहे हैं, then what is the kind of resources what would be required for that. ठीक है, अच्छा, इसी के ऊपर let us talk. So these are things you can't really, you know, start doing it at that point of time. These are things you will have to prepare beforehand. कि if you are not able to decide the night supervisor's empowerment in the hospital before or when you created that post, like रात को अगर night supervisor है, उसका क्या मतलब है? She is the supervisor of all the wards and whatever decision she takes is final, is applicable. अगर उन्होंने लिख के दे दिया या बोल दिया कि हाँ ये सामान ट्रांसफर कर दीजिए इनको, ठीक है. We ran COVID exactly the same way. ठीक है, we put up a command system, we gave the powers to our nursing in charges of the floors to ensure distribution of stuff and within the floors. देखिए, सबसे बुरा टाइम क्या हो सकता है कि you have that thing in the hospital but it is under the lock and key of another person and a patient is dying in the third place because वो उसके चार्ज में था. So these practices, the system, who will release, how it will be released should be very clear. Let's come to communication. Now, if you look at communication, communication is multi aspects. One is मेरे को फील्ड से कैसे कम्युनिकेट होगा, मेरे पास ये कैसे आएगा, वो होगा. बट कम्युनिकेशन विद इन योर टीम, राइट. अब आपके पास सपोज करिए कि आपने वार्ड से नर्सिंग बुला लिया. You have around 60 nurses standing in the emergency, right? किसको क्या करना है? समझिए, if you are not able to establish a chain of communication, a chain of command, which nursing staff does what? If there is a typical area, somebody will say you will look at red area, you will look at yellow area, you will look at triage, you will look at this. So these are the aspects, and then within communication, some things are very important. For example, as soon as a mass disaster happens and the media gets to know, so media handling again becomes a very important part of mass disaster. And वो सारे स्टाफ को पूछना शुरू कर दें, सारा स्टाफ अलग अलग बताना शुरू कर दे, हाँ 10 पेशेंट आए थे, 2 की बाजू कटी हुई है, 3 के पैर कटे हुए हैं, दूसरा बोले नहीं मैंने तो 10-12 देखे हैं जो डेड हैं. Who will communicate to the government? Who will communicate to the media? Within your system, communication is not just within your hospital, right? Acha, then one important thing which we did not touch upon in the manpower time was we offer accommodation to a lot of people in the institute, right? And why do hospitals offer accommodation to staff within the institute is for this very reason, that in case of mass casualties or disasters or other things, when you don't have any other options, you could. एंड जब मोबाइल का टाइम नहीं होता था ना, तब हमारा एक कंट्रोल रूम का रूल होता था कि जो आपका ऑर्डरली है वो इसीलिए होता है कि अगर कोई आ नहीं रहा तो उसके गाड़ी लो, घर जाओ, उसको घंटी मारो, निकाल के ले आओ. एंड आर सिस्टम्स वर लाइक दैट कि गौतम नगर के कुत्तों के बीच में से भी कैसे जाना है वो सब जानते थे कि हाउ वुड यू गो एंड गेट द पर्सन आउट वुड बी. That time, how you manage the situation is going to be your success, not how you don't manage the situation. ठीक है? So you will also have to take into account. अच्छा, then आपके इंस्टीट्यूट में आपका स्टोर है, स्टोर भी तो आपका है ना, स्टोर में सामान पड़ा है लेकिन आपके पास सामान नहीं है, तो वो वहां से सामान निकलवाने के लिए किसको बोलना है? So you should be aware of मेरे को किस क्वांटम में सामान चाहिए. Right, at that point of time, if you think कि नहीं, because I have 100 patient coming, मुझे रात को मैन पावर भी बहुत चाहिए, and you should also understand where you are, जिसको हम सर्ज कैपेसिटी बोलते हैं ना, where your capacity finishes. You can't take the load of say you have 1000 injured patients and सारे 1000 के 1000 AIIMS ट्रॉमा सेंटर में आएंगे, नहीं हो सकता है. There is a time when you have to say कि no, this is full stop. While at the same time, if you are in an institute like AIIMS, you will also have to understand that you will still have to keep the margin for around 10% patients who would still be brought in by discretion, or who says that in a mass casualty incident, our own staff's family members and others cannot be part of that. So you will have to still factor that out, but then you will have to say, this is my capacity, full stop, I won't. Right? So communication and then teamwork. Teamwork is the same story. Without teamwork, you can't at that point of time work. Everybody at that point of time will have to understand their role. A doctor will do his role, technician will do his role, nursing staff will do their role. Okay? And sometimes you will also do cross roles. For example, I give you a very simple example. During COVID, I had a good run-in with one of your colleagues in a way that I went on rounds and a patient was very uncomfortable, breathing, very difficulty, but his mask was not, he was on NIV, NIV was leaking, and I told the nursing officer there कि please set up the NIV. She said हाँ मैंने 15 मिनट से टेक्नीशियन को बोला हुआ है, वो अभी तक आया नहीं है, तो आएगा तो वो सेट करेगा, वो गैस करने की कंडीशन में आया था. ठीक है? Those are the times where you have to understand that in cases of crisis, your boundaries of duties will to some extent overlap. Right? So if your patient is dying in front of you, you may have to change his mask, you may have to do this. And अगर आप पूरी emergency में suppose you have 2 technicians and रात के time पे if you have a crisis where you have 50 patients on ventilator, you will have to assume roles which will not be a part of your routine. So the situation in mass casualty is that, अब देखिए mass casualty में anatomy के डॉक्टर ने जाके भी ICU में पेशेंट हैंडल किया ना, उसमें ये तो नहीं है कि वो नहीं जाएगा वाली स्टोरी. सो दोज आर द टाइम्स वेयर यू विल हैव टू टेक लीडरशिप रोल, एंड देन इट वाज योर नर्सिंग लीडरशिप ओनली व्हिच रिजॉल्व्ड दोज इश्यूज, कि नहीं हम इन इश्यूज को, बिकॉज कई बार आपके यहाँ पे व्हाट आई रियलाइज्ड एट एम्स विद माय लिमिटेड एक्सपीरियंस इज दैट वी हैव बाउंड्रीज बिटवीन द फैक्ट दैट दिस इज द वर्क ऑफ टेक्नीशियन एंड दिस इज द वर्क ऑफ nursing staff, but those boundaries are for the reason that you also want that technicians should do their bit of work. Okay, you don't want that they should put everything on you, and but those are things which will not typically come in the way at the time of a emergency, mass casualty, disasters. These are times when humanity will come more forward than your your past experiences or reasons why you would not do that should not come in the way of those things. ठीक है? कुछ और पॉइंट्स बताइए. ये तो मतलब दिस इज अ टॉपिक आई कैन कंटिन्यू टू स्पीक ऑन 3 hours ऑल्सो, बट आई थिंक सबको भूख लग रही होगी आपको. लंच ब्रेक है इसके बाद कि अभी नहीं है? चलिए, गुड. So have some food and keep thinking about this topic. Every time you go to a ward and as you move on to higher positions, you start realizing that yes, these are my challenges. But two things I will say: take decisions, bring in leadership, and do what you are supposed to do at that point of time. Okay? Thank you. लीजिए मैम. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your session. I would now like to invite Mr. Shubham to give the token of love to Dr. Angel Rajan Singh. Sir. Thank you, sir. So now I request the participants to have lunch in the pantry. मैसेज कर दो मैसेज लंच वो प्री टेस्ट पोस्ट टेस्ट वाला क्या हो गया अच्छा ठीक है नहीं उसने किया है कौन किया है ना So online participants, please join back by 2.
ये ना म्यूट कर देना.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. So, welcome back, everyone. Now, we are moving towards a very interesting session for the day, for which I would like to invite Dr. Samuel Ravi, sir, who is a professor at CMC Vellore. Sir is a master's trauma nursing program committee member for Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, National Pre-Hospital Care Policy Developing Committee member, trauma nurse consultant at various multiple hospital disaster management policy protocol and training, disaster management resource person in various Asian countries. Sir has 24 years of clinical experience in trauma and emergency nursing. So I would like to invite sir for his session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for the audience. Let me thank AIIMS College of Nursing and for the organizing team.
Thank you, sir.
I think
So there are about 30 participants, sir.
good number.
Yes.
Okay, so I think today it's very interesting. I'm sure you are going through a lot of training, but the focus now will be slightly. And then the training should be a regular, not once in a year, and then you don't remember it. You need practice. Okay, so we need to periodically, regularly train. Okay, and as I said, we do what we practice, not what's in the plan. So many times you will find we don't know fire management. Yes, most of us know very well, But when it comes to response to external disaster or a hazmat, we are not good at that because we are not exposed to them periodically. So that's the danger. So this is one classical example of a tabletop exercise. Now this is done by a town. So they have developed the model of the town and with the road and the structures, everything like that. And then the town people have gathered, that is the police, the paramedic, the fire. So these are the group of people of the town. So they'll give a scenario, they stand circle around and then they have to work it on this plan instead of doing it really in the town. So that's exactly what is the tabletop exercise. And why the name came is very obvious because it is right on the over the table that we have to design and do that. They call it as a tabletop exercise, which is shortly called as either TTE, tabletop exercise, or TTX, tabletop exercise. Okay, it is a scenario-based group discussion. For example, we can have a drawing of an ICU, map of ICU on the table, and then we can show fire in one area. And then the group stands around and have a heavy discussion where to evacuate the patient, how to evacuate the patient. Patients intubated on ventilator. How can I move an intubated patient outside? My ICU is on the second floor. How can I bring my patient to first floor because the patient intubated and has got supports like adrenaline, dopamine drip. How can I run it safely? So this goes with the map right in front of you. Okay, so that's what we call it on. Okay, and usually the whole exercise will take 2 to 4 hours. So today exercise is going to be 2 to 3, 3:30, 3:45, I think. So today's exercise, I'm sure your ma'ams and team members will explain to you how to do that. But in the end, I'll give you an overview. Now, scenario should be with the hazards of the area. For example, if fire is common, you take fire. Or if hazardous material is common, take that. Okay. There are many formats and methods. You can draw and do it. You can do it on a screen, computer screen and do it. You can do software on do it. Like you can have 25 computer with software and do it. Or you can have a model. I understand today you are going to do it on model. You can do it on model. And why do we need this? Number one is a low stress discussion. When you do in reality, when you do it in the ICU, you are under high tension. Patient is there, patient safety, your safety, ethically and morally, we cannot disturb the patient who are already sick. It's high stress. But when you do it over the tabletop, it's a bit relaxed. You can do it a little more comfortably. You can have some water to drink or a cup of coffee. As you do that, you can do that. I'm sure you came today for the program in the best dressed possible. Like you can't do that in ICU or in a critical care. But today now you are really, I can't see you, but I can feel that you are really dressed to the best of your ability with all the foundations and the other layers on your appearance. In other words, it's a low stress. It's not the high stress pumping on you. And it's a good environment for problem solving because you talk over with each other. That's the main thing. You need to argue, you need to discuss. Suppose I say, I move this patient from here and turn left and go out. So one of you can say, no, don't take the patient that side. There is more fire there. Take the patient on the left side. So without moving the patient, you are able to do a lot by discussion. So that's it. Third, you get acquainted. You do it as a team. Today you are doing it nursing, but actually TTX we don't do like that. Any simulation we do team together. Doctor, nurses, housekeeping staff, and who was it? Paramedic, technician, all together we do. So we know by each other, we know what to do, and then we can do. Because nurses do separately, doctors do separately. When we come together, it won't work. And it will be total confusion. So that's why we always need to do it together. But this is a training for you, so you will do it like that. But when you get back to your clinical, you can organize and do it in the clinical with your team completely together. Okay, and it's a good preparation for functional exercise. There are many types of exercise, like functional, single patient evacuation, one method. Complex whole ward evacuation, one method. Whole hospital evacuation. These are all functional, partial, and total. Cost effective. So you really don't have, you have only model, you have paper, and you have some chai and samosa, I think, after this. I'm not getting it. So I brought my own cookies. And when I come to AIIMS, I catch the students, give me something to eat and drink. And heat and drink is only coffee and other things, not anything. Okay. So money is not a big deal in that. Okay. Minimal disruption and validate your plan. You're going to plan, you're testing the plan on the people. So through exercise, test the preparedness of critical care areas. So critical care areas is a very, very vital. I'll give you an example, operation theatre. So in operation theatre, surgery is going on, there is a fire. Now you need to evacuate the patient. So how do you do that? It's surgery. So middle of the surgery, fire. What will you do? Will you stop the surgery? Will you do a suturing or put a wet linen? Wet gauze, sterile gauze, and move the patient out? So what are you going to do? So it's a critical care area, ICU patient, nursery, labor room. Mothers are, the crowning is seen and they're ready for delivery. Okay, you can see the head, the crowning and all that stuff. It's ready for delivery and there's a mild earthquake. You evacuate. How do you evacuate the mother, the baby, and all through the trolley? And where do you conduct the delivery? So these are critical care areas where you cannot conduct a mock drill. So when you can't do a simulation or a mock drill, then you come in to do for this particular PTX. Okay, you test and evaluate plan, policies, and procedure, and it can be corrected by your discussion. And you can also identify weakness and gaps. For example, we did once TTX for evacuation of pediatric ICU. What we did was we bought all the dolls, 30 rupees, 50 rupees, roadside dolls. We brought those dolls and then we put the dolls with a strip on top. What is the problem for the child? Child with pneumonia on oxygen. Child with, intubated with some other complication. Okay, so like that we had put for each kid. So then we said we left the emergency, pediatric emergency team. We are observers. So we left them and told not fire. 20 more children are coming with the toxicity, okay, food poisoning. So what do you do? So then there was a total confusion that they were moving the sick ones, not the sick ones, the moderate and other patient out and getting ready. So a lot of things. But we saw the gaps, the time taken for them to shift, and there's no proper communication between each other. So gaps are identified, weaknesses are identified. And of course, it improves your organizational coordination. To talk with each other freely, okay, all that can happen. Okay, and you can clarify your roles and responsibilities. Okay, that is very, very important. Like emergency room, you evacuate a patient in a move and a mock drill, in a tabletop exercise. The patient who's intubated tube comes out. So what do you do now? So you're the only nurse who's moving the patient. There's no doctor next to you. Middle of the corridor, the tube is out. Now you can put oropharyngeal area and start bagging. So that's role definition. What's my responsibility of airway breathing, circulation maintenance en route? That should be clear. Okay, and improve individual performance. You do 4 times, you become thorough of that. So we do a lot of times. So when we do a lot of times, we are thorough with that. See, I can talk freely on that, mainly because I'm doing this session for many times. So the more you practice, the more expert that you become. Okay, so that is why this will help. Tabletop with no cost, you can always practice it 10 times. Okay, and of course you can gain recognition and support from the official, meaning higher authorities. So as a nursing officer, when you do that, your head of the department nursing or the nursing superintendent or the medical personnel can watch that and can tell you that, okay, that's good. I think you need that. We will support you to get that, because they can see in reality what's happening. Am I quite okay with my speed, or am I running pretty fast? Is that okay? Yeah, cool. Thank you. Okay. Because I don't want it to be non-stop excitement. Why I'm going pretty fast is I want you to get to the ground and do it. And I want to listen when you argue in the end. That's what I'm eager. Okay, satisfy regulatory requirement, because your accreditation, if you have an NABH or a CQI accreditation, And when you look at that, they'll say, show me your mock drill for ICU. You can show a mock drill for ICU. But you can show a simulation, you can show a tabletop exercise as an image. What does it require? It requires three things. Number one, your pre-planning. So first, in the hospital, identify your hazard. What all the hazards? Then you set an objective. So you want to do a tabletop exercise of evacuation of critical patients. Then inform the media. If you're doing a big one, the media should know. But if you're doing only within you, not necessary for the media. Orientation meeting. So you call all of you together, tell this is what we are going to do tomorrow, get prepared and come. So this is not like evaluative. This is not like supervision. This is a learning exercise. And set timelines, okay, because we'll go non-stop excitement, so set timelines. Identify participants, who all you need, critical care nurses, nursing officers, emergency room nurses, whoever is involved in that. Pre-exercise, no, plan once and then you train them and then you go in for the drill, which is the actual exercise. Now exercise should have a facilitator. I'm sure today you will have one person among your team members who will be the big boss, okay, who will really facilitate. I'm not talking about a faculty or about the senior most, but even within you, there will be one facilitator who will give you what is the case and overall supervisor. Then you need a scribe. Scribe is one who documents. So when you discuss, I'm sure you will be divided in two groups and fight over the model. And then when you come back and discuss, the key points will be noted by the scribe. And draft the narrative. You should give a narrative before doing it. For example, emergency room, 30-bedded emergency room, 20 patients are occupied. You get a phone call, there is a bus accident, 20 patients are coming inside. You don't know what priority they are, 1, 2, 3. Okay, but that's all. That's the narrative. Okay, and then you will have to stop it. But when patients are coming in, they will come with a tag, priority 1, priority 2, or vital signs. And then you will have to decide what. That is what will be watched. I think that's the plan of today, but I'm giving you an example. Then your room layout. I'll show you a diagram of how to do the room layout. Of course, your breaks and refreshments, and then your presentation, okay, and materials, all your attendance, and then conduct the exercise. After action, so you need to debrief. This is very, very important. You need to openly debrief, argue. One group will present, second group will ask questions. Second group will present, and this group will ask questions. So they will clarify, debrief, make changes, correction, all that will be done. Then participant will give evaluation. How did the TTX go? Do they have any suggestion for next one, what they need to do? Make a comprehensive report. Okay, and post exercise meetings in functional. You can have a functional exercise, full scale, like a whole ward. Okay, then revise based on the finding. Give one more training and implement your plan. Okay, your preparation, you need flip chart, marker, AV equipment, your attendance sheet. Okay, this is all I'm telling. When you go back and do, how to do it. Okay, you are nursing officer getting trained in an auditorium, but when you go back to your clinical area, you can choose your classroom there and conduct a very small one. But this is how your preparation. Okay, copies of the scenario. If you are doing a hospital evacuation floor plan, emergency plan, the maths, participation evaluation form. Okay, the after action, as I have already told, immediate debriefing. Always take the participant and evaluators comment also. Your facilitator, there are evaluators who will be standing and watching what you do. So they will give their feedback, written comments from evaluators, and then you have a comprehensive report. And then you have one more meeting, after action meeting after few weeks. Whether you have changed the plan or is the plan the same. Okay, into improvement ideas and the training. Okay, and the end of today, you have to learn what is the key lesson that I have taken. By doing the tabletop exercise, TTX, what is that I have learned? And what at the emergency room we have learned. Okay, so that's one. Okay, these are the benefits. Supports proactive response As I said earlier, it's an area of improvement. Okay, and when you do the argument, in the end, I'm going to watch that. You have two groups. So in two groups, you will go and do it, then come back and fight with you. So the fight or the argument will be very constructive. It's not finding fault, okay? It's literally going to be like, look at that. If you tell me, today I'm taking a session for you. If you tell me, sir, it's all well, but I wanted this little more. I wanted that little more. I need to take it constructive. So I can say, fantastic, that's a good idea. Next one, I will put that across. Or I clear your doubt now itself. Rather than, I shouldn't be personalizing. Most of us take it very personal. No, she said like that to me. How can you tell like that? That cannot be accepted in the discussion. So it has to be open. Okay, so people should say, fantastic. So you can't personalize and say, I'll take care of you when you come out, or I will not give you leave when you are asking next week. Nothing like that. So keep the components of after action review. So look at the exercise, whether the objectives are met, analysis of outcome, what is your capacity to perform critical tasks. For example, when you do a TTX, you will find patient to be moved trolley. And suppose you have a level where the trolley has to be lifted, you cannot do that. So you need help of the people, maybe the security, maybe the housekeeping staff. So you identify your capacity, your capability to do that. You are moving your patients to a surgery capacity area. And you are not able to go because you are busy in ER. So you call other nurses to come and help the patient. But other nurses coming from the ward, how prepared are they to handle critical care patients? So you need to look at the capacity. Of course, your summary and recommendation and specific improvement of the role played. Accountability is very, very crucial, like patient accountability. So this is one model where you are, there's a table, you can be seated around, but I usually tell people to stand around. Sitting you can't see, your diagram properly. My table, I have a map. Okay, I always have a world map here, India map here, all of that. So for me, tabletop, now I can look at what's, here Ukraine and what's around Belarus, Poland. So it gives an insight of what we have learned. So that way it becomes good when you stand up and visualize. Okay, it should be large area. So when you conduct it, it should be in a large area. Movable table, chairs, the computer with LCD, and good to have a map. Okay, so that you can go through the map. Okay, so this is one model of the town. So here is the projector with the screen. Scenario is given here, and then incident commander. So you also, when you do your role, you have to define your role. Today when you are going to stand around two tables. One table is models and you are going to stand around it. But when you stand around, don't start jumping and saying this is what we are going to do. Take 5 minutes to define your roles inside the table. So who's incident commander? Who will be the emergency nurse? Who will be the scribe? Who will note down the salient points? Okay, you identify that. If you are going to have what you call trauma nurse coordinator, who's the trauma nurse coordinator? Who's the trauma coordinator? So all of the role definition should be there. Actually, we put an apron for that, but here you can define, maybe even have a sticker to say that, and then you play with it. And when you do the presentation after the TTX, the person who is doing that will be the incident commander of that team. Okay, so you can, this is today's agenda will be, your incident will be notified, introduction and incident, then you will have to do response, then demobilize, wrap up and hot note is your discussion. Okay, and when you welcome, you tell about your name and where you are from and what are you, your job title and what is the outcome of the learning. And of course, logistic, when you do it in your clinical area with the classroom, ensure that there is on the restroom, refreshment, all that kind of stuff on it. Okay, this I am left blank because this is what you are going to do, so I am not going to decide what the scenario. I am sure your facilitator would have decided what the scenario is and maybe prepared on. Purpose, you will have to determine, if the purpose can vary. It can be evacuation of critical care patients from ICU, or it can be emergency room, preparedness of emergency room for receiving mass casualty coming into emergency room, or it can be reaching to the scene of hazardous material exposure and picking patients and come. So the purpose depends upon your scenario. And of course, exercise objective. I have given an example like fire and ICU, but today your scenario is not fire and ICU, it's going to be emergency. Okay, and at the end, not for you now, but I'm saying when you conclude, ask for questions and then you go on to it. So your final hot wash is wrap up. Okay, as you do it. So I don't think I'll repeat all this. In hot wash, please remember to identify 3 strengths of your team in what you did the exercise. And also identify 3 areas that requires improvement. I'm giving just minimal number. Because sometimes what happens, we identify 30 faults in the plan and the table ATX. And they identify only 1 strength. So the whole team's motivation will be like a punctured balloon. So they will go mad and say, oh my God, we went everything. Finally, they are showing 30 weakness. Okay, so that will be a little disturbing. It's good to know weakness. I'm not saying no, to correct. But at the same time, balance it. So both sides of the coin. But sometimes you can go other extremes because you are all friends, you know each other, only show the good thing. Fantastic, very good, clap, bahut acha hai. All kind of things. No, you say you float in the air. No, don't do that. If you do that in reality, when patients come, when the errors are not identified, then you will be having a problem. वो टाइम है बहुत अच्छा नहीं है बहुत तकलीफ. Okay, and finally, this is not my thanks. This is in hot wash. You need to thank the facilitators, write notes and everything on it. So either I've shown few models here. You can have a writing board in which you can like a sticker write and put it over there so it can take it for discussion. Or you can have a marker pen and write down the points, taken for discussion. And second thing that you see over here, seated, but they have the role defined. Operation chief, incident commander, trauma nurse, ER nurse, or whatever it is, they have defined their role clear. And the bottom one that you see is the map. So you can even work by map moving things, which you can't do it in the clinical area. And of course, I have shown you the circled area is where you can utilize, interact as a team member, doctor, nurse, paramedic. And the bottom one, the circle is manual. Always don't go international manuals. AIIMS manual of emergency response. CMB manual of emergency response. Only that should be used. Okay, I think it's a repetition. So this is the outcome. So wherever you do, set objective, select scenario, people will be facilitated and you are the participants. There will be an observer, conducive environment. I'm not talking about AC, I'm talking about feel free to speak on. Okay, you should speak very clearly loud. That's the environment. Conduct the exercise, debrief, write an evaluation report, and meet to discuss the follow-up. Of course, your roles, and I think there are 4 players. I mean, players are the you. I think I will not go into detail because when you do it, you will get to know what exactly you do. Okay, I'm giving an example for this. Like, for example, nurse from medical service, and you are informed of an accident. You are in charge in ER, responsible for radiation emergency. So the patient who comes is a radioactive potential patient. What do you do? How do you receive the patient? How do you prepare for radioactive patients coming in, patient radio isotopes and things like that? How can you receive in an open area? Are you ready for radiological emergency? Okay. So this is my thank you. So far we were thank you for TTX. So that's the end of the slide. I think one more slide will be there. No, 35 of 35. So that's the end of it. Okay. So I have given you a nutshell overview of a TTX. Bottom line is very simple. ICU, ER, I cannot do mock drill simulation. So I will do a TTX on a table without disturbing the patient, ethically, morally, check my plan, correct my plan, retrain myself, and be prepared. So that's the end. Okay. So thank you very much. If there are any questions that you wanted to ask, feel free to ask. Before and one, if there are any questions, we'll discuss. If not, then I will tell you the scenario will be given by facilitator, but I'll tell you how to do that, and then we will move on. Any questions from the audience? I think if they can't speak, if they can ask, and if you can, somebody can tell it, then I can give them.
Any question from the group before you do TT exercise? Because now you will be given a scenario, you will be divided into a group of two, and then you will have to perform the TT as per the scenario given. So if you have any question, you can ask, sir. No question? There are no questions.
Thank you. That gives me the opportunity to take my bite. Okay. On a lighter note. I mean, don't be quite serious. No, you're all sitting so serious. I can't see you. But the way you are all like, I'm ready for it, like, people. Take you the pure exercise. Not sometime I will come there and do a simulation. You drill it. Left and right. You set out yourself. Okay. So we look forward to it. Go ahead over for your simulation. Facilitator will give the scenario, divide in group, go to your module, discuss heavily, and finally when you come back and do the presentation, it will be around non-visibly, but I will listen to your response. I am eager to see it. Thank you once again for the team and the organization.
Thank you, sir. Sir will be joining within. Sir, you will be able to see the participants, sir, while they are
Thank you very
performing.
much. I know when they are drilling on the model side.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, that is in a different room, so I'll tell the participants to move there. Then we'll join, sir.
Fine. I still will be around without my visibility. Okay.
Yes. Thank you,
Can we
sir.
have the group divided into numbers?
Dr.
No, sir. She is not here, sir. Milan ma'am is here, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, Milan ma'am is here.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good, sir.
I thought I visibly saw. That's why I had a take care, ma'am.
I
That's
knew.
the team. You
I
are a
knew
wonderful team too. You are good. Okay, over to you.
Thank you, sir.
Can we divide 1, 2?
I request the participants to move to wet lab.
ICU or
हमको स्टाफ को अरेंज करना है और ये पेशेंट को भी ये बात की हुई है
Excuse me, sir. Ravi, sir.
Yeah, I'm in. All the fun.
Yes, sir, they are done with the tabletop exercise. Now they are going to present, sir. Sir, so group 1 will be presenting first.
Sure. I'm sure group 2 should be ready with questions at the end of it.
Yes, sir.
And then at the end of both of them, I have too many questions.
Okay, sir. Give us a situation in which we had good afternoon, everyone. So we were given a situation in which we had an emergency area where some of the red area beds were occupied, few of the yellow area beds were occupied, some of the green area. So then we were given titles like who will be the trauma nurse, who is the one, two, one. So according to that, we divided the roles among us. So and also we were given the information that there are that we happened outside our emergency area, and just to clear the area, clear the bed for new patients, we did reverse triaging. So for the reverse triaging, we shifted and discharged some of the patients, like from the green area, the patient with green aspiration, dog bite, and the diarrhea patient with on the having mild diarrhea. And the yellow area, we had patient with constipation and the fraction, and also the treatment was given to the patient. So this thing got moved. There was one patient with skin traction, that patient was moved to Oxford with HLA. And then we came to red area. There were few patients which were already treated, and so can be moved or shifted to other areas as well. According to that, we shifted the patient, and we were left with like one bed in yellow, and green in the green area, 5 beds were taken. Beds were made free in red area. And after making the bed for the new patient, along with the trauma coordinator and the incident commander was informed, and cooling of staff was done from the other medical like nurses, ratio is well, and we asked to cool 25% of the nursing staff, and the security services were informed and to receive and already we had 2 nurses in the nurse one, okay. The staff which is already like the clinical assigned staff of trauma area is given yeah. We made a team with the previous nurses which we had added along with the new nurse. So we assigned one nurse, which is nurse one, take care of the patients in the red area and along with the new nurses which were there to help them. And the second nurse was assigned to lead the yellow area and the new nurses will be for the underarm. And then HSA were there to move and shift the patient with the command of nurses and the trauma nurse coordination. And along with that, we also pulled some supplies from other areas like some PPE kits, some medicine, sutures, and gloves and stuff like that in order to help us caring of the new patient which we are going to. So this is how we thought we will burn. So this is how we prepared for the casualty management, which is covered outside the I request this plan. We should find only one staff to only one staff to पहले का है वहाँ का we lead and the coding staff. Where we have only two and the so that we staff with them. And then we have one staff with them.
Suppose some is there, emergency command
and this is going online also. So our intention is this. So you have one question already, so you can put up two more questions. If you think that they did not address. That's the patient. The patient is during retention. We can take put the college and start the patient with Yes, we have done that. This patient को requirement are like drowning, recent drowning, but one is with TPN and one is with gunshot. उनको रखना उनको भी हम again reverse green वाले में we can start and can move to another box. And if required, then yellow one will be same, we can move and red one. Yeah. Like TP, Can share the second group present.
Yeah. I think they're talking too early. They haven't answered my question. Let the second group also present. Can I know the scenario, please?
Will be asking the questions from this group. Three questions. Then you can discuss anywhere. My name is Decontamination, Mass Facility Management. coordinator and got a call from emergency department that 30 of the new patients might come to the ward in emergency and there is the incident happened just outside the hospital. So, one thing I have said, how many beds are there in ICU in emergency? So I have 15, 20 beds in emergency, and out of that, 15 beds are occupied. So this patient has to be first shipped to the ward, immediate discharge, and admit later on. So, accordingly, I have 4 patients to ward, all from the high fever fraction with the mild infection to ortho department, mild asthma, and diarrhea. These 4 patients are to ward. Then the patient, I am inquired in ICU also in the department, how many vacuum beds are available in ICU. I have at 5 beds. 6 patients with GI-based hypertension. 2 patients were there at emergency. The pneumothorax, ICD, and emergency. ICU. Then my party in ICU, clear injury, and APH. These 5 patients have been shifted to ICU. Then 4 patients have been discharged. Patient with a urinary retention. I have initiated the treatment, putting a polish, and then discharge the patient and tell him to follow up in OPD in some body, or maybe in ward. Maybe in another day in the casualty only. Knee laceration patient has been initially dressing has been done and discharge the patient and tell the patient to follow up in the OPD. And then we have patient with scalp laceration with unlocked fracture. Initially, I have applied the splint and given the initial treatment and discharge the patient and tell the patient to follow up in the OPD. And then one more patient is there with the dog bite. I have given the initial treatment and vaccination was to this guy and discharge this and tell them to follow up in the OPD. So that accordingly, I have arranged 4 plus 5 plus 4. That is emergency itself only. So I have arranged total bed available in emergency is 20 now. And then I have informed the nursing supervisor to arrange at least more staff because as I am going to come with more casualties, so we need to have more staff to arrange to provide best possible care to the patient who come to emergency. And then I have informed duty officer that we have already arranged the bed. And in blood bank also because as there is an accident happens to the required obviously blood and blood product, so I have informed that in blood bank also. And then technician officer to arrange for more ventilators because as it is the accidental case of coming to you never know how many patients will be required. Intubation and more ventilation will be required for them. Then after that I have 50 patients in emergency, 30 patients. According to triage system, we have distributed the patient into green, red, and yellow zone. And that's it. Emergency treatment hasn't started. This is that. ये emergency treatment. Sorry, I forgot the staff nursing management how to assign staff. See, we have 1 or 2 staff in ICU setting in emergency, but basically they won't be able to do everything. But we need to have someone lower system. Those can help the thing, but they're not aware of the thing there. So in that case, 1 or 2 systems we assign to red and yellow area. They will supervise. If they have any doubt, there to ask first, they will give orientation for sure. Without further, 1 or 2 systems will help to these respective systems. Those are coming under. Yeah, they multiple. Thank you, sir. I hope that justified my role. So now I invite you to ask questions from this. Section at according to my knowledge, I don't know.
I think, can I see the whole group together so it's easy to ask the questions? Yes.
So then just tell us after college down here. Shifting another room, then we'll be discussing.
No, this is quite okay. You want to go other room, this is quite okay. They can answer from here also. No problem.
That is a bit. They just say together, sir.
Fine, done.
Just 2 minutes, sir.
Sir, you are able to see the participants, sir. सर की आवाज नहीं आ रही। Yes, sir. Sir, you can ask the question, sir.
Oh, I'm waiting for. Okay. On the onset, let me appreciate and congratulate for your effort. The success of this particular tabletop exercise is your discussion, your argument, your disagreement, your fighting with each other. Okay, those are the most crucial aspect of it is the point one. Point two, I hope you will understand whether what you did today, can you do it in a simulation or a mock drill in casualty, in emergency? You can't do that. So that is why tabletop exercise gives you the benefit of freedom of talking, time. You can move. I saw you moving the patient, placing the patient, and the one of you said, don't place the patient over there. So you move the patient from there. So the patient was moved here and there in tabletop exercise. But in reality, you can't do that. That means you're making risk to the life of the patient. So that way the TTX is very, very useful, and your job is well done, and that is the first point, the strength, good communication. Do you all work together? Oh, that's a good point, because then you can fight with each other. You know each one well, and you can really do a good job on that. Now, the questions. Okay. The first question is that I think the usage of word we and I doesn't come inside here. So when you say we, who's that we? Okay. So in TTX, you have to put it like the triage nurse triage like this. The transportation nurse transported like this. Extra nurses were called from which ward? Medical ward, surgical ward, orthopedic ward. Okay. I think group 2 highlighted saying that we put that extra staff to priority 3 so that they can clarify because they don't know the clinical or emergency. That's exactly the point. But who is that person? Where is that person coming from? So that's my observation. What was the incident? Can somebody tell it in the pipe? Okay. So road traffic accident, 30 patients have come, right? Now, the specificity of that is very crucial. How many of them came with burns? How many of them were brought dead? Were they all MLC? I'm sure you had priority 1, priority 2, priority 3. No doubt on that. That number you have. But what is very important is the vitals. So, give a scenario, you'll have to give the vitals. You'll have to give burns. Let me ask you a question. There are 3 burns patients. What will you do? 3 patients with burns. 60%, 70%, 80% burns in road traffic accident. But got fire. So 3 people have come with burns. So what are you going to do? Incident commander, answer my question.
Yes, Mr.
Sir, we will take those patients as a priority, and initially we will first try to find out if patient is in a shock or something like that. If it is there, so then we have to hydrate the patient immediately, IV line put करके. Then we have to inform the burns department. So क्योंकि उसको cover नहीं करना, तो you don't have to cover the patient. Basically, first उसका ये आएगा, you don't have to cover it because cover होने के, take out the clothes. सर ऐसे
Would you
ही
like to take up the reports in casualty in front of 30 patients?
नहीं sir.
18-year-old girl coming with burns?
No, but sir, we will put the curtain around and then we will do the treatment, na sir.
Do you have a bed with curtain available at that time?
The curtain, तो I think that we can make with sheet also. If we require to save the patient, we can do it with sheet also. Screen, sir, screens तो available होती है वैसे.
Okay. Do you take the burns patient inside mass casualty with cross contamination?
So I think initially we keep the patient out only and try to give the initial treatment there only. Once patient is little stabilized, so I prefer कि we shift the patient to burn ward respective department after calling them if the beds are available.
So why did you take the patient inside?
So I have not taken it. I have seen it outside only now.
So how is it, how many getting the screen? This is how tabletop exercise has to go.
Right, sir.
I am not aiming at you.
No, sir. I'm talking it healthily.
We narrow down. We look at that. No, you say we don't. We actually, I think road traffic accident they didn't please be seen. The road traffic accident they didn't tell which time of the period the accident occurred. Correct? Yeah. Suppose they given at 3 a.m. 3 a.m. is a very difficult time because not enough people, not enough supervisor. Okay, then you're going to work on the minimal staff. So you're calling the staff from the ward. How do you call them from ward? Are you empowered to call in the night? Daytime you have a nursing superintendent, you have a matron, you have an HR. Then who's the night supervisor? Is there a night supervisor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do they come to the spot and then they call?
Yes, sir. She's there.
All of this will come in your plan. In fact, you have done a wonderful overall presentation. But you need to have an integrity detail. Okay, logistics. Both groups, you will get the needed items. Okay, who will bring the items?
Ventilator, they have to go and bring the.
So if you are sending the technician and ventilator person to go bring the items, then who will assist the intubation or connect the ventilator?
Security guard with the 4 we can ask for. Hospital attendant. Guard attendant.
Exactly. So in the description, what you write down, you say you need logistics. Logistics should be brought in. Who brings it? It is a non-clinical person. So you are not even saying attendant. You say clinical people are needed for patient. So who is non-clinical, then you send them to collect the item and come. I hope you are catching what I am saying.
Sir.
You narrow down to the specificity. So in the discussion, you write down, okay, this is the issue. Okay. Suppose let us say 2 of broad day. What will you do now? Out of your 30 patients, 2 patients are dead already. Where will you send them?
Mortuary, we have to send.
You send them to mortuary.
By calling the mortuary.
First we have to make. In MSc informed to बोले कि latest भी कैसे पता लगेगा?
Anybody can answer. What will you do to the 2 broad day patients?
So first, for broad-dead patients in our hospital, first we identify the patient actually broad-dead है कि नहीं. Then if पहले हम पूछते हैं कि कितने टाइम से हुआ है, कब एक्सीडेंट हुआ है. CPR के लिए अगर हो सकता है तो then we do the CPR. If we can survive the patient. अगर नहीं होता है उसके बाद then we shift the patient after making death certificates and all to mortuary.
What is the name of the patient?
मार्क तो जल्दी से बहुत सी बैग जरूरत नहीं है. I think sir we have to find identify. Sir, I think first we need to identify the patient. If we have any ID proof or something like that, then we have to make MLC and then discharge. Sorry.
I will make all the situations as complicated as possible.
Acha. So sir, initially we will keep the patient in mortuary only. Then further everything will be done later on. Because abhi to we need bed in an emergency, right?
Exactly. Okay, and what will you put the tag?
Unknown number 1, 2, SRS accordingly.
The patient.
Thank you.
You put unknown 1, unknown 2 and keep the body
In mortuary, right sir.
Now, inside emergency with 30 patients, 8 patients are inside.
Right sir.
Do you permit the relative to come inside?
No, sir. We already so lots of work is going on. If they will become, though they will create problem in while working because everyone want to see their patient first and get their patient to treat it first. So we can't do this. We have to do according to the priorities of the patient, not according to relative needs. Na.
So now at least 15 to 20 patients are inside.
Yes, sir.
Relatives are outside. But there is a rumor that 2 patients are brought dead.
Right,
Now the relatives want to know which of their relative is dead. So they are having a big fight outside. How will you handle that?
So I think if I am there, I'm trying to explain. Ki, see, I know we are ki maybe ki you are maybe going through a very bad phase because what is you are knowing. But thing is, we have to save lives. If we you shout like this, so might one patient will be die because of your this all scene created. So I'm sure that you don't want that any patient to be die because of negligency because the noise you are creating outside and scene creating. We trying to as soon as give you the reply, but abhi our priority is different. Our priority is to save the patient. So let us stabilize the things. We will just clarify all of your doubt, but abhi we need time for this.
You go out and explain to them, correct?
Yes, sir. I will explain.
Very good. And you are the incident commander. So who will take care inside?
Sir, we have a team now. In trauma, if there is any casualty, nobody is single. It's a team. Team leader will do this.
Now I think you're very happy I am not come there. I'm very happy I'm here only. Otherwise I am not trying to find fault. Kindly bear with me. My ultimate objective is I want you to think critically so that your plan of your hospital is tested. Now you may have a good plan. Burns patient, don't take them in. Have it immediately. Mobilize the burn. What equipment available? It's not nothing else to do. You have to treat them on the road. That is the reality. You are not giving a dramatic scenario that everything will be made possible, things will come. It will not going to happen. So in other words, you have to, after this plan, you have to design emergency department outside. We have a covering area, asbestos like roofing. So you will not permit relatives beyond the gate, and you can keep the burn station between the gate and to the entrance of emergency and continue the care until you get the bed. You can change the plan like that. Broader two are coming immediately. They will unknown one, unknown two, and if you have an official mobile, take a photo of their face for your documentation, and then you can move them inside. And mostly, I purposely said no identity. Mostly there are some paper in the pocket tell the name or some ID card, driving license, something like that. But as rightly said by I don't know whether Karunam Ahmed is correct or whether she is using some other person's mobile. I don't know. You are there now or you are speaking from mobile?
Sir, I'm here only. I'm speaking mobile, not hearing a bit. I'm online, sir.
Yeah, you are online but in AIIMS.
Yes, sir.
Good. See, I think the point is you go by what she said is done. Go by the protocol. Broader two, unknown one and two, mobile is quick. See, your plan, let me tell you, 90% of our disaster plan will not work in reality. Our plans are made in so fashionable manner, but in reality, place like New Delhi, place like AIIMS, where patients, 30 patients will come with 90 relatives. So you will have 110 people to handle over there. And of the 30 patients, suppose 5 patients have VIP, how will you handle them? Suppose, let me ask this question. One of your patients is a VIP patient, priority 3. Where will you keep the patient?
Can you repeat the question?
Of the 30 patients, one patient is VIP, very important person for Delhi. Okay. Priority 3, that patient injury is very minimal. So what will you do? Will you keep priority 3 and keep outside? Or will you put on priority 1 and take inside?
If the injury is minimal, we cannot give it priority to the patient because already he can wait. But according to the scenario, we have key areas. So I will take the patient to that area under monitoring.
So that you will not keep the patient outside, correct?
Sir, not outside.
Why?
because this is not in our protocol, also we have to take every patient. He also matters. His life also matters to us.
So
We
in
cannot
private,
take
who is?
and Bruce or sir, with small input, I will ask him to sit or I will check the vital signs. Also, हम थोड़ा
Vital signs normal. Vital signs normal.
normal. Sir, we can give some gauze pieces, wet gauze pieces to clean the wound. We will ask him to sit for some time.
We ask him to sit outside. That's my case.
The TT or
Even that is injection after the discharge and go home.
Not outside, sir.
Why?
right? TT injection. AC लगा के dressing करके send home
But
back.
because इंसान एक चेयर चाहिए सर बैठने के लिए अगर रूम से सिंपल आई कैन मेक हिम सिट इन माइनर अगर खाली है
Okay. See, they are coming.
Sir, what I feel if patient is what I feel कि VIP patient is there ना तो do the dressing and discharge, otherwise he will bring 20 more patient along relative along with them, so you discharge first scene and send him home back. ये वरना they will keep interrupted.
Very nice point, ma'am. They will come more with more 20 people. This I have seen because I'm a working staff in trauma emergency.
See, that's why I'm asking this question. Here the issue is not the priority, it is a crowd management. Leader will come, trust will come, team will come. And you want the staff to sit out there in small groups. My question is very simple. Do you have a protocol for that? Because if you don't have a protocol, you are in trouble. The other people also will jump. They will also shout. Suppose you get two VIP same time, then actually the problem will not happen. Don't worry. When VIP come, they will straight away come inside casualty. They won't sit outside. So no need to break our head. But I'm asking this question for you. Will you have a plan in your protocol? For the benefit. Like the incident commander said, I will go put the bandage and treat them and send them. It will take 20 minutes. So 20 minutes of one nurse vital time is on priority 3 rather than assessing in priority 1. So what you design in a protocol, worst case scenario, that too many patients, VIP are there, like what she said, move them to separate areas, don't take them into casualty, do minor OT, never. Even to ward, take them to ward, put aram se one dressing over there by a staff nurse and one doctor with a stethoscope on the thing, sort it out. Crowd control is diverted to another area, not the emergency department. So just, I'm not giving answer. I'm asking you to think so that you can make your plan, modify your plan, modify your product. So that is how it is. Okay. One of the patients who has come 30 is your relative. What will you do? What will the incident commander do? One of the patients who has come is the relative of the staff who is working in ER at that time. So what will you do? Where is the other incident commander? Disappeared. Laptop.
Hello, sir. Sir, if the another patient which has come is the relative of someone working in ER, so if first we'll triage the patient according. Okay. Oh, sorry. So we will triage the patient and move the patient according to into priority 1, 2, 3 and give care accordingly.
What do you do to the staff?
Sorry, sir.
When the staff who is there, you have to make it much more simple. The patient who has come is the father of the staff who is working in ER doing mass casualty. What will you do? What will the staff will be off duty or continue to work on it?
So that situation will be very overwhelming for the staff who is working. So we can, if we can pool another staff from other area, so we can make the patient, staff to go home and or to take care of the father, because that will be very overwhelming for her to work and care for other patients.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think it's a complicated scenario because the staff will say, he will take care of the father. When he takes care of the father, she is emotionally disturbed. So she can't think rationally. Okay. Or some staff may say, okay, my father is sick, I will help you all with other patients. So the decision is the incident commander. Now, is the incident commander empowered to do all what they spoke for the last 30 minutes? Are you empowered to do that? Can you shift the patient? Do you have the right to shift the patient to the ward?
No, sir, but I have
Are you
obviously
empowered?
we are team now, so we have doctor also. Through that. Sir, no, I can't do it my own, but I take a permission from the high. I have a team with the head. We have all the senior doctors and everything. According to after their permission only I have done this thing. I have not done alone, sir.
No, my question is very simple.
Yes.
Senior doctor not available.
So
Only
then,
junior doctor. You are the senior nurse. Of course, you are young only, 20 years only. Yeah,
sir, I don't think we are allowed to take that much big decision there our own ki we can shift the patient anywhere, sir. Unless we have to have the authorities from the higher people, those can say ki, yeah, you can. I can give recommendation, but finally their call whether they want to accept it or they want to reject it. I can do it my own, sir. I am sure I cannot do it.
but suppose they are not there for the next 30 minutes. You are stuck with already existing diarrhea patient, chest pain patient, and your trauma patient. And you are not empowered to do that.
तो I will manage patient on trolley only, sir. अगर एक दो बेड मुझे चाहिए तो I will manage on trolley. तो meanwhile.
What to do? You apply leave and go.
नहीं sir, I think I will take 1 or 2 patient on trolley. Meanwhile, I think I'm sure the doctor will come. For the meanwhile, I will manage through anyhow. Thank you.
See, I think that's why I use the word empowered. So when you write the job description, you should write the incident commander is empowered in consultation with the duty doctor on the floor to transfer non-sick patients to the ward. Okay, that line should be there in your mass casualty management protocol with the signature of the medical personnel and the nurse. There's an incident commander cannot do it alone, but consult the duty doctor. Not waiting for the senior duty doctor. He says, okay, this patient is AGE, gastroenteritis, vital substance, move. Just get one signature, move, that's all. Then move the patient. So now you are comfortable, patient is qualified, no problem. Otherwise, you can't move, patient can't go, he's having diarrhea, bleeding on one side, and you go mad with all this. That will go, and will be qualified. So TTX helps you to ask all these questions, narrow down. So I'm asking this question not like a findings form. If I'm doing this exercise, if you are asking questions to me, you will certainly have a lot of questions. The questions are very important. Outcome, change your plan according to the business. I think I'll stop at this point because my point I'm trying to establish longer. Only one last question and then let me conclude with this. Two questions. First question. Mass casualty, 30 patients are coming. How will you document their care in the chart and when will you document?
Non-medical staff will record.
So we can assign the non-medical person to write down, document all the incidents which are taking place, are the instructions which are given by the doctor, are the nurses which are carrying. No, sir. Technical staff can help us.
There is scribe. There is scribe nurse, documenting person.
Yeah. Any other nurse who is came from the other area to help us, they can help us.
But only thing, the doctor should speak loud and clear. They should not mix up. Suppose
Yes.
there are two Ravi patients there.
Yes.
The doctor should in Ravi patient give adrenaline. So which Ravi they got?
I think I should something one Ravi full name, sir.
Sir,
And I didn't get the question, sir. Can you repeat?
You say the doctor will speak louder and then document. The non-medical person, technician will document. Okay, suppose you have a patient by name Raja.
Yes.
Okay, if a doctor is telling Raja start playing intubate 8.5 Q and give something connected a dopamine drug, so the person documents. But suppose there are two patients by the same name Ravi. So
According-
Ravi,
No, we will write down if two patients are available, then Ravi 1 and Ravi 2, like that we are following the protocol over here. If the same name, the two patients, if they have Ravi 1 and Ravi 2, like that we
With that, otherwise, with the UHID number, we can identify the patient.
With age we can identify because it is easier. We have team leader in our area, one who documents.
Come again?
Sir, in our area, team leader is the one who will document everything. If two patients is of same name, so we will identify first then age. If not by age, then we will do this Ravi 1 and Ravi 2 as ma'am said.
Age, okay, what's my age you think?
Because in my mass casualty, we don't know how old is he.
We have age of the child. By body, body,
Imagine
by body physique, we can identify.
my age, I can't speak, I am on this is
Body physique.
What is your assumption of my age? My age.
45.
Something wrong with you. You are altered sensorium.
60.
I am 63. 50. I agree with you. Suppose
Okay.
you have a non-clinical or a non-directed person to document. And my suggestion is that you have template documentation. Don't go for detailed documentation.
Okay, sir.
You have to only tick off airway, intubated, tick, breathing, tick, like that it has to.
Actually, we should have the checklist of the mass casualty. If we have the
Yes, sir, I want to say something. We have primary survey. Our in charge has divided 5 areas: airway, breathing, circulation, disability, exposure, and control. In that, we have used first we also do 10-second assessment. After that, there are so many points I can share with you all. This is the simple assessment we do. Like for EG, which kind of airway, patient airway, compromised, red and intubated, this kind of options we just have to tick. And in last, there is some boxes we have to put the medication we have administered.
Which hospital is this?
Sir, AIIMS Rishikesh from emergency.
I hope I'll come there and catch you by your collar and show me the document.
Sir, I will share. We used to do daily.
Yeah, you share it. This is the outcome of TTA. You get to know and modify it. And we need to do it. Thank you, madam. You can
Thank you,
see
sir.
it. And my final question. How will I get my coffee now? You're all going to have your coffee, chai? How I'll get my coffee? But you are welcome home. You are welcome anytime you come South India, come home. We'll give you nice South Indian food by my wife. I'm not good at cooking. The only cooking that I know is making hot water. And that too, I take it from the geyser. Okay, thank you all. Wonderful. Now over to the organizers.
Thank you, sir, for a wonderful session. And sir, we'll provide you coffee as soon as you come here. Yes, sir.
10 minutes, I will show you the survey of our area.
Thank you, sir.
Move out or is that kind of a one time that are Bible stuff?
No, sir, thank you, sir.
If you want, in spite of the busy schedule, you came down to be with us last 1.5 hours. We are deeply delighted. Is it over there?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for joining, sir.
Thank you. Take care. So I log out and sign out.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I request the participants to fill the post-test form. It has been shared in your group. Post-test wala form. Online participants, please fill the post-test form also. It is shared in the chat box. And feedback form has also been shared in the for the online participants. Please fill it. Then only you will get the e-certificates. I hope everyone has filled their post-test and feedback link. You can now move for tea and snacks. Then after that, we will continue the further session, further program. Program.
Hello, Tarunam. Sir is not there.
Okay, ma'am, actually I have that survey I want to share, so I'm asking.
No problem. He's left. Actually, we were short of time, so you can mail. You can mail any one of us.
Okay, ma'am, I will mail him.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.